Chapter 1 Special 60 ml. Daxia, a township hospital. On the top of the 13th floor, a thin figure stood on the roof, and his thin face was calm. Is this my destiny? The thin body appeared to be shaky. Tang clasped the medical test sheet in his hand. Obviously his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the face. It can be seen from the raised veins and blood vessels in his arm that his heart is full of anger, unwillingness, and cruelty. Cancer is still in the middle stage. For a young guy, this is even more incredible than winning the 5 million lottery. He actually got cancer. Is cancer generally younger now? How unfair is destiny to Tangan? Even action movies don't dare to act like this, but there are many people in this world who are worse than Tangan, and this is life. When his parents divorced, he was thrown into foster care with relatives who were unable to reach him, and then he formed a new family in another city. He is like a wild species without a father or a mother, and under the fence is accompanied by cynicism and unfair treatment. The lack of discipline and affection caused him to become surly and ferocious, and he often fights. From then on, he was out of control and became a gangster. Smoking, fighting, and fighting were common occurrences. He has done things like finding food in the garbage dump, picking up waste, begging, fighting, etc. I don't know when he started to lose appetite, fatigue, and pain. When he got sick, it was as if all the intestines were mixed together, and the pain choked him. Finally, he came to the hospital. What I got was the news of the mid-stage cancer, which was like being sentenced to death. Cancer at this age is also a unique miracle. From childhood to adulthood, he lived hard, even if he thought of severing himself more than once, but in the end he survived tenaciously. But this time, he was really desperate. This society is so beautiful, but for him it is no different from hell. He hates the two parents who gave birth to him but did not raise him. He hates everyone and the world. His psychology is no longer normal. With one step out, only the medical test sheet remained at the edge of the roof. Is this death? The consciousness is already disappearing. Do you regret it? No longer felt any sense, Tang heard a scream at the moment of death. And the pungent fishy blood, as if it belonged to him. Finally, the bloodshot eyes gradually lost their color. The kingdom of Goa is known as the most beautiful country in East Blue. Duanzhen, a place where ruffians and gangsters gather, outside the tall city wall is the terminal for uncertain things, a large garbage dump, and also a place where poor people, beggars, thugs, etc. live. The entire Goa Kingdom society is divided into 4 levels: the highest royal family, the middle-class nobles living in Jajan, the second-ranking civilians in Central Street, the lower-ranking gangsters in Duanzhen, and the lower ranks at the waste terminal. It's not even counted. Although this kingdom is clean and reputed as the most beautiful country in East Blue, it can't change the disgusting fact of corruption. In a garbage dump at the uncertainty terminal, I don't know when a person will appear out of thin air. Gradually waking up, Tang suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he felt was the pungent smell of garbage from the tip of his nose, which he was familiar with. Everywhere he looked was rubbish ruins, and he was not dead. Looking down at his body, it is intact. If he remembers correctly, he should now be torn apart. This is. A light curtain appeared in front of him. On the light curtain, there was an unrealistic blank lattice step surrounded by mist. There was also a fist-sized dice beside it. There was also a model airplane on the first blank step. It's like a little game, flying chess. It's just that the style is not played by 4 people, but by 1 person. A line of narration began to appear. Rule: every natural month you can get a chance to throw a dice, and you can fly a few spaces as many points as you get. Every space can get unexpected things, but also lose things the player has. The first world crossing rewards 4 chances to throw dice. Ongoing mission: hunting the Son of Destiny, the villain of the destiny, the traverser, the reincarnation, and the rebirth reward for throwing the dice +4, and supporting the important characters or the villain depending on the situation to reward the throwing of the dice. At the same time, the lucky value is added. Tang-en was sitting in the garbage dump, looking at the light curtain in front of him. Above it was a flying chess game, rules narration, the first world crossing to reward 4 dice throwing opportunities and continuing tasks. Simple and clear. As a modern person, even though Tang-en is a small gangster, he still knows the common sense of novels, cheats, and crossing. After all, gangsters also have a spiritual life, and they all dabble in TV dramas, movies, novels, and cartoons. Tang-en is considered to be the kind that is not bad. After all, the income of picking up scraps and begging is sometimes easy to earn 3,000 or 4,000 a month. He was pretty sure that this was not a dream. In other words, he passed through and got a cheat program of a similar system, but it was not intelligent, and it was not that kind of diversified system, some of it was too simple. In addition, from the perspective of continuing tasks, he will definitely meet other traversers in the future, and he must hunt each other. It is not limited to those who travel, such as the son of destiny in the local world, the villain of the destiny, or the reincarnation, the rebirth, and so on. Is this going to be an enemy of the world? Even if the protagonist doesn't let it go, even the villain? Tang-en's mood at the moment was difficult to calm down. Although cruel, he saw the hope of dominating his own destiny. There are 4 chances to throw the dice. Now I don't know where to go, I can only rely on cheat. Tang-en thought. The dice in the light curtain began to spin and jump, and Tang-en stopped for almost a minute. Obviously this dice will stop whenever he wants to. 3. The front of the dice is 3 points. Without waiting for Tang-en to take control, the model plane began to fly to the 3rd blank grid. Along with the dazzling light, a line of introduction appeared in the light curtain. Type 92 pistol, 9mm caliber, 10 bullets. Explanation: advanced structure, reliable performance, good precision, few parts, lightweight, beautiful appearance, comfortable to hold, unitized component structure, good service performance, equipped with a magazine button and a safety lever that are convenient for left and right hand operation, easy to operate, good ergonomics. Tang-en's luck was very good, and he got a Type 92 pistol. The only pity is that there are only 10 bullets, and Tang-en has never touched a gun. There are also 4 words on the light curtain: take out and put in. Take it out. Tang-en thought in his mind. A Type 92 pistol appeared in his hand, filled with bullets. After studying Tang-en and putting it in silently, the pistol disappeared. Obviously this cheat has storage space. As for whether only the extracted items can be stored, Tang-en tried again. It is not something that comes out of the cheat, and it cannot be stored. He took out the pistol again and put it on his waist. Tang-en started the 2nd round of throwing dice. This time the dice showed 5 o'clock, and the model airplane advanced another 5 spaces. Another burst of light dazzled the eyes, and when Tang-en read the instructions on the light curtain, there was no blood on his face. With only one line, metaphase cancer becomes terminal cancer. For a moment, Tang-en began to wonder if it was a cheat. Obviously, there are not only rewards but also punishments in that endless space. The middle stage turns into the late stage, and this cheat doesn't follow common sense. The excitement of passing through and getting cheat was instantly extinguished by a scoop of cold water. Tang-en couldn't calm down. 2 more. Taking a deep breath, Tang-en began to throw a 3rd time. The dice point is 1, and the model airplane only advances 1 space. The familiar light lit up, and Tang-en frowned when he saw the object clearly. A 60 ml bottle, transparent, acidic, colorless and tasteless. After reading all the explanations, Tang-en's pale face grew greener. Can you get this thing? Still at this time? Tang Anqiang held back his breath and started throwing the dice one last time. Good luck this time, the front of the dice is 6 o'clock. The model aircraft advanced 6 spaces, and when the light dissipated, a sweet Oni-san sound and blast music came. So and so. Dealing online. Advertising turned out to be an advertisement. It is mandatory to say it 10 times. Tang An could no longer maintain his composure. Blue veins jumped up around his neck, and his eyes were red. With 4 chances, only 1 pistol was passable. The midterm change to the late period undoubtedly made Tang An enter the final countdown to his life. As for 60 ml, go to special 60 ml. There was also an advertisement that had been occupying a certain website for many years, and it had been reported forcibly 10 times, and Tang An almost passed away. He has now confirmed that this cheat is a waste. Chapter 2 Traveling with Travelers. You have to figure out what world this is. Tang An withdrew from the light curtain and gradually recovered his calm. He got a lot of news from this waste cheat alone. At present, we need to figure out what kind of world this is before we can figure it out. Moreover, this waste cheat can only throw dice once every natural month, and sometimes bad luck will draw a penalty. Such as cancer and some useless things. The appearance of advertisements is the most deadly, and the user experience is directly -99,999. Although this cheat doesn't have much use for large eggs, it may even be a double-edged sword, but it is the only reliance in this strange world. The other is to hunt those who pass through, reincarnation, son of destiny, etc., will reward the number of dice throwing, as well as a random bonus lucky value. This lucky value is also simple and easy to understand. In the previous 4 throws of dice, if there is a lucky value bonus, you may be able to draw a lot of useful, practical, or powerful things. Rather than worsening cancer, 60 ml, advertisements, etc., you want to use a knife to stab waste cheats. Thinking of this, Tang An, his face was pale. Observing the surroundings, there is a large garbage dump. It can be seen from the rubbish that it should not be the fantasy world of monsters and ghosts. Yep. There is something similar to newspaper in the garbage dump 5 meters away. Marines 4 Logia monsters, Vice Admiral, Sakazuki, Polisalino, Kuzan, Enel. Tang An picked up the newspaper, and he could understand the information on it. Obviously a hidden skill of waste cheat. However, the 4 names of Sakazuki, Polisalino, Kuzan, and Enel shocked Tang An. One Piece World. Tang An got a lot of news from this newspaper. This is the famous One Piece world, and now Sakazuki and others are only Vice Admiral, which means that Gold Roger may not be dead, or may be dead, but it hasn't been a few years since he died. The other is this Enel, who turned out to be Marine. Also become Marine Monster Vice Admiral alongside Sakazuki, Polisalino, and Kuzan? I'm sure, this guy is probably a traverser or a rebirth. The traversers are most likely to travel together. If it's not the soul robbing the house, then the peer cut the original Enel Thunderfruit, and then went to mix with Marine. The possibility of the original Enel rebirth is relatively small, but it is not impossible. The world of One Piece was inherently dangerous, but now the goal is so powerful and tricky. And it does not rule out that this world also has the so-called main god space and reincarnation, all of which are open, and the degree of danger has risen sharply. He has already died once. Since God gave him a chance to rebirth, he also got a waste cheat, there is no reason not to take it well. As for the advanced stage of cancer, there is always a way in this magical world, and waste cheat is also a direction. I couldn't control my own destiny in my previous life, so this time I must firmly grasp it. Tang An's face became ruthless, and he looked a little nervous. The kid from there, get out of Laozi's territory. Just as Tang An was thinking, a nearly 2.5 meter high figure appeared on the left, blocking the sunlight, holding a notched machete in his hand. There was a centipede scar on Fierce God's face, which looked a bit hideous. Compared to Tang An's thin body of 1.69 meters, it is simply oppressive. There is no order in this world, which means that this mob might kill him at any time. Tang An subconsciously touched his waist. Only the pistol can give him a sense of security. There is still a month left to throw the dice, which means that this month Tang An's safety is all on this pistol, but this pistol only has 10 bullets. Tang An has never used a firearm, which means that a bullet cannot be wasted. Leaving is the best way, unless the thug is reluctant. Leave now. Tang An's posture was very low, and Wayne Yano backed away, but his hand never left his waist. The cruel life of the previous life made Tang An know how to advance and retreat, and blindly rampaging will only lead to miserable death. Seeing Tang An leaving, the mob's eyes were scornful, and he didn't forgive him. After all, in his eyes, Tang An could squeeze to death at will, that thin body and pale face could die in this rubbish heap at any time. Rather than wasting time killing the opponent, it is better to find some food or recyclables around. Leaving the mob site, Tang An looked at the people rummaged in the garbage dump, all in ragged clothes and scrawny. Although it has been determined that this is the world of One Piece, Tang An has not yet figured out where he is. Now that I am penniless, I have to find a way to get some money and a place to live. Haha, I found a bunch of jewels. There was excitement in the distance. A thin man found a string of dilapidated jewels from the trash, but before he could stand up, several gangsters around him rushed to fight and beat him on the spot. Whoever is the cruelest and who is least afraid of death is the winner. There is no doubt that the guy who found the jewelry first was stabbed several times and lay in a pool of blood. It seemed that he had lived soon. It was cruel and bloody, and even more cruel than Tang An had ever experienced. He has also fought and fought, but fighting with this kind of fight is completely different. This is the real murder. Tang An walked far, watching the corpse in the pool of blood. His eyelids couldn't stop jumping. He did not stay too much, but walked towards the far wall. Uncertainty's terminal is very large, and Tang An has seen at least 6 or 7 beatings and fights along the way. Maybe it was Tang An who was too thin, and his face was as pale as paper. At first glance, he was the kind of person who was dying of illness and died of breath at any time, and his body was still revealing the aura of a poor ghost with nothing, so that no one was looking for trouble. Just when Tang An reached under the city wall and was about to enter Duanzhen through the gate, a sound of shouting and killing came from the front. 3 half-old children with water pipes in their hands chased a large group of people into Tang An's sight. "Come catch us! Luffy, hurry up! Ace, Sabo, wait for me!" The two sides passed by. Tang An's eyes widened slightly, watching the 3 children disappear into the uncertainty terminal without blinking. Very agile. Luffy, Ace, Sabo. Looking at the 3 disappearing back figures, Tang An was thoughtful after returning to his senses. It is exactly the same as the memories after the war. This is the kingdom of Goa, and that piece of garbage is the terminal of uncertainty. It is 10 years before the top of the war, when Ace is 10, Sabo is 10, and Luffy is 7. Son of Destiny, an important supporting role. Tang An only felt that he had nowhere to look after breaking through the iron shoes, and it was all effortless. He didn't expect that Luffy was only a 7-year-old now. There are also Ace and Sabo, which are important supporting roles. As long as you kill these 3 people, you can throw the dice 4 times at least, and there is a lucky value bonus, and you can definitely draw good things. In his current situation, it is very difficult to leave Goa Kingdom alone. But the cancer has reached the advanced stage, and if you want to survive, you must rely on waste cheat, otherwise there is only one dead end. He has no choice. But if you want to kill these 3 people, you still need to think about it long term. Don't think Ace and Sabo are only 10 years old, and Luffy is only 7 years old, but he is no match for 10. These are 3 little monsters. Waste cheat is not reliable now, the only advantage is the plot. Chapter 3. I remember that Sabo's father will ask a group of pirates to catch Sabo, and all three of them will be arrested. At that time is the best opportunity. Judging from the current situation, this plot has not happened yet. In the original work, Sabo didn't meet with Ace and Luffy after being caught. Then he went out to sea by celestial dragons and fired 2 shots. Finally, he was rescued by the dragon. The uncertainty terminal will be burned down by the king of Goya at that time, in order to welcome the celestial dragons and not want to leave a bad impression. It seems to have lived here for some time. Turning around and looking at the uncertain terminal station behind him, Tangan had a preliminary plan. He wouldn't just bluff and kill the 3 of Luffy. After all, there is a possibility that the band of bandits will look after them, even the dragon and Garp. Although this chance is rare, it definitely exists. Without certainty, Tangan would not act. It's a shame to say that he thinks that a 17-year-old boy is so dignified that he is afraid that he will not be able to beat 2 10-year-old and 7-year-old children. If he were to be the 10 and 7-year-old dolls of his previous life, Tangan would let him hit 10 with one hand. It can be replaced by 10 and 7 years old in this world. He can't beat each other even if he is 10. Tangan is very self-aware. In addition, you must be prepared to escape from the Goya kingdom. If you kill the 3 people, you will definitely be hunted down. Thinking about the Revolutionary Army Tangan, his face is grave. So before the retreat is ready, I can't take action against those 3 guys. The best way is to pull a few pads. It seems that the pirates are the most suitable. If you join the opponent, you can easily catch the 3 Luffys, and you only need to make up your guns, and then snatch the opponent's pirate ship in the chaos. What is the name of that group of pirates? By the way, Bursum pirates. However, this group of pirates is extremely vicious, and it may not be successful if they want to get in the same way. It seems to be bleeding heavily. With a thought, the light curtain reappeared in front of him, and Tangan looked at the 60 ml bottle. This is the only thing he can take out now. It's time to use fudge. Entering Duan Town through the gate is a gathering place for a group of gangsters. Only through Duan Town can they enter Central Street, where the civilians live, then the Jajin where the nobles live, and the most central palace. Business again. Sure enough, as soon as Tangan entered Duanzhen, he was stopped by 3 gangsters, who was obviously going to rob. Poorer than us. The 3 hooligans were initially excited, but as soon as they saw Tangan's appearance, they lost interest. A weak body and malnourished people are sick at first sight. There is no place to hide things. Tangan really feels too weak to help others. It is all thanks to the late stage of cancer. You have to know that the complexion in the middle and late stages is very different. And before coming in, Tangan had put his pistol into the waste sheet. The 3 hooligans lost interest, and so did the ruffians behind, so that Tangan passed through Duanzhen unimpededly and came to Central Street. Compared with the rundown of the uncertain terminal and Duanzhen, Zhongxin Street is much more prosperous and tidy. There are many residents coming and going, all dressed neatly and brightly. There are also many shops on both sides of the street. Tangan walked around and finally spotted a shop selling weird things. Go, where's the beggar? But Tangan was stopped by the clerk before entering the door. After all, Tangan's image is not very good now. I have a baby to sell to you. Tangan pretends to be sneaky and clutches his pants kabuto, afraid of being discovered. Baby? I picked it up from the uncertainty terminal, right? The clerk was arrogant, his nostrils were almost up to the sky, and he didn't know where the mystery of superiority came from. Show you. Tangan took out the 60 ml, the exquisite packaging was very strange, and before the clerk could see it clearly, he took back the pants kabuto. What? You can add things that are not slippery and sensations, if you sell a nobleman. Tangan gave an expression that a man knew. The clerk was a little suspicious, but Tang An's last words brought him up. Those nobles like these blending things, if as this guy said, then you can definitely buy a lot of money. The entire Goya kingdom only has one bottle. If you don't accept it, I have to change one. Without waiting for the clerk's response, Tang An made a move. And many more. Seeing Tang An was about to leave, the clerk quickly stopped and greeted Tang An directly into the store. It's really useful if you want to catch it. Entering the store, Tang An could see completely what the store was buying. Sure enough, there are some weird things, such as whips, chili water, etc. The tune of this world is also very pervert. You want to sell something? A fat man with a big belly came out, apparently the manager of this store, and the previous clerk followed behind. Yes. Tang An went to the counter and took out the 60 ml. What can really be added? The store manager looked at the exquisite 60 ml package, and did not recognize the text on it. Transparent, acidic, colorless, tasteless, water-soluble, and slippery like oil, you can try a few drops. Let me try. The clerk volunteered to extend his hand. Tang An opened the packaging box, a few drops of transparent liquid appeared after the lid was twisted and then pressed, and then the clerk entered the back hall. The clerk came out almost 30 seconds later, with a dull expression on his face. Manager, it's true. 1,000 Baileys. The store manager squinted slightly, already thinking of dividing this thing into several parts, and then selling it to those princes and nobles. There are definitely a lot of Baileys. Tang An didn't speak, picking up the 60 ml and leaving. Wait, 10,000 Bailey. The store manager was a little anxious. Manager, do you know that this thing can sell 500,000 Baileys in Sabayati Archipelago? Tang An didn't blink his eyes. Are you from Sabayati Archipelago? The manager and clerk were taken aback. Of course, this time I lost it with the merchant ship, otherwise I would not sell it. This is something worth 500,000 Baileys. 500,000 Baileys. Isn't it too expensive? It doesn't matter if you have more, you have too few bottles. The store manager obviously didn't believe it. Let's do it. The price of 200,000 Baileys is cheaper for you. Tang An's face was painful. 50,000. 150,000. 100,000. 100,000, if you don't buy it, forget it, I'll go to other shops. Deal, give him money. The manager asked the clerk to give the money without saying anything. With the delivery and the payment, Tang An walked out of the shop. The other party didn't have any bad thoughts, otherwise Tang An might have to take a gun. 100,000 berry, if it is equivalent to the Japanese currency, it is more than 7,100 if it is replaced by the red sun. Of course, Tang An did not know the exchange rate between the Japanese currency and the red sun. However, 100,000 Baileys should be regarded as a small amount of money. Unexpectedly, the first pot of gold was actually obtained by selling this, and the waste sheet is still a bit useful. Next, Tang An changed his clothes and ate something. If it weren't for Bailey's power, Tang An might not be able to look new and fill his stomach. With 105,000 Baileys left, it was time to start the plan. Tang An kept thinking while eating. He wouldn't be so exhausted if he had a bit of strength. After all, Tang An didn't like to use his brain very much. This is all forced. Not enough force can only come with IQ. Chapter 4 once again proved to be waste sheet. Damn it, Bursum Pirates is too much. Eating was even cleared. Too overbearing. After eating and drinking, Tang An was ready to leave Central Street to the Uncertainty Terminal. According to the plan, he found a way to join the Bursum Pirates. Then Tutugjozi waited to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Although there are dangers, the 100,000 Baileys in the convenience bag should be a good meeting gift. In order to be foolproof, I did it myself. 3 bastards with swollen noses and limping came to the front. Hearing the anger, they should have been bullied by the Bursum pirates. "Excuse me, where is the Bursum pirates?" Tangan stepped forward very angry. "That kid, go away." The 3 gangsters were bursting into flames, grinning hoarsely, covering their faces and staring fiercely. "I am also a victim, and I want to avenge the Bursum pirates." Tangan gritted his teeth, even his eyes were red. "It's easy to get a rookie award for this acting skill." "Only you?" "Haha." The 3 gangsters laughed and groaned when they accidentally caught the wound. "Just the physique of this kid. They can do it with just one slap. In the noodle shop over there, I hope you can come out alive." The 3 gangsters weren't so kind, wishing Tangan had trouble with the Bursum pirates in the past, and had better be killed. This psychology is very distorted. After parting ways with the 3 gangsters, Tangan crossed a street to the end, and the vulgar noise from the noodle restaurant could be heard from afar. Mentioning the convenience store, Tangan walked towards the noodle shop. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the 100,000 Baileys. In fact, joining the Bursum pirates is very dangerous, and Tangan is very likely to be empty and wealthy, and even life-threatening. He could not join the Bursum pirates, but it would be even more troublesome. If he does not join the Bursum pirates, his success rate may be only 20 to 30%, and after joining it is 80 to 90%. The most important thing is that the Bursum pirate group has a pirate ship, which is a retreat. However, this back road is also very dangerous and may be buried in the sea. If he successfully kills Luffy, Ace and Sabo, then he must leave the kingdom of Goya. Otherwise, there is only one dead end. Sabo's noble father alone can make him die. Not to mention the bandits and the dragons that are likely to appear. As for not completing the continuous task of waste cheat, it is no different from waiting to die. His cancer is at an advanced stage, and he may die. So the last hope is in the waste cheat. If he couldn't beat Ace 3, would he be so hard-working? Pistol. I can't shoot even with a pistol, so I can only do this after thinking about it. This place has been reserved by the Bursum pirates. Tangan was stopped at the entrance of the noodle restaurant. "I'm here to meet Lord Bursum." Tangan pulled the convenience bag straight, and the 100,000 Baileys inside were neat and tidy. He naturally kept the remaining 5,000 Baileys. The pirate at the door clearly brightened his eyes and hesitated to make Tangan wait to enter the noodle restaurant. "Come in." In about a minute, the previous pirate came out. Following behind the pirates, Tangan entered the noodle restaurant. There were about 5 tables and chairs in the living room, but now they were all full, all of them were pirates. All eyes were concentrated on Tangan at once, full of pressure. "You want to see me?" A man with a big back brushing his hairline, a broad chin, a beard, and a black coat, sat on a chair with Erlang's legs tilted up, and looked down at Tangan. "This is Bursum, the captain of Bursum pirates. The most powerful pirates and thugs at the Uncertainty Terminal and Duanzhen. Please let me join your ride." Tangan bent down and handed out the convenience bag with both hands. There was admiration in the voice. "I want to be as strong as Lord Bursum. I want to be a pirate. This is all my savings." "Haha, kid, even your physique wants to join us." There were pirates who laughed, and their pirates were all strong people. They were so thin and short like Tangan that they didn't look down on them at all. "Master Bursum is my idol. In the entire Uncertainty Terminal and Duan town, who is not afraid of Master Bursum, even the nobles dare not provoke Master Bursum. Please let me join the Bursum pirate ship, please." Tangan was very excited and bowed to Bursum again after speaking. "Haha, bring it up." Bursum laughed, and Tangan's compliments made him very useful. He didn't expect Bursum to have such avid fans. 100,000 Bailey, although it is only a small amount of money, but for your sincerity, you will be a member of the Bursum Pirates from now on. Bursum was even happier when he saw that the convenience bag had 100,000 Baileys. He didn't like this money at all he was after was Tang An's worship and flattery. Thank you, Lord Bursum. Tang An still remained excited, but he was relieved in his heart. It went even better than expected. It seems that money and flattery are as good as ever. At the mouth of the bay, near dusk, Tang An followed all the pirates of the Bursum pirate group back here. Bursum left midway. Standing on the beach and looking at the huge pirate ship in front of you, it is almost like a moving villa. It seems that all the pirates of Bursum pirates live in it. I just don't know why I didn't leave Goya Kingdom. Tang An remembers that in the plot, Bursum seemed to want to become a nobleman, and made a deal with the king of Goya when celestial dragons arrived in Goya Kingdom. That was to burn the uncertainty terminal with explosives and kerosene, and then the king of Goya made Bursum a nobleman. Unfortunately, the king put one in the end and ordered the uncertainty terminal and the gates of Duanzhen to be closed. Bursum's dream of nobility was shattered. In other words, Bursum now does not want to become a pirate, but wants to go ashore to become a nobleman. Tang An, this is your room. Tomorrow, go to the uncertainty terminal with us to collect things. Yes. Following the pirates aboard, Tang An was placed in the innermost cabin, with only one bed, still divided into bunks. But it looks like he is the only one. I will live here for some time in the future. Maybe it was 100,000 Bailey that worked, or that Tang An adored Bursum too enthusiastically, letting the latter's vanity be satisfied. So that Tang An was not arranged to do miscellaneous things. Although this is not the case now, it may not be so in a few days. Tang An is mentally prepared to be called by others to come and go. Call. It's been a day since the journey, and finally I can breathe a little. Tang An was lying on the wooden bed, the heart that had been hanging down a little. Then I thought about it again. Be careful during this period of time, until the opportunity comes, but also find a way to figure out how to open the pirate boat. Store all kinds of food and water, this pirate ship should have reserves. Need to figure it out. It is also necessary to prevent all kinds of accidents that may occur. After reorganizing and supplementing some plans, Tang An began to study waste sheet. A light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. It's still simple and easy to understand, and there is nothing hidden. With the fog-shrouded blank grid that can't be seen how far away, a model airplane landed on the previous dice points. Rules: get one chance to throw the dice every natural month. You can get unexpected things in each space and lose things that the player has. Ongoing mission: hunting the Son of Destiny, Villain of Destiny, Traverser, Reincarnation, and Rebirth rewards dice throwing +4, important characters or villains will reward the number of dice throwing depending on the situation. Random bonus lucky value. Are there any novice gift packs? This waste sheet is suspected to be a combination of the system and the flying chess game. According to the general system flow novel, there should be smart and novice gift packs. Obviously, Tang An's cheat is very simple. It's not the kind of tall and intelligent system, not even a system. It seems that even the task is too lazy to release, just a continuous task hanging there. Tang An tried many methods, but in the end there was no surprise. It proves once again that this is a waste sheet, and it is unrealistic to rely on it fully. You have to rely on yourself. Moreover, this cheat is still a double-edged sword, it is impossible to guess what it will draw out. Chapter 5 The plan can't keep up with the changes. Boss, Tang An is here. Early the next morning, Tang An was awakened and went to the deck. Today he is going to follow Hilt to the uncertainty terminal to collect things, which is protection money or simply robbery. Boris Hemi was originally responsible for this kind of thing. It was the guy who grabbed Luffy and lifted the hammer and almost killed Luffy, in order to get Luffy to confess Ace and Sabo. It's a pity that Bursum shot the head in the final defeat. So Hilt came forward. And Hilter is a 3-meter tall man, holding a 1-meter machete in his hand, and his face is extremely vicious. You will follow me from now on. Hilt stood up, like a shadow. Tang An's height is only half of the opponent's. Overwhelmingly crushed. Yes. Tang An stood straight and his face was full of excitement. Immediately after the 5 people finished eating, they disembarked and headed to the uncertainty terminal. One of the pirates even gave Tang Ansai a long knife, which was only half a meter away. There were 2 or 3 gaps on the blade, revealing a sour taste inside and out. When they arrived at the uncertainty terminal again, the hilts began to work. In addition to collecting Pele in a fixed area, he will also rob and even kill. Like now. Tang An looked at the half-divided corpse in the pool of blood, and the tip of his nose was a stench in addition to garbage. Tang An's face was very pale, even a little nauseous. The opponent's deathless fear and bloody scenes were shocking. Even though Tang An's fight is nothing to say, but when it comes to killing, there has never been a kind of splitting in two. Haha, scared. As if dismembering an ant, Hilt shook the blood on the machete, and saw Tang An's pale face that was constantly twitching, and he looked a little sick. Tang An didn't speak, and soon recovered. At first, it was just a little uncomfortable, but slowly there was a hint of excitement and eagerness. Go. Without paying too much attention to Tang An, Schild walked to the next destination. He must collect enough Bailey, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the captain. 5 people walked in the uncertainty terminal, and no mob with eyesight came out to provoke or rob. On the contrary, many people saw Schild with horror. Stop. There was chaos in the distance, and only 3.5-year-old children were jumping in the ruins holding things, chasing a few people behind them. Come after us. Luffy jumped onto a broken plank and pulled his eyelids at the people behind him. Idiot Luffy, go away. Ace hit Luffy's head with a punch, then grabbed his collar and disappeared into the rubble. Boss Hilt, it's the 3 little ghosts from Ace. Catch them. Hilter chased it out first. Both of them have hatred, and Bursum once ordered the 3 imps to be killed. As far as they know, these 3 little ghosts have robbed a lot of treasures, among them they belong to the Bursum pirates. Tang An also chased out. He didn't think that only 5 of them could catch the 3 of Ace. If you don't make it, you will suffer a big loss. But there are also opportunities. Tang An looked at the pistol in the light curtain. The truth is cruel, and when they chased the uncertainty terminal and reached Mount Gorbo, the opponent would have run away long ago. At this speed, he might not be able to catch up on a donkey. Damn it, count them lucky. A few people panted and stood on the edge of Gorbo Mountain with their knees on their knees, and did not continue chasing. After resting for a while, several people cursed and returned to the uncertainty terminal and began to work. 1 day passed. It was the same for the 2nd and 3rd day. However, Tang An did not meet the 3 of Ace in the past 2 days. Kill him. Still not sure about the end of the object, Tang An held a long knife and looked at the bully who fell on the ground with a look of fear, because he didn't have enough money to pay the protection fee, and was spotted by Hilter. The coward can't stay on the Bursum pirate ship. Hilt stood behind Tang An, holding the machete diagonally as if he would do it without Tang An, and the target was Tang An. The light dimmed suddenly. Tang An held a long knife and looked at the gangsters on the ground. His gaze made a sharp cut. He didn't hesitate for too long. If you want to be recognized by these pirates, you must join forces. He cannot be driven away. He needs to use the Bursum pirates. With blood and screams, Tang An was not as uncomfortable as he thought. Blood foam continued to overflow from the mouth of the BD, and gradually lost his breath after struggling for a while. Tang An pulled out the long knife, his hands trembled slightly. He turned out to be a little excited. It's like hormones. Then Tang An followed Hilt to the uncertainty terminal, and there was no murder behind. After a busy day, I returned to the pirate ship, and a guest came while eating. Tang thought he would have to wait a few days, but he didn't expect the plot to begin so soon. Sabo's father came to entrust Bursum to seize Sabo. In other words, Bursum will seize the three of Ace at the latest tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and that time is his opportunity. But this opportunity came too soon, and was even caught off guard. Because his back is not ready yet. But this rare opportunity cannot be missed. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes, so I had to fight it out. There was nothing for a night, and Tang did not follow Hilt out the next day. Bursum had an order to completely solve the three little ghosts of Ace. Immediately more than 30 pirates, led by Bursum, went to the Terminal of Uncertainty. Tang followed behind and had no sense of existence. A group of people were lying in wait at the Terminal of Uncertainty, and the target appeared at about 11 o'clock in the morning. It would be great if you found the telescope. The three Ace came out of the forest. Luffy's face was full of expectation. What are you looking for a telescope for? The three jumped down the hill and entered the Uncertainty Terminal and started looking for something. What kind of binoculars are you looking for? Find materials quickly. Our base needs to be repaired. Ace straddled his face and started rummaging after speaking. Oh. Luffy responded listlessly. Look separately, I'll go over there. Sabo pointed to the distance, and the three of them separated. After not getting far, Sabo's eyes lit up at the ruins. Isn't this a telescope? Luffy must be very happy. Picking up the somewhat damaged and worn binoculars, Sabo smiled. Hello, little master. Unexpectedly, there is a nobleman among the three notorious bad boys. The Bursum pirates hiding around came out one after another and surrounded Sabo. Bursum put his hands in Kabuto and looked at Sabo arrogantly. Before last night, he had no idea that this guy would be a nobleman. Tang held the notched long knife and narrowed his eyes slightly. Bursum, how would you know? Sabo squeezed the water pipe tightly, looked around vigilantly, looking for an escape route. Don't hurt him. Following Bursum's order, the pirate behind Sabo swooped up, but Sabo just leaned back and drew away while kicking the pirate in the face. With the blood and teeth flying down, the pirate was kicked 3 or 4 meters away. He was nearly 3 meters tall and weighed at least more than 200 jins. Sabo kicked him 3 or 4 meters away, and he couldn't even keep his teeth. Tang-An's eyelids twitched. You know Sabo is only 10 years old. Sure enough, this world can't be treated with common sense, otherwise you wouldn't know how to die. Chapter 6. Want to fight? Kick the pirate. Sabo didn't panic, but looked at Bursum very calmly. Superior. The surrounding pirates gradually compressed the space, and Sabo clasped the water pipe tightly and watched. Suddenly a wooden barrel rolled from a height, shattered after disrupting the camp, and Ace and Luffy jumped out of it. Ace, Luffy. Sabo breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't deal with more than 30 pirates, and Ace and Luffy might have a little chance of winning. Sabo, are you okay? Fine. The three of them clenched the water pipe back to back and looked around in a triangular shape. As long as the three of us work together, we don't have to be afraid of these guys. Not only was Ace not afraid, he also had an eager expression on his face. We even defeated the big tiger of Mount Gorbo. Luffy wears a straw hat, and is also not afraid, looking at all the pirates with a horse grin. Tang didn't act rashly, but surrounded with a long knife. Smelly kid. A pirate cursed, with anger in his eyes. If you want a quick decision, you must quickly kill the captain. As soon as Ace's words were over, the three rushed towards Bursum, and they had a tacit understanding. Bursum didn't move much, he just pulled out the fire pistol from his waist and shot Ace at it, but it failed. It was this shot that stopped the Ace trio. Little ghosts, just stay still. Huh, that thing is useless at all, Luffy, Sabo. Ace snorted and rushed towards Bursum quickly. At the same time Sabo and Luffy circled around. But the three of them forgot that there were more than 30 pirates around. Bang! Bang! There was a scuffle, and 5 or 6 pirates fell all at once. Tang and Fong followed in slow motion. I have to say that the Ace trio were so powerful that even with the threat of Bursum's fire pistol, they killed many pirates. But in the end he was caught. The three were held immobile by the pirates. It seems to have just caught up. Just as Tangan was preparing to do it, more than 30 security troops in uniforms with muskets appeared in the distance, headed by Sabo's father, Outlook 3. Father! Sabo's face changed when the two pirates grabbed his arms. Ace and Luffy, who had been struggling, were also stunned. It didn't hurt his hair. Bursum smiled, beckoned the two pirates and escorted Sabo in front of him. These two guys led Sabo into the evil road. Alteruk 3 only glanced at Sabo, then looked at Ace and Luffy. Return Sabo to us. Luffy clenched his fists, very angry. I don't understand what it means to give it back to you. Sabo is my child. You instigated him to run away from home. Are you focusing on the wealth of our family? Outlook 3 was condescending, with disgust in his eyes. What are you a whole talking about? Ace gritted his teeth. Kill them. Alteruk 3 looked at Ace and Luffy like trash. Father, I am willing. Puff. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh and blood, a long slit knife penetrated Ace's heart from the back of the heart. Hot blood dripped from his mouth, and Ace's body shook. He looked down at the blood-stained knife tip, his complexion sullen with pain. Ace. Ace. Luffy's pupils dilated and struggling. Sabo's head is even blank. Even the pirates, Bursum, and Outlook 3 who were pressing Ace were taken aback, and they all looked at Tangan in amazement. Tangan started his hand as soon as Alteruk II's words were finished, without even a slight pause. Damn it, let me go, Ace. Luffy wailed loudly. What are you doing? The pirate who controlled Ace let go, and Tangan also took the opportunity to draw a long knife. He rushed to the heart with this knife, and there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Didn't the nobleman say to kill them? Tangan glanced at Ace in a pool of blood, his face was quickly turning white, and his breathing was weak. Anyway, he listened to the order of Autoluke 3, and when the time came to be held accountable, the other party occupied the bulk, which was considered a backstop. Luffy, Sabo. Consciousness began to disappear, and Ace's face was completely unwilling. He has not yet gone to sea, has not realized his dream. Wow, wow. Ace. Luffy was about to collapse, watching Ace, who slowly closed his eyes, tried to break free, but the pirate behind him firmly pressed him to the ground and couldn't move. At the same time Tangan also came to Luffy's side. Simply neat is to nail Luffy to the ground with a single knife. What? Luffy screamed, his chest quickly stained with blood and wet the ground. No, Luffy. Sabo's eyes are cracked, struggling desperately. Sabo, Ace. Luffy slowly stopped wailing, fear and tears on his face. Never mind. Outlook 3 has no interest in staying in this dirty place. As the security forces took over Sabo, they turned and left the scene. Let go of me, Ace. Luffy. The heart-piercing roar gradually faded away, and Tangan pulled out a long knife and his eyes flickered. A son of destiny, an important supporting role, I believe that good things can be drawn. If possible, he still wants to kill Sabo, but unfortunately there is no chance. Next, I have to find a way to leave the Goya Kingdom and avoid the Revolutionary Army and Garp from hunting down in the future. Thinking of Tangan, his back felt cold. But he will do it again. Well done. Bursum was very satisfied with Tangan's approach, and also very satisfied with the appearance of Outlook 3, after all, he received a lot of money from the other party. And he has reached an agreement with the king, as long as he burns the uncertainty terminal, he can become the nobleman of the Goya kingdom, and he can befriend Altaruk III at that time. As for the death of the two little ghosts, he didn't care at all. Not long after everyone left, a gust of wind suddenly blew up at the terminal of uncertainty, and beside the bodies of Ace and Luffy, a figure in a cloak appeared. When I saw Luffy in a pool of blood, a horrible aura quickly spread across the Goa kingdom centered on the uncertainty terminal. The sky that was originally clear and clear, black clouds rolled in an instant, and thunders fell like a dense world. Whether it was the gangsters in Duanzhen or Zhongzin Street, or the animals of Mount Goerbo, all their eyes fell to the ground with white eyes. Tangan and his party who had just arrived on the pirate ship, Bursum had just finished holding a banquet in the evening, and when many pirates cheered, a breath of terror radiated. Everyone was shocked and fell to the ground unconscious. Tangan only felt a pain in his head, and couldn't help kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely, his face full of horror. However, the life of the previous life and cancer forged Tangan's tenacious will, and coupled with the fact that this place was far enough away from the terminal of uncertainty, Tangan forcibly survived. Now he has only one idea to leave the Goa kingdom. The bodies of Ace and Luffy may now be found, and this might be conquerors. Moreover, at this time in the original book, the dragon is in East Blue. It could also be Garp. In short, the Goa kingdom is not safe anymore. When the suspected conqueror's power passed, Tangan was sweating profusely as if he had been fished out of the water. He shook his head and looked at the unconscious Bursum and the pirates around him. He looked ruthlessly holding a long knife and started. He needs this ship under his feet, so these pirates have to die. Quickly kill all the pirates and leave the ship, Tangan only let go of the helmsman. After forcibly waking the opponent, the pirate ship started to leave the coast under the threat of a pistol. Chapter 7. It is indeed a bit like you. As the kingdom of Goya became smaller and smaller, Tangan leaned on the rail, holding a Type 92 pistol, and from time to time warned Raphael of the rudder. Observing in Tangan for these 2 or 3 days, Raphael is a timid person. And the physique is not that strong, but compared with Tangan's thin body of 169 meters, it is still a strong type. Although he knew that the other party was timid, Tangan still did not relax his vigilance. He will not despise anyone, especially in this sick world. Until now, Tangan has time to watch waste cheats. I don't know when a line of explanation appeared above. Successfully hunted Protagonists, an important supporting role in One Piece world, and rewarded the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances, and the lucky value is +1. Yep. After reading the instructions on the light curtain, Tangan frowned slightly. After watching it a few more times, when it was determined that only the important supporting actor Ace was killed, Tangan's face was completely broken. What about Monkey D. Luffy? Isn't it dead? Or is the waste cheat deliberately concealed and not reported? Tangan is very sure that whether it is Ace or Luffy, he stabbed the heart. Is it that Luffy is relatively young and does not develop as fast as Ace? So the heart is not that big? Offset a little bit? Or is it because of the rubber body? Grass. Tangan looked ugly, and now he went back to mending the knife and lit the light in the toilet to look for death. The duck that reached its beak actually flew. If you were wary of making a cut, you will not miss it now. This gave Tangan a wake-up call, and he must have a few more stabs next time. Depending on the situation, reward the number of dice. Protagonists Ace is a crucial supporting role. How can it be awarded 3 times? What data are used to calculate? There are also rewards depending on the situation. What is the basis for this depending on the situation? Tangan's question was not answered. This means that if the waste cheat is operated in the dark, he does not know. This dog stuff. All of a sudden, Tangan's mood fell to the extreme, and Tang An began to throw dice. The dice with the big fist began to jump up and down, and finally stopped under Tang An's silent remark. The points are 2 points. The model plane started to take off and finally jumped to the second space. Do you use lucky points? A line of narration appeared on the light curtain. Yep. Is this lucky value +1 a one-time consumable? Can only be added once? No. Forcibly resisting the worse mood, Tang An didn't use it. He felt that the number 2 would not bring him good luck. It's just an intuition. The familiar light flooded the entire light curtain, and things came out when it disappeared. Tang An was excited at this moment. Elementary military combat skills, whether to learn. A book is suspended on a blank grid, and above it is a few large characters of elementary military combat skills. Skill things. This waste sheet doesn't seem to be simple, it seems that there are all kinds of messy things. Learn. When Tang An didn't pay attention, his body began to feel like a goat. With the last shiver, some materials and techniques about military fighting techniques appeared in his mind. It is a fighting technique that specializes in killing people. The place to attack is either the eyes, the throat, or the lower body. It is only for one purpose, to make the enemy lose resistance or kill it directly. It also contains some physical training methods. This is what Tang An needs most at the moment. Finally, there is something good. Tang An was a little excited and couldn't help looking at Raphael. He now has at least 10 ways to make the other party feel unhappy. However, the elementary military fighting technique is a bit interesting, especially the word junior. Don't guess what intermediate and special grades are there. In addition, this skill does not come to pass, which means that Tang An has only acquired the knowledge and force skills, and if he wants to use it proficiently, he has to train it bit by bit. The original excitement suddenly cooled down. This is tantamount to a secret book, and you still need to practice it yourself, not directly. Grass. Damn thing. Throw the dice. Suppressing the heat in his heart, Tang An began to throw the dice for the second time. Good luck this time, the dice freezes at 6 o'clock. Wait, although the number 6 is very auspicious, but looking back at 6 o'clock last time, it was sexy, the dealer, online, handling. Tang An's lips trembled, and his mood became impetuous. Whether to use lucky value. The selection reappears. Tang An hesitated and chose to use it. Random traverse +1, whether to traverse. Note, you can travel through other worlds at any time, please use it with caution. Tang An was not as excited as he imagined, but frowned, and thought. Judging from the word crossing, he accidentally won the jackpot. But he doesn't want to cross now, because there are so many things he wants in Pirate World. Such as Devil Fruit, Conqueror's Haki, and so on. There are also goals such as the Sun of Destiny and crossing the village. The world also has a better chance of curing his cancer. In addition, this explanation needs to be analyzed carefully, and the waste sheet actually made him use it with caution. Random travel, obviously it is possible to travel to the world of monsters and ghosts, or the ordinary world. But whether it is the former or the latter, it is not as cost-effective as the current pirate world. If it's the former world, I don't have the slightest strength to protect myself. Although the latter is safe, there are obviously very few opportunities to become stronger. In this life, he wants the master's own destiny, and he must not live so miserably like the previous life. It is undoubtedly the best to stay in the pirate world, because there are many ways to become stronger. But even the crossing can be extracted, this waste sheet is really powerful. Obviously, this lucky value also played a lot of reuse. Unfortunately, it is a one-time consumable. One more chance. Arranging the option of random crossing aside, Tang An threw the dice again. There are 3 on the front of the dice, and the model airplane rumbling by. It is still a familiar light. East. Hot. Yacht. State. Electricity. Film. Have. Horse. 1. Department. Whether to watch. Tang took a deep breath. Although he was prepared, his heart was still very complicated, and then he was angry. There is a horse? Even without a horse, he would not be so angry. The most important thing is that he sold 60 ml. Deceive people too much. Closing the light curtain, Tang sat on the deck and tried to calm himself down. After calming down for almost 3 minutes, he walked into the cabin. On the other side, on the back of Goerbo Mountain in Goya Kingdom, a ship with a dragon's head docked here. Dragon, you are out of danger. Where did you bring this child back from? In the cabin, Ivankov wore an unusually large dark purple explosive head, painted light blue eyeshadow and purple lip gloss, and was also wearing mesh stockings, a cloak, and a tight, ultra-low-cut jumpsuit. Full of pervert. His name is Monkey D. Luffy, my son. Looking at Luffy, who was sleeping on the boat, Long's eyes were a little scary. If the knife edge is a little bit more, Luffy will be dead by the time he arrives. Even Ivankov's healing hormone and Bear's yin healing bullets are useless. What? Dragon's son? Many people in the cabin were taken aback. It sounds a bit like you. Ivankov pinched his wide chin. Then who is this kid? Several people looked at the next bed, and there was also a child lying on it, but it was a pity that it was already dead. The dragon didn't speak, just thoughtful. Luffy, I can save it, I have to jump 2 chapters. Chapter 8 Screening Devil Fruit. Dawn breaks, and the rising sun is like a pair of big hands calming a trace of coolness. On the magnificent sea, a big ship without flags is drifting with the wind. Tang stood on the bow of the ship and moved his body. He should have left the kingdom of Goya now. Although the old dangers are initially avoided, new dangers will follow one after another. If he goes out to sea like this, he will be killed or enslaved by pirates at any time. But compared to the situation in the Goa kingdom, this danger is obviously much smaller. Fortunately, this is East Blue, not Grand Line or New World. If it were Grand Line and New World, it might have been buried under the sea. Looking at the vast uncultivated sea, Tang already had a new plan. First of all, we have to find a way to cure the cancer. Devil fruit is a very good way. But if you want to rely on devil fruit, there are only a few of the known devil fruits. The first is the healing fruit of Dressrosa's villain princess. Counting time, it shouldn't be eaten yet. The other is EPUB fruit. There may be no chance now. There is also the phoenix fruit of the Phoenix Marco, the captain of Whitebeard's second squad. No need to think about it. These 3 fruits are most likely to cure his cancer. In addition, other devil fruits seem to work, such as some special paramecia. For example, paramecia quick cut fruit, eating this devil fruit body will become a blade man. There are also spring fruits, which become spring people. This kind of devil fruit is similar to a superhuman body. It can turn its body into a special substance or object, and the body becomes a knife or spring. This cancer should be cured. It can't be said that cancer still has an effect on blades or springs. These things are not flesh and blood. And there are many devil fruits similar to the superhuman body. No matter how bad, there is logia. For example, sparkling fruit, thunder fruit, and lava fruit, the body can all become elements, so normal illnesses shouldn't work either. Tang thought about it last night, and the most sure thing is the healing fruit. Other devil fruit is only possible, after all, it has not been confirmed. However, it is not easy to get the healing fruits. He wanted to cross the first half of the Grand Line to the New World alone, without thinking about it, knowing that it was impossible, and he would die on the road at any time. The best way is to be attached to some powerful pirate groups or merchant ships, and the safest one should be marine. But these are not insured. The safest way is that he must become stronger. As long as one point is stronger, he is less dangerous. The most important thing is that there are traversers in this world. Maybe some plots have changed. Devil fruit, which was supposed to be there, may not be there anymore. There must be this butterfly effect. I just don't know whether the scope is large or small. If it is smaller, it doesn't matter, it's just around the traveler fellow. If the scope is large, it is very likely that the plot of the whole world has been messed up. For example, if he stabbed Ace to death, there will be wars in the future? So after thinking about it, I have to rely on waste cheat. Although the waste cheat is a bit unreliable, the sweetness of stabbing Ace this time makes Tang and worth a bet. What if you get a cure for cancer next time? Or is it a skill that can be extracted from the sky? It only takes one thing to change his current situation. And East Blue has 4 chances. Rorano Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Vinsmoke Sanji. That's right, Tang and focused on these 4 people. Now that these 4 guys are still kids, it's a good time to start. Even if these 4 are not the protagonists, they must be half of the protagonists. No matter how bad they are also very important supporting roles. As long as he kills all of them, he can get at least 4 chances to throw the dice, which is not considered an extra number depending on the situation. Good luck also has a lucky value bonus. These are worthy of Tang An's gamble. It's not easy to live. Looking at the endless sea, Tang An looked cold and stern. He actually likes the Straw Hat Pirates, but he wants to survive. Life and love, choose one, everyone knows how to choose. Not only were the 4 of Nami being targeted, Tang An also targeted Robin, Chopper, and others. In short, all the Straw Hat Pirates were in this range. How I liked it once, how cruel now it is. It's almost the same as talking about a vigorous genocidal love, and there is a price to pay. If you love her, you must kill her whole family. However, East Blue is a bit big, it is still a bit troublesome to find the island where the 4 Nami are located, the main route is unknown. The best way is to ask on the next island, you should get very important news. After confirming the goal, Tang An woke up Raphael. The 2 happily settled their breakfast. The food and water stored in the pirate ship were enough for them to eat for a month. Tang An did not believe that he would not see an island or encounter a ship for a month. After breakfast, Tang An began to study military fighting skills. This is a life-saving thing. Tang An remembered that this is chi. The cheats of other people's cheats are all direct magical skills, and he is just a cheat book and needs to be practiced from scratch. There is no experience progress bar like playing games, and I don't even know the level of practice. The only thing that is still considered an advantage is that he has it in his mind how to practice, which is equivalent to a step-by-step process. Only one stage needs to be completed every day, and the later effects can be achieved naturally. Start with push UPS. According to the method of military fighting technique, the tall buildings stand on the ground. Without a strong physique, no matter how powerful magic skills are, it is useless. Moreover, Tang An Chuan is still wearing it. He communicated with Arima Movie last night, and it was determined that it was his former body. The size is the same. The only peculiar thing is his cancer. It stands to reason that cancer will drag him down, but when he comes to this world, his face becomes paler and his spirit looks a little more decadent. From time to time, his whole body seems to have been stabbed several times, and his breathing stops in pain. But usually the body is normal, and there is no fatigue, nausea, or dizziness. How does it look like a cancer patient in normal times? Only in the dead of night, the pain made Tang An sober, and he would die at any time. He has died once, and he will never die a second time. Especially when he can rewrite his destiny, he wants Master's own destiny. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk without knowing it. On this day, there were no ships and no islands. It's just wandering around in the sea. Fortunately, Tang An is not boring. He spends most of his time doing push UPS, sit UPS, leapfrog training, etc. to increase his physical fitness. There are also studies on attacks in military combat techniques and so on. In short, I had a very fulfilling life. Tangan is full, but there is a depressive atmosphere in the windmill village of the Goya Kingdom. A warship docked on the coast. Garp disembarked from the ship wearing the Marine Justice coat, looking a little bit dusty, as if he had just come off the battlefield. His face was gloomy at the moment, and his whole body smelled of iron and blood, which couldn't help being frightening. He was still in New World half a day ago, but a phone call directly made him abandon the mission, and returned here in Sengoku's yelling. Still at the fastest speed. Chapter 9. I have lost hope for the future. Goerbo Mountain, a gathering place for bandits named Dotton's family. The sky was gloomy and drizzle, and the wooden house in the middle was brightly lit. The bandits, headed by Dadan, sat against the wall with their faces decadent. Ace's corpse was placed on the most central floor. Luffy was sleeping in the room, and his life was not in danger. Some bandits even howled and cried. To them, Ace is like their own child, but Ace, who was alive and kicking and often annoyed them, is dead. Dadan seemed to have lost his soul, tears still hung on his face, and his eyes looked a little dull. Boom! The door was kicked open, and Garp strode in. When he saw Ace on the ground losing his breath, his expression of suspicion began to tremble and pale. He squatted down without saying a word, and when he was really sure that Ace was dead, tears began to flow out of his eyes. Ace. Garp, who once chased Gold Roger around the world and fought with powerful pirates such as Rocks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lonely Red, has never been afraid. Now he is afraid. We didn't take care of it. Dadan knelt on the ground, he was no less sad than Garp. Who did it? Garp's eyes were bloodshot, his complexion gradually becoming sultry. The Bursum pirates, but they have now been killed. To be more specific, it was ordered by the nobleman of the Goya Kingdom, Otluk III. A pirate named Tangan in the Bursum pirates used the hands. I have now escaped from the Goa Kingdom. Long walked out of the back room, standing in front of Garp, looking complicated. Why are you here? Garp's face sank. If it weren't for me, Luffy would be dead, maybe I should take Luffy away. Long was indeed thinking about whether to take Luffy away. In the past, he wanted to put Luffy on Garp because he had other things to do, such as the Revolutionary Army. But now he hesitated. Garp didn't speak with a sullen face because he didn't know what to say. I was surprised that this little guy turned out to be Gold Roger's child. I don't know what you think. Sitting in front of Garp, Longpan clearly knew Ace's identity. Garp still didn't speak, but stood up and prepared to leave. The nobleman who gave the order is Sabo's father, and Sabo is the brother of Luffy and Ace, but the pirate named Tangan is still alive. Long had already investigated everything clearly. He knows that Garp is now in anger, and it is very likely that he will go to destroy Alteruk III. If the kingdom of Goya prevents it, he may be killed. If the old man must do it, no one can stop it. Ace. Luffy. Short breaths came from the door, and a flash of lightning struck down outside, illuminating Sabo's embarrassed figure with swollen nose and dirt. When I saw Ace on the ground, tears kept pouring out of my eyes. Ace. It's all my fault, you wouldn't die without me. Kneeling beside Ace, Sabo's eyes are empty and blamed. It's all because of him, he killed Ace and Luffy. Ace. Luffy, wait for me, I'll be here soon. Touching the tears on his face, Sabo took a dagger from his arms and pierced it into the heart without hesitation. He can't live anymore. A big hand struck like lightning, grabbing Sabo's hand and forcibly stopping it. Luffy is still alive. Long could see that the child in front of him was begging for death in his Hine, and had lost hope for the future. Sabo's face freezes, and his pupils, which were originally dull and lifeless, suddenly light up. It was like a flame in the dark slowly illuminating Sabo's heart full of self-blame and pain. Luffy is still alive. Luffy is still alive. Sabo let go of the dagger and clutched the dragon's wrist tightly, fearing that it was a lie. Really, really. In the room inside. Long pointed his finger at the inner room, and Sabo rushed in the next moment. Luffy! Sabo cried with joy when he saw that Luffy was indeed breathing. His guilt was reduced by half. Hearing howling and crying in the back room, Garp looked complicated. They are brothers. Long looked at Garp, meaning something. About 10 minutes later, Sabo came out of the back room. Luffy him. Sleep for 2 days and it's alright. As soon as Long finished speaking, Sabo knelt in front of Garp, choking with a heavy hammer on his forehead. It's all my fault, please kill me. Garp was condescending, watching Sabo, who was trembling constantly, calmed down. This is not your fault. Garp seemed to be a few years old, unable to sit on the floor looking at Ace's corpse in a daze. Sorry. Sabo kept his posture and didn't move. You don't have to suffer less from anyone, Ace is your brother, at least Luffy is still alive. Long forcibly pulled Sabo up, his expression serious. The rain has been falling outside, and it is getting heavier. West Robe Village, a small island in East Blue, is almost isolated from the world. It's as peaceful as Windmill Village. But in such a small village, there are 2 strong characters. Usopp, the sniper of Red Hair Pirates, the future 4 Emperor's force. And his son, who may be a sniper on the One Piece ship in the future. It's just that he's still a 7-year-old kid who loves to lie. On the west coast, a large ship slowly approached from the sea level, and finally stopped. Finally there is an island. Standing on the beach, Tangan looked at the hillside in front of him and was a little excited, to be honest. He has been drifting on the sea for 2 days. This is the first island he has seen after leaving the kingdom of Goya. I hope this is not an island. Let's go. Greeting to Raphael, Tangan took the lead to climb the hillside, already holding the Type 92 pistol in his hand. Raphael followed behind him quietly. In the past 2 days, Tangan has often practiced with him, and his body is still purple and blue. The 2 climbed up the hill to enter the jungle, and did not see any artificial traces. To be honest, Tang Angzan was a little cold. He is holding this island and it is very likely that it is the target island, even if it is not the island of Nami and others, at least it must be human. Otherwise, it would be a trip for nothing. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Tangan was delighted when a path appeared in front of him. After walking along the path for a few minutes, a large field appeared, and some people were working in the field, and there were houses not far away. This is a village. Auntie, what is the name of this village? When he came to a vegetable garden, Tangan asked a middle-aged woman in plain clothes. Wearing a headscarf, the woman glanced up and down at Tangan and Raphael. It doesn't look dangerous, but it's still a bit wary. After all, these 2 people have never seen them before, and they are obviously outsiders. It may be a pirate. Who are you? We are in a small business, and we want to get some food when we pass this island. Tangan's face was pale, and it seemed that humans and animals were harmless and did not have the slightest sense of threat. Just the 2 of you. The woman looked behind Tangan. There are 2 crew members on the merchant ship, and we will leave after buying some necessities. That's it? This is Silabu village. You can buy some necessities in the village along this road. Thank you, Auntie. Tangan tried to recall that he didn't have any impression of Shiluabu village. Maybe One Piece had forgotten the serialization for too long. Chapter 10 Headshot. Tangan, who had just walked a few steps, stopped again. Auntie, are there any people in your village called Zoro, Nami, Usopp? Tang did not report Sanji's name, because Sanji and Redfoot Jeep are now on an isolated island or a restaurant on the sea. I haven't heard of Zoro and Nami, you said, but we have one of Usopp, but that guy is just a child, and he loves to lie because his mother has passed away. Auntie, I have been rescued by Usopp. Can you tell me where Usopp lives? I promised Usopp would visit him if he had the opportunity in the future. Tang smiled softly. What a pleasant surprise. I said, how do you know Usopp? It turned out to be the man who abandoned his wife and son Usopp. You keep walking along this road, and at the third fork in the road, you will see a trail that goes up the mountain, and you will see a house after about 5 minutes of walking. Thank you, Auntie. Tang thanked again and turned and left. According to what the aunt said, Tang walked to the third fork in the road and followed the trail up the mountain. About 5 minutes later, he saw a dilapidated house. Poverty was revealed inside and out. Boom. Tang directly knocked on the door. Who are you? The crumbling door opened, and a 6 or 7-year-old kid stuck his head out. His long nose was very eye-catching. Your name is Usopp? Is your father Usopp? Tang smiled. Although he had guessed that this was Usopp, he still had to be sure. How do you know my father? Usopp's eyes glowed. The answer to Usopp is a black hole muzzle, accompanied by brain and blood. Usopp has fear in his eyes. Let's go. Tang didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Without even looking at Usopp, who was in a pool of blood, he turned around and walked back. Calling up the light curtain, the words killing the important supporting role Usopp have been displayed. Raphael trembled all over behind him, watching the brain and blood spilling across the room, and he didn't understand why Tang did it. Didn't he know each other's father? The two sides had no more than 4 sentences before they shot a headshot. Still a child? This cruelty is even more cruel than Bursum. You are so fast? Usopp is not at home. Passing the vegetable garden again, the woman was wiping sweat, and she was a little surprised to see Tang and Raphael come back. I have already seen it, thank you Aunt for showing the way. Tang still smiled, and left according to the same path after speaking. It's weird. Watching Tang and the two leave, the woman murmured, and then continued to be busy. It didn't take long for the pirate ship to sail again. It didn't take an hour to settle Usopp on the island to leave. The action is as straightforward as clouds and flowing water, and people don't say much about it. This is a cruel person with no emotions. Successfully hunted Usopp, one of the important supporting characters in One Piece world, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances and the lucky value +1. Looking at the instructions on the light curtain, there was no difference in killing poor Gas d'Ace, so the name was changed. Tang was already familiar with the road and began to throw dice. There are 3 dots on the front of the dice, and the model plane rumblingly jumped 3 spaces. Tang did not use the lucky value. The familiar light disappeared, and an object appeared before Tang's eyes, accompanied by instructions. A bottle of Lauganma expired. Explanation: Lauganma is made of peanuts, chili, pepper, rapeseed oil, garlic. Tang's face was very blue. He had nothing to say when he drew a bottle of Lauganma. After all, the metaphase cancer became the advanced cancer jade, but what does it mean to expire? Call. The heavy breathing gradually stabilized, and his heart became calm. Throwing the dice for the second time, the plane jumped 4 spaces. Tang frowned and still didn't use the lucky value. The familiar light disappeared, and Tang's breathing increased again. Sunflower collection. Explanation: if you want to practice magical skills, draw the sword from the palace. Any world has no barriers to read. Grass. Tang couldn't help it. Quickly enter the next link. The dice is thrown to 5, and the plane rumbling by. Whether to use lucky value. As the lucky value is used, the light flickers. Tang An's original iron complexion returned to normal all at once, still faintly excited. One of the 6 styles, shave. Explanation, one of the 6 types in one piece. Within an instant, 0.36 seconds, stepping on the ground at high speed for dozens of times produces explosive reaction force to move at high speed. Whether to study, learn. It's a skill-based reward again, or the shave in one piece 6 styles. Didn't Tang An know the power of the 6 forms? Especially the shave, whether it is offense or escape, it is first class. Practicing deep is no different from teleporting. The unusually familiar sheep frenzy began to twitch and shivered for the last time, and some knowledge and skills about shaving appeared in his mind. The excitement hormones gradually disappeared, and Tang An's complexion collapsed. Like the elementary military fighting technique, you still need to practice step by yourself, not directly. This dog cheat is as wasteful as ever. Not even a shortcut. Is it not good to have direct magical powers? Why do you have to live so hard? In the past 2 days, just practicing military fighting skills, doing various push UPS, sit UPS, etc., made Tang An half tired. Now I have to shave again, can I still rest? This is equivalent to the sweat and blood still there, and the only advantage is that the cheats are given. It seems that the master's fate is not that simple. Tang An was not scared. Compared to the previous life, even hard work is useless, at least in this life. As long as you work hard, you can get rewards. Tang An has even experienced suicide, and he is afraid of bleeding and sweating. Looking at the light curtain, Tang An arranged everything. He has thrown dice 10 times so far. A Type 92 pistol, 10 rounds, 1 has now been used up. The middle stage of the cancer becomes the advanced stage. 60 ml, sold for 110,000 berry. Online licensing advertising. Skill type, elementary military fighting technique. Random crossing +1. There is a horse. A bottle of Lauganma expired. Skill type, a cheat book of sunflower collection. Skill type, 6 style shave. In general, there are good and bad, and I can't figure out the routine of this waste cheat. It seems that there is everything in those blank grids, whether it is expected or unexpected. If you only get to throw the dice once in a natural month, it is estimated that you will not be able to reach the peak of life until you die. After all, the chance of getting a good thing is too low. Only by completing the continuous mission, hunting down the Sons of Destiny, the Villain of Destiny, the Traverser, the Reincarnation, the Rebirth, the supporting role of the important person or the supporting role of the villain, will it be possible to reach the peak or become stronger. This is a shortcut. However, Tang An has seen a lot of cheats on conspiracy theories. Is this trash cheat safe? In fact, Tang An has tried many times. It's a pity that this waste cheat is like dead, like a flying chess game, simple and easy to understand. Regardless of whether there is danger or not, you must keep an eye on yourself. Maybe it's not a bad thing to practice those skills with blood and sweat bit by bit. If there is a problem with the waste cheat in the future, or if you leave, you won't be able to get rid of your wealth. Thinking about it this way, the previous bad luck seems to be gone. You can design some supporting roles such as reincarnation, transcendence, rebirth, etc., as well as various cheats. You can say in this chapter that you express your opinion, or in the book review, I will build a building. Both starting point and QQ reading. The other is the rewards and punishments that can be drawn from the pig's feet flying chess. You can talk about any mess. Chapter 11, A Real Man Never Looks Back. In response to the sea breeze, Tang An began to practice daily. But this time there is one more shave. Push UPS, sit UPS, leapfrogs, and 100 laps around the pirate ship. After completing all the basics of military fighting skills, and then hitting a set of military punches, Tang En was already half tired. I feel weak and my body is empty. After resting for half an hour, Tang Anqiang cheered up and began to practice shave. Compared with the basics of military fighting skills, shaving is also very simple. But it looks simple, but it is extremely troublesome to practice. Shaving, the force is entirely on the legs. If the method is wrong or does not meet the requirements, the forced practice may be disabled. Step on the foot more than 10 times in 0.36 seconds. Tang En stood on one foot and quickly stomped his right foot several times. The result was not ideal. It took almost a second for FK to go down. It seems that there is still a long way to go to successfully learn to shave. Tang En did not give up, and continued to practice according to the knowledge and skills in his head. Change your left foot if your right foot becomes soft, and you must learn how to shave. The next day, Tang En almost couldn't get out of bed. He didn't feel anything in his legs. He stood up and moved for a while before he recovered. Then continue to practice boring. First come with 50 push UPS, sit UPS and other basic exercises, and then start practicing shaving. Sweat is constantly swaying in the practice. 2 days passed. I encountered a merchant ship in these 2 days, and the two sides did not talk. On the 4th day, a restaurant on the sea appeared in Tang En's sight. Looking at the restaurant where many merchant ships and pirate ships docked in the distance, Tang En was naked and sweaty. Barty, the sea restaurant, have you missed Zoro and Nami? According to the order in which the members of the Straw Hat Pirates board the ship, Luffy will meet Zoro first, then Nami, then Usopp, and finally Sanji. Zoro is okay, now I should learn swordsmanship in the Koshiro Sword Hall. This is a big boss, and it is obviously unrealistic to kill Zoro in front of this big boss. Moreover, the dragon may appear in the Sword Hall at any time. If the dragon already knew that he almost stabbed Luffy to death, wouldn't it be the sheep falling out of the tiger's mouth? This possibility is not without it. So killing Zoro is the most difficult, followed by Sanji. The degree of difficulty is not small, and there is a big guy behind him, at least for Tang En. Redfoot Jeep is the big guy. I can't afford it at all. Considering that the opponent easily kicks the rock and leaves footprints on the steel plate, Tang En may not be able to withstand a single kick. In the end, the best kills are Usopp and Nami. Usopp has been headshot by himself, and Nami is now also missing. I don't know if Arlong is in Orange Town now. Tang En is not very clear about the specific timeline of One Piece, so he can only remember some. Looking at the approaching restaurant on the sea, Tang En thoughtfully. Now that I have been here, there is no reason to pass by. Now that his strength is too weak, he will undoubtedly look for death if he continues to wander on the sea. If he has not encountered a pirate in the past few days, he is already burning high incense. Maybe I should stay here for a while. At least you have to practice shave successfully. Only in this way can you have a little self-protection. When the time comes to solve Zoro or Nami, the success rate will undoubtedly be much higher. The only uncertainty is that the cancer is at an advanced stage, and I don't know when it will take his life. However, it feels like it should be no problem to last for 3 or 4 months. If you change to a normal late-stage cancer, it is absolutely impossible to train every day like Tang En. If it hadn't been for the body twitching and strangling from time to time, Tang En would doubt whether he was in the terminal stage of cancer. Just do as he thinks. Tang En has never been indecisive. But just in case, one more thing needs to be done. Tang En looked at Raphael next to him. Since he chose to stay in the sea restaurant for a while, Raphael was useless. Raphael knew about the Goya Kingdom, and Tang En didn't want to leave a tail. If he reveals his identity because of Raphael, there must be unexpected troubles behind him. Even if there is no trouble, or I have thought about it too much. But in this morbid world, caution can make him live longer. Raphael, follow me to move the wine and burning objects in the storage room. Tang An turned and walked towards the cabin. Why are you moving these things? Raphael was a little confused. Burn this ship? Tang An didn't hide his thoughts either. It's better to burn this pirate ship if you think about it. What if the Revolutionary Army finds it along the way? What? Raphael was even more confused. Let you move as soon as you move. Tang An's eyes widened, his tone aggravated a lot. Raphael stopped talking, and began to spill the wine or gasoline in the cabin with Tang An. After everything was done, Tang An and Raphael stood panting on the cabin corridor, with 2 packages at their feet, which were full of gold and silver treasures or baileys. These are the wealth of the original Bursum. But it's Tang An's now. The money is enough for him to spend a year in the restaurant on the sea. Do you really want to burn it? Raphael looked down at the corridor, unaware that Shinigami was behind. Boom. With a Type 92 pistol in his hand, Tang An kicked Raphael down the corridor with the splash of brain and scalp from the back of his head. Taking out the lighter and throwing it down the corridor, Tang An left without looking back, carrying 2 packages. With the raging fire spreading behind him, Tang An jumped off the pirate boat and landed on a small wooden boat that can only be sailed by paddling, and then moved further and further away from the pirate boat and closer to the restaurant on the sea. Real men never look back. There is a ship on fire there. At this moment in the sea restaurant, people naturally saw the pirate ship billowing flames, and Tang An with its oars swinging on the sea. In about 10 minutes, Tang An rowed the small wooden boat to the sea restaurant party. The entire restaurant on the sea looks like a giant ship, with fish-shaped bows on both ends of the ship, and the area is very large. In the entire East Blue, the sea restaurant party is the most famous. The entire restaurant on the sea follows the principle of absolutely no food wasted and has many fully armed combat chefs. This force cannot be underestimated. At least not many pirates in East Blue dare to make trouble on this. Welcome to Barty, a restaurant on the sea. As soon as the small wooden boat docked in the exclusive port, waiters in chef costumes were there to help. These waiters are not only cooks, but also part-time combat members to maintain the order of the restaurant on the sea. They were basically pirates, but were subdued by red-footed Zep. Help me put these 2 packages up. Tang An took out 10,000 baileys, which was considered a tip. No problem. Does the guest want to stay or eat? Arrange me the best room. The 2 went up the stairs one after another to the main deck. There were guests on the boat railing around, scanning with red wine. Please follow me. The waiter is carrying the package. Based on his years of experience, there are all treasures in it. This is a big customer. Under the leadership of the waiter, Tang An came to an area on the top floor. This room was also accompanied by a toilet, a balcony, and so on. It's just that the cost for a day is very expensive. According to the waiter, it takes 50,000 baileys a day for accommodation alone, not counting other expenses and so on. Now Tang An is not bad for money, so naturally he has to choose the best. Chapter 12. After settling in the room, Tang An locked the door and went to the lobby on the first floor. At this moment, many people were eating in the lobby. Elegant music was also played, and many successful people dressed in decent clothes, eating steaks with their female companions, and shaking the red wine were very pleasant. Even some pirates are extremely elegant in this atmosphere, but it is not known whether they are pretending or not. So the atmosphere is like that. At the same time, there are many waiters busy in the restaurant. Business is better than expected. What does this guest need? The waiter smiled as soon as he came down the stairs. If he doesn't have the scar on his face and is not a fierce brawny, just change to a sexy and enchanting beauty. Serve some of your signature dishes here. Under the leadership of the waiter, Tang An sat in a position by the window, and as long as he turned his head, he could see the sea outside. Do you need red wine? We have 1 to 10 servings here. For the next 5 years. Please wait. As the waiter left, Tang looked at the entire hall, which was extremely wide. Some talk about love, some whisper, and some eat and drink. Many pirates did not dare to cause trouble, and left after eating and paying. About 10 minutes later, an 8 or 9-year-old boy came to Tang with a plate of food. The blonde hair and curly eyebrows couldn't be more certain. Vinsmoke Sanji. Guests please use, we can't waste any food here. Although only 8 or 9 years old, Sanji already possesses the spirit of chivalry and chef. Pointing to the warning on the wall, it was a sign that no food should be wasted. He happily survived through isolated islands and cherished food exceptionally. Your name is Sanji. Tang Anqiang resisted drawing his spear, and did not call out Sanji's full name. He couldn't kill the opponent yet, at least until he was ready to retreat. Yes. Sanji's face was serious, and he nodded solemnly. Please advise me a lot in the future. Tang showed a gentle smile. Sanji didn't understand what Tang meant, so there was doubt on his face. I'm here to travel in East Blue. I heard that the food at Sea Restaurant Barty is very delicious, so I plan to stay for a month. Tang looked at the steak-like food on the dinner plate, picked up the knife and fork and started cutting. The manner is very inelegant, and he is still used to using chopsticks. It's a pity that there is no such thing, only knives and forks. Barty has the greatest chef in the world. You won't be disappointed. Please give me your advice in the next month. Sanji bends over, full of grace. A whole Sanji, I was lazy at work. There was a loud shout from the kitchen. Sanji, who was originally elegant and full of style, broke his skills in an instant and yelled at the kitchen, a whole old man, let the guests understand that each food is also the responsibility of the chef. Idiot Sanji, you are just an apprentice. Jeep poked his head out of the kitchen, wearing a chef's hat and holding a spatula in his hands, extremely furious. Idiot old man, one day I will throw you into the ocean. I said that I am no longer an apprentice, and this gentleman's food is mine. Sanji rolled his sleeves, like a furious bull, walking step by step to the kitchen and yelling at Zep. From time to time, there was the sound of pots and pans, as well as black spots that broke the news of the other party. Many regular customers in the hall have been familiar with it. Tang looked back and opened Shikai to decide the food in front of him. It should be some kind of sea fish, with smooth and delicate taste and just right taste. Hearing what Sanji said earlier, this food was made by him, but he didn't expect that the chef's talent had already begun to show. After solving the food, Tang began to wander around Barty, first to understand the surrounding environment. After shopping, Tang returned to the room and started practicing. In 1 month, he must practice shave successfully. At the same time, the physique is strengthened in accordance with the basic military fighting technique. Time flies, 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Tang tied sandbags with iron body to his feet and started jogging around Barty. Yo! Mr. Tang An. Mr. Patty. Mr. Tang early. Mr. Karn early. Barty said it was big, and it was not big and not big. In these 10 days, Tang had met these people for the first time. Is Mr. Tang practicing again? Sanji yawned and stood on the balcony, while Tang happened to pass by. Sanji, early. Tang waved his hand with a smile on his face, and then ran away. Mr. Zep. When passing by Jeep's residence, the other party was washing. Mr. Tang An. Jeep just nodded, not as enthusiastic as the others. After running around Barty for an hour, Tang returned to the room and started doing push UPS, sit UPS, and upward gravity. There are 300 of each type. The training ended at about 11 o'clock, and then took a 20-minute rest and jumped directly from the balcony, swimming in the rough sea for more than 20 minutes. Then go to the hall for cleaning and go to the hall to prepare for lunch. Practice shaving in the afternoon, and still spend half of the time training basic and shaving in the evening. This is the cycle for 10 days. Mr. Tangen, this is the latest dish I researched. As soon as he sat down by the window, Sanji brought new dishes on time. Oh? Then I have to taste it? Under Sanji's expectant gaze, Tangen began to taste it. How? How? Isn't it over the old BD? Sanji sat opposite Tangen, his face full of anxiety and expectation. Well, compared to other chefs, you have done well enough, but compared to Mr. Zepp, it is still a bit worse. Tangen told the truth, seeing Sanji look decadent, and continued, I believe you can surpass Mr. GP. I think so. Sanji, who was originally very negative, suddenly became confident. A whole Sanji, being lazy again. Daily curses come out of the kitchen. Damn it, old man, one day I will kick you to death. Sanji cursed and left his seat to enter the kitchen. After finishing lunch and greeting people he knew along the way, Tangen returned to the room and started to practice shaving. These 10 days have made significant progress. From the beginning, I stepped once in 0.36 seconds, and now it has been 4 times. For the 3 extra times, Tangen didn't know how much sweat he drew, and after each time he lost consciousness in his feet. Tangen originally thought that 1 month would be able to cultivate successfully, but according to this progress, let alone 1 month, even 2 months would be enough. As everyone knows, if it weren't for Tangen's basic practice of doing push-ups to strengthen his physique, coupled with the various knowledge and skills in his brain, it would be impossible for Tangen to pedal 4 times in 10 days. Shaving is more difficult than Tangen imagined. Boom! In an instant, Tangen stepped on 4 times in a row, but this time he found that he still had more power, and he reached 4.5 feet. After trying several times in a row, the corners of Tangen's mouth rose. The hard work and sweat that I put in is worth it? Today I broke through to 5 times. With a grim expression, Tangen began to practice boringly over and over again. The sunset was sinking, and as Tangen kept sweating, the sky had gradually dimmed. At the last moment, Tangen smiled because he managed to reach 5 times in 0.36 seconds. Now he is in a good mood, as if his exhaustion has disappeared, and his spirit is maintained in excitement. Chapter 13. What brand is this? It's been a month since I came to this world. The sun rises, and the sky is hovering in the morning. Tangen was lying on the sun lounger on the balcony, looking at the rootless sea and sky, calculating that it had been a month since he had traveled. This means Tangen can throw dice. Every natural month can get a chance to throw dice. When the light curtain was opened, it was still too crude to go on the table, plain and simple to understand. There is no user experience at all. The dice is very skilled in spinning and jumping, and finally freezes at 6 o'clock. The model plane was just like the real one, with booming effects, and stopped over 6 spaces. The dazzling light disappeared, and an object appeared in front of Tangen's eyes. 1 bottle of pervert spicy laxative and 1 bottle of antidote. Explanation: drugs that can increase intestinal water, promote peristalsis, soften stools, or lubricate the intestines to promote defecation. They are mainly used for functional constipation and are divided into bulkiness, irritation, lubricity, permeability, swelling, etc. This laxative is colorless and tasteless. 1 drop has the effect of making the daisy hot and tingling and hollowing out the body to lose all strength. Please take it carefully. Not angry. Tangen was not angry at all. People who don't wear clothes have seen too much, and they have become more calm. Grass. The more I think about it, the more upset it gets, this dog thing. This is the opportunity to wait in a natural month. A bottle of laxative? It doesn't matter if he gets this thing from constipation, but it doesn't matter. Also, What does pervert mean? Isn't it colorless and tasteless? One drop has the effect of making the daisy hot and tingling and hollowing out the body to lose all strength. Dare to love this pervert spicy is for daisies. Which brand is this? Caoni Ma. Tang An's pale face flushed abruptly with anger. Now he doesn't want to see this waste cheat. Leaving the room to start daily training, Tang An tried to calm his mood with practice. Shave, he can step on it 8 times now. This is a miracle. I don't know if I practice push UPS, sit UPS, and other basic military fighting skills every day, so that my physique has surpassed that of normal adults, so I am so fast. However, Tang An has a hunch that it is easy to step from 1 step to 8 times, but it may be difficult to successfully step 9 or 10 times. Just like the watershed, the difficulty will increase exponentially. But before Tang An walked out of the room, his body twitched and fell to the ground. The pale face was bloodless. At this moment, he was curled up like a ghost, as if all the intestines were mixed together and chopped with a knife. The pain of suffocation swept across the soul. Cancer broke out. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was as if he was fished out of the water, with sweat on the ground. The key is that the light curtain appears spontaneously, but it is no longer that simple and certain, but a bloody scarlet, and a countdown appears. 3 months and 7 days. Tang An curled up, gritting his teeth and holding back. The pain caused by this episode is far greater than the previous few times. It took 10 minutes for Tang An to disappear until he almost fainted. Lying on the ground sloping back and forth, his clothes soaked, Tang An looked at the ceiling and gasped. The dense blood streaks in the eyes have not disappeared, and the palms of the hands are bloodline Madara because the nails are deep in the flesh. The scarlet light curtain is right in front of you, and the 3 months and 7 days above are so dazzling. Any fool can see what this time is. He still has 3 months and 7 days. The appearance of this countdown to life disrupted Tang An's original plan. He can no longer waste time. You must find ways to hunt down the target to collect rewards, and then go to New World to find the fruits of healing. With a move of mind, the blood-red light curtain disappeared, and Tang An looked at the pervert laxative he had just drawn, and his eyes became fierce. Climbing up to take a bath, Tang An changed his clothes and continued to practice as usual. Mr. Tang An, early. Morning. Mr. Tang An, early. Sanji, get up so early today. Tang An looked at Sanji, still smiling and saying hello. Today I studied new dishes again and made them for Mr. Tang An at noon. Sanji was very excited. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Tang An beckoned and continued to run around Barty. Before I knew it, the sun was already in the middle of the sky. Tang An came to the window seat in the lobby on time, and Sanji also brought out new dishes on time. Dessert. Looking at the cake and dessert in front of him, Tang An looked at Sanji who was sitting opposite. Yes, as a chef, you must not only understand the characteristics of various ingredients, but also know how to combine them. This is what I recently studied. Sanji was serious. Then I will try it. Under Sanji's expectant and apprehensive gaze, Tang An began to taste it. How about it? Well, it's delicious. This is the most delicious dessert I have ever tasted. Sanji, you are a genius, and you will definitely be the world's #1 chef in the future. I know, Mr. Tang An has the foresight, unlike the old man GP, he is obviously jealous of my talent. Sanji jumped up, excited. Sanji, today is my birthday, can you teach me to make this dessert cake? Ah, is it Mr. Tang An's birthday today? Yes, this dessert cake of yours is the best gift I have ever received. During this time, everyone has taken great care of me. I want to take this opportunity to make a cake for myself, and also want to thank some Mr. Zepp and them. Mr. Tang An, wrap it around me. Sanji patted his chest. Then let's make a cake. To make that kind of 10-layer cake, don't tell Mr. Zepp about them yet, wait for a surprise for them in the evening. Tang An hissed. Yes. Sanji nodded quickly, and then the two sneaked into Sanji's small kitchen. A small kitchen that belongs to him alone. The new dishes that Sanji studied before were all born here. A whole Sanji, being lazy again. Jeep didn't see Sanji all afternoon, and couldn't help but yell at him. I saw Sanji and Tang An staying in the small kitchen all the time, as if they were studying something. Paddy was digging his nostrils while cooking. Yes. Jeep frowned slightly, thoughtfully. Tang An has been here for more than 20 days, something unusual. Although he couldn't see anything, Jeep remained vigilant. After all, he also came from intrigue and blood-licking, and he always maintained the vigilance he should have. Zihong at sunset, red clouds on the horizon meandering. Tang An and Sanji pushed the cart, on which a 10-story cake appeared delicate and beautiful in the hall. Both the waiter and the guests attracted attention. Mr. Tang An, Sanji, are you? Who has a birthday? Paddy and others emerged from the kitchen, and even Zepp was shocked. Today is my birthday. This is the cake I made together with Sanji. Thank you for your care during this time. Tang An smiled. It turned out to be Mr. Tang An's birthday. You should tell us in advance. No wonder you and Sanji have been in the small kitchen this afternoon, so they were making cakes. Happy birthday. This is Sanji's latest dessert cake. Everyone will try it. But the shape is my design. With a burst of birthday songs and blessings, the atmosphere in the whole hall was lively. After making a wish, Tang An began to divide the cake. Everyone had it. Chapter 14, A Qualified and Excellent Villain. Mr. Zepp. Thanks. Jeep took the cake and did not eat it. Tang An kept smiling, and cut a piece for himself, then touched Sanji and started eating. Tang An only saw Jeep eat a spoonful of cakes about the size of a bowl. Really vigilant. However, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves will always die on the beach. Tang An had already taken the antidote before this. And this pervert spicy laxative, it only takes 1 drop to hollow out the body and lose all energy. In order to be foolproof, Tang An poured the entire bottle of laxative into it when Sanji was not paying attention. This laxative is as colorless and tasteless as water. It is about 500 ml, and there are at least 2 drops in the spoon of Zepp. The point is that Jeep has finished eating. Hey wait. Go to the toilet. Slowly, someone couldn't stand it anymore, and ran towards the toilet with their hips covered. Puff. A foul smell suddenly floated across the hall, the original noisy and boiling atmosphere disappeared instantly, and all eyes were on a waiter. Puff, puff. It was simply impossible to resist, it was like a fuse being ignited, and a series of firecrackers sounded one after another. Suddenly there was a disgusting smell in the air. What happened? Pei Dai fell to the ground, there was already a lot of yellow mud in his crotch, and the daisies seemed to be roasted on a fire. The hot and sour feeling made him unbearable. The most important thing is that there is no strength in the body, and it feels empty. Patty. Karn, what's the matter with everyone? Sanji's face was blue and purple, and he forced himself not to faint, because the smell was too irritating. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly hugged his stomach and fell to the ground. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. The cake is poisonous. Jeep also fell to the ground and looked at Tang An. Because Tang An was the only one standing in the audience. Slowly put down the Huxia dinner plate, Tang An blocked his nostrils with a tissue, and a Type 92 pistol appeared in his right hand. Tang, Mr. Tang An. Sanji's voice was shaking. Boom. Tang An's face was calm and silent, and he shot Jeep. He wanted to deal with the man who threatened the most. Facing Tang An's shooting, Jeep moved forcibly even if he couldn't get any strength, so that the bullet hit his shoulder. Damn it! An aura spread from Jeep, like a beast. Tang An didn't come close. He was afraid that the pervert laxative would not achieve the expected effect. In case this old guy violent, he only needs one move to finish it. Bang! 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 3 shots fired in a row, all of which were aimed at Jeep's vitals. Head chef. Old man. Sanji and the others were splitting their eyes, looking at the blood holes that appeared on Jeep's forehead and face, struggling one after another. Tang An can now approach with confidence. What happened to Luffy gave him a sting to gain wisdom, and the 5th shot was close at hand and fired at Zepp's head. Blood and brain pulp spurted out, splashing Tang An's hand. Jeep has no chance of surviving. Why? Sanji was not afraid, but rather angry. Looking at Tang An, who walked in front of him with a pistol against his forehead. He was questioning. Boom. The answer to Sanji was a gunshot. Consciousness was gradually disappearing, and Tang An's calm face began to blur. Why? This is the most delicious dessert I have ever tasted. Sanji, you are a genius, and you will definitely be the world's #1 chef in the future. Why did Mr. Tang An, who said this sentence, kill him? Boom. Tang An made another shot, completely smashing the back of Sanji's head. Only 1 of 10 bullets remains at this moment. After killing Jeep and Sanji, Tang An picked up the cake cutter on the cake and walked towards the others with a blank face. Destroying the roots without leaving the slightest trace has always been Tang An's rule of survival. A few minutes later, the whole hall was filled with blood and stench, and Tang An hadn't said a word from the beginning to now. He has seen a lot of movie novels, and knows that countless villains are defeated by a lot of words, and finally killed by the protagonist. He would not make such a low-level mistake. Kill the protagonist first, and wave whatever you want. Isn't that good? It just wants to die. 10 minutes later, a purchasing boat left Barty. This is the boat used to purchase supplies from the restaurant on the sea. Tang An moved in some treasures and food, and then left after looking at a chart. These are all masterpieces of Tang An during this time, and he has figured out the chart routes of the surrounding islands and the driving of the material boats to Karn, Padai and others. If these retreats had not been prepared, Tang An would not have started so soon. Barty ignited a raging fire behind him, and it may not be long before he sinks to the bottom of the sea. Murder and arson leave no trace, never verbose, never look back, simply and neat. This is a qualified and excellent villain. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, Tang An opened the light curtain. Successfully hunted Vinsmoke Sanji, one of the important supporting characters in One Piece world, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances, and the lucky value is +1. Looking at this narration, Tang An showed disdain. It is exactly the same as the previous 2 times, that is, the name has been changed. This depends on the situation to reward the dice, obviously a fixed 3 chances. Play word games. In addition, Jeep is also a supporting role anyway. There was not even a splash of water. It is simply humiliating Jeep. Isn't the dragon sleeve human? What's more, it's a small supporting role that affects the life of an important supporting role. The fist-sized dice began to spin and jump, and the number of points was 2. Tang An did not use the lucky value. The model plane flew by with a rumble, the dazzling light disappeared, and an object appeared in Tang An's eyes. A bottle of Ymir's blood vessel. Explanation: drinking it will get half blood of the giant ancestor Ymir, Eldia, no side effects. Attacking giant? Half of Ymir's blood? Looking at the medicine in his hand, Tang An frowned. The attacking giant, he knows, was hegemony in a 404. If it is in the world of attacking giants, this potion is very important. He can drink this medicine and inject the spinal cord of the brainless giant, and then become a brainless giant to eat one of the 9 great wisdom giants, and then he can become a brainless giant. Maybe he can live another 13 years to become a wise giant. But now is the pirate world, this potion has a fart. Continue to throw the dice, the model plane flew 3 spaces. Tang En still didn't use the lucky value. A black stretch boxer briefs. Explanation: the male fig leaf is stubborn at the end. It has super elasticity and air permeability. It is based on, it can be automatically repaired and replaced with one button. There is one last chance. Tang En directly threw the dice to divert his attention, seeing the pants he was afraid of losing control. Go to FK's fig leaf, and finally stubborn, throw your nut. The dice freezes at 6 o'clock. The plane rumbling past, this time Tang En used the lucky value. The dazzling light disappeared. Looking at the objects in front of him, Tang En's gloomy face gradually disappeared a bit. One fairy bean. Explanation: one of the magical foods in the 7 Dragon Balls, one pill cannot be hungry for 10 days, can repair broken limbs, can restore physical strength and energy in the shortest time, nearly instant, in extreme fatigue, and adjust the body to the best state. It's not effective against disease. There is no doubt that this fairy bean is equivalent to a life, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is invaluable. The only thing that made Tang En uncomfortable was its ineffectiveness against the disease. But thinking that Monkey King died of heart disease, Tang En accepted it. That was Monkey King, an existence that destroyed the earth by wave energy, died of a heart attack. Really can play. Chapter 15 The Sunflower Treasure is written by the great swordsman. Dawn breaks, and a new day is approaching. A purchasing ship floated on the sea, and Tang En at the bow studied the chart. Several islands or villages and towns are marked on it, such as Gothic Island, Hills Town, Orange Town, Kakosia Village, West Robe Village, Shimatsuki Village. Looking at the place marked above, Tang En's vague memories became clear. If he remembers correctly, Nami is in Kakosia Village and Zoro is in Shimatsuki Village. Now Tang En is heading towards Kakosia Village. Compared to Zoro Nami, it is easier to do. I just don't know if Arlong is ruling Kakosia Village. If he rules, there may be some surprises. When the time comes, we can only act by chance. After setting the course, Tang En began to practice daily. Now that he has shaved 8 times, Tang En wants to do his best to reach 9 times. When a person concentrates on one thing, time will always pass quickly. Unknowingly, the evening came, and the new day was about to end. After he finished his practice, he took a shower and changed into stretch boxer briefs. Tang En got some food. Recently, Tang En's appetite has widened, and his appetite has become inhumane. This is a good sign. After all, the powerhouses in Pirate World generally eat astonishingly, which shows that Tang En is improving every day. After resting for a while, Tang En went into practice again. Now there is nothing else to do except for cultivation. The Yuma movie has been watched 100 or 80 times in the past half month, and there is no freshness back and forth. At about 12 o'clock, Tang En dragged his exhausted body into sleep. Don't relax your vigilance before going to bed. Putting a cabinet against the hatch is a warning. You should know that the sea is not safe, and you will encounter pirates at any time. He probably calculated the time, and he might arrive at Kakosia Village early tomorrow morning. But the sky is unpredictable, and the originally bright sky suddenly black clouds roll up, and the downpour comes just as it says. The entire purchase ship was like a leaf, teetering in the thunderous weather. Tang En didn't know how long he slept, but it was definitely not more than 2 hours. Although East Blue is not Grand Line or New World, the climate on the sea is weird and changeable, and it may encounter Tang En's current situation at any time. Quickly ran to the bow of the ship to be steady, the raindrops the size of a thumb crackled, and hit the body like a bullet. Tang En was a little frightened, feeling that he would be buried in the sea at any time. How did Luffy drift with a wooden barrel? Is this the halo of the Son of Destiny? Just like that, I don't know how long it took. When the sky was gray and light, the storm gradually stopped. Tang sat on the ground and gasped, and almost used random crossing several times. The procurement ship has broken and is beginning to leak. The most important thing is that Tang is lost now. Even if he has a chart, he doesn't know where it is. Now the purchase ship will sink at any time, and coupled with the loss of direction, troubles will follow one after another. Do you really want to use random crossing? Tang probably estimated that the purchase ship could still last for an hour. If it weren't for plugging the hole in the bottom of the ship, it would already be in the sea. As a last resort, Tang didn't want to use random crossing. Looking at the endless sea, except for water, Tang's heart sank. The only good news is that the purchase ship is still drifting, and maybe we can meet other ships or islands in this hour. Although this chance is small. Time passed by every minute, and if there was really no way in the end, Tang had no other choice but to use random crossing. The sky won't kill me. When the procurement ship couldn't support it, Tang saw an island. This is undoubtedly the green state in the desert, and Tang swam towards the distant islands holding a wooden barrel. After swimming for almost half an hour, Tang lay on the beach and panted. After resting for a while, Tang began to move when his physical strength was almost restored. Good luck. Climbing up a small hill, a path twists and turns in the forest. Obviously this is not an uninhabited island. After walking along the trail for more than 10 minutes, Tang found a sword hall and a village in the distance. Going down the mountain to the sword hall, Tang looked weird when he heard the sound of training in the courtyard. Tang really didn't know what to say when he saw the green algae-headed kid who was training hard with a wooden sword in his mouth. He actually came to Shimatsuki village. Chlorella had a wooden knife in his mouth, and a wooden knife in both hands. Isn't it obvious? Rorono Zoro. A storm brought him to Shimatsuki village. Who are you looking for? A delicate little girl in a kimono, about 11 years old, found Tang with a wooden knife. Looking at this little girl, Tang guessed who it was. Koshiro's daughter, the person Zoro always wanted to surpass when he was a child, Kuina. He's not dead yet? But it's almost there. Oh. Hello, I originally went to the Goya Kingdom to do business. I was separated by the storm and other companions last night. After waking up on this island, I came here along the trail. Tang pointed to the road behind the mountain. That's it? Kuina looked at Tang who was a little embarrassed in the dust. It did look like a shipwreck, and it did rain last night. Can you give me a glass of water? Tang pursed his mouth is really dry. Please come with me. Kuina was very kind and took Tang into the yard and walked towards the sword hall. Please wait. Okay. Sitting in the corridor of the sword hall, Tang watched Kuina go away, and then looked at Zoro who was working hard not far away, thoughtfully. He originally went to Kakosia village, but his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Now that you have seen Zoro, there is no reason to leave without being stabbed to death. You have to think of a way. Yes. Tang's mind flashed, and he opened the light curtain to take out the sunflower book, and quickly tore off the words that said he wanted to practice magic skills and draw a sword from the palace. It's up to you to succeed. I thought this sunflower collection was useless, but now it seems to be valuable. Any world can be read without barriers. This is the description of the sunflower collection. Simple and easy to understand means that anyone can understand, even if the text system is different. Please drink water. At this time Kuina was carrying a bowl of water. Thanks. Tang put the sunflower book on the ground, and put the torn piece into cheat. This waste cheat comes with its own storage space, but it must be generated by the cheat before it can be stored. Kuina looked at the book, a little surprised. Because she hadn't seen Tangan carrying anything before. "Excuse me, is the owner of the sword hall here?" After Tangan drank the water, his spirits improved a lot. "Are you all right? I want to ask the master of the museum to give me a ship, in exchange for this Kendo secret book." Tangan picked up the sunflower treasure. Sunflower collection. Kuina was pretty sure she didn't know these 4 words, but she couldn't understand them inexplicably. "Yes, I heard that this was written by a great swordsman, but I don't understand it. Since this is the sword hall, the owner of the hall should be a swordsman. I believe it can help him." Tangan was full of nonsense, without blinking his eyes. Chapter 16, Random Crossing. 10 minutes later, in the sword hall. Tangan was sitting in danger, with a cup of hot tea in front of him, and opposite Koshiro, wearing glasses, looked at the sunflower treasure in his hand with a smile. With Kuina by her side, she is making tea. 10 minutes ago, Tangan wanted to exchange the sunflower collection for a boat, and Kuina introduced Koshiro to Tangan. That's why this situation occurs. It's incredible. Koshiro has been completely attracted by the sunflower collection. This is a kind of swordsmanship that has never been seen before, which inspires him a lot. The most amazing thing is this kind of text. He doesn't know it at all, but he can read the entire book. From this alone, we can see the preciousness of this cheat book. Even the unthinkable content in it has been mentioned. Although I don't understand many of them and don't know what they mean, it is undoubtedly a treasure for Koshiro. This book is very precious. Koshiro held back his excitement, closed the sunflower book and placed it in front of him, smiling very seriously. "Do you really only exchange for 1 ship?" "Yes." Tangan nodded, sighed, and said, "This book is of no use to me, now I just want to go back to my hometown." "If you only change 1 boat, you will suffer a lot." Koshiro didn't want to take advantage of Tangan. This is a kind of persistence, but also his kendo. "If I can, I would also like to exchange for some food and 1,000,000 Bailey's treasure." Tangan hesitated and spoke. "Can." Koshiro readily agreed. "Thanks a lot. It should be me, thank you. A ship and 1,000,000 treasures are far less than this book." Koshiro shook his head and smiled. He had a hunch that perhaps this book could make his kendo improve again. "The boats and food will be ready tomorrow morning, but you need to live here tonight." "No problem." Tangan is not afraid that Koshiro will kill and overwhelm. If you have ulterior motives, you just wouldn't tell the preciousness of this book. "Kuina, go to arrange a room for your husband, and prepare what your husband needs, and call Zoro." "Yes." "Wait, I'll go with you. Just to go around." Seeing Kuina was leaving, Tangan also got up. "Please follow me." Kuina is serious and serious. Then the two left the room one after another. "Zoro, follow me to the village." Coming to the sword hall, Kuina called out Zoro, who was still practicing desperately in the distance. "What's up?" Zoro stopped in sweat, a little reluctant. But still came to Kuina. "Hello." Tangan said hello, but Zoro didn't even look at it. "It's rude." Kuina punched Zoro on the head, and the latter held his head in anger. Unfortunately, facing Kuina, he has no other choice. Then the 3 of them entered the village along the path to do what Tangan needed. It was night. Tangan was lying in the arranged room, looking at the ceiling and thinking about things. The boat is ready during the day, and only waiting for the remaining food tomorrow, when Kuina and Zoro will definitely help. That timing is best for hands-on. Koshiro was already attracted by the sunflower treasure, and when he realized that Zoro was dead, he would have disappeared in the vast sea. But the other party has knowledge. It can be seen that when SE cannot be released all weather. Although there are dangers, I can't wait any longer. He has 3 months and 5 days. There is no time to procrastinate, We must eliminate Zoro as soon as possible, then go to Kakozia village to kill Nami, and finally find a way to go to New World. In 3 months, it was too rush. Who knows if there will be accidents on the road, such as this storm. If there is really no way, he can only use random crossing. If he has enough time, he would like to stay here for a while, such as learning swordsmanship, and by the way, he can practice successfully. After thinking about these things, Tang-en quickly fell asleep. This day was really exhausting, especially in the storm. There was no word for a night, and Kuina took Tang-en and Zoro to continue preparing things early the next morning. Zoro was extremely reluctant, his face was stinking to death. I have been busy for almost 2 hours, so everything is ready. Looking at the ship in front of me, which is similar to the purchased ship, the cabin has been prepared with food for a month, and there are treasures worth 1 million Baileys. Among them, there are more than 10 gold coins. Tang-en kept in Kabuto and a gold dagger with red and sapphires. Mr. Tang-en, do you need anything else? The 3 of them stood on the deck, and Kuina asked Tang-en. No need. Tang-en shook his head. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Kuina put her hands together. Thanks a lot. Tang-en smiled, seeing Kuina and Zoro turning around, taking out a Type 92 pistol without any hesitation, and shooting at the back of Zoro's head. Boom. Blood spattered, and with painful groans, Kuina threw on Zoro's chest with blood red. At the critical moment, Kuina blocked the shot for Zoro with female instinct. Kuina. When Kuina fell to the ground, a few drops of blood splashed on Zoro's face. A hole. Zoro's eyes were red, and he climbed up and rushed towards Tang-en. Unfortunately, there is no wooden knife in his hand. Sideways avoiding Zoro's fist, Tang-en rushed to Zoro's throat with a fierce look. Military fighting skills are all used to kill the human body. It's a pity that the pistol is out of bullets. Zoro reacted quickly, blocking it with his left hand, and taking a few steps back. If it was another kid, he would have flown out by this time, but Zoro had just stepped back a few steps. Tang-en is no longer an ordinary person, he can easily kill even 10 adults, after all, this month is not in vain. But if he were replaced by Tang-en who was half a month ago, he would really not be Zoro's opponent. I am going to kill you. Zoro stabilized his body and killed Tang-en again. And Tang-en squinted slightly, and when Zoro approached, he swept his legs, directly causing Zoro to lose weight, and then kicked Zoro's head. Crossing his hands in front of him, Zoro moved out on the ground. Tang-en strode to follow. After avoiding Tang-en's kick again, Zoro quickly got up, panting and staring at Tang-en fiercely. There was no nonsense for 1 year and 1 year, and the scuffle started again. Every time Tang-en attacked either his throat or underarms, or his eyes and lower body, he was very unkind. Zoro, with his bare hands, is obviously insufficient in combat power. Puff. With the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh and blood, Tang-en used a sharp weapon even if he played a card with a big bully and misunderstood common sense. Half of the golden dagger filled with red and sapphires entered Zoro's chest. If it weren't for Zoro to hide at a critical moment, it would be the heart that stabbed him. Tang-en pulled out his dagger, and the hot blood was like a fountain. Just when Tang-en was about to stab the second and third swords, a sword aura that tore through everything stirred the situation, making Tang-en stiff and unable to move. Almost shrinking to an inch, Koshiro, who was 10,000 meters away, appeared on the ship with just a few breaths. When I saw Kuina lying in a pool of blood and Zoro kneeling on the ground dying, his eyes were sharp and murderous. The palm of his hand lifted and struck Tang-en in the air, and a gleam of sword light flashed like thunder. Damn, how could it appear so fast? Miscalculated? Random crossing. Without even thinking about it, Tang-en directly used random crossing. Now only a random crossing can save him, and there is no time to think about what the consequences are. The fire burned to the eyebrows. Rumble. The entire surface of the sea was cut into two halves, and it spread to the end. Koshiro closed his hand, looking gloomy at the disappearing light spot. The other party did not know what method to use and disappeared. Chapter 17 Finding a Way to Eat the Nine Giants. Hiss. Suddenly awakened as if in a dream, Tang-en woke up in a corner of an alley, looking at the surrounding environment and quickly got up. Did you successfully traverse? There is no problem with the body, even the more than a dozen gold coins and the red sapphire dagger that I wear on my body are there. This should be in a building alley somewhere, and you can hear the hustle and bustle outside. Damn it! Tang-en couldn't help swearing, and random crossing was so wasteful. Unexpectedly, Koshiro would find out so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to escape. However, he stabbed Zoro at a critical moment, and he did not return empty-handed. Pull open the light curtain, a line of instructions appears. When you arrive in New World, you will be rewarded with throwing the dice once, and the reward dice will be reset every natural month. Ongoing mission, hunting the Son of Destiny, the villain of the Destiny, the Traverser, the Reincarnation, and the Rebirth reward for throwing the dice +4, and the important supporting role or the villain depending on the situation to reward the throwing of the dice. Random bonus lucky value. Looking at this explanation, Tang-en's face was gloomy. Roronoa Zoro is still alive, he didn't kill the opponent. Otherwise, what he saw should be the successful hunting of Roronoa Zoro, an important supporting role in One Piece world, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations, you got 3 chances, and the lucky value is +1. Entering the new world rewards dice once, and the first world reward is 4 times different. The reward is also reset every natural month. Will it be recalculated from this moment? Tang-en turned the light curtain one page, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the entire light curtain was bloody and only March and 5 days were left. The countdown to life is the same as in One Piece, apparently this crossing has not been affected. Throw the dice first, and then go out to find out what kind of world this is. The dice revolved and jumped. The number of points on the front was 3 points. The model plane crossed 3 spaces. When the familiar light disappeared, Tang-en's originally gloomy face instantly burst into anger. One of the 6 types, Moonwalk. Explanation: Moonwalk is one of the 6 styles in One Piece. The application technique of shave is to step on the air with strong foot force to produce strong airborne force. It can walk in the air like stepping on stairs, and has enough physical strength to stay for a long time. In the air, you need to shave the master first. Whether to study? Nonsense, hurry up. The sheep had a seizure, his body shivered, and a piece of knowledge and skill appeared in Tang-en's mind. There is no accident. Moonwalk is the same as fighting technique and shave. It only has knowledge and skills. If you want to practice successfully, you have to practice step by step. The prerequisite is to shave. Now I can pedal 8 times, and there are 2 more. As long as you learn how to shave, Moonwalk is much easier. After all, Moonwalk is an extended technique for shaving. Look at what kind of world this is, and then find a place to settle down. During these 3 months, you must learn to shave and moonwalk, and find a way to cure cancer or extend life. Walking toward the outside of the alley, the hustle and bustle sound rushed toward his face. It looks like a street outside. This is. When Tang-en stood at the exit of the alley, the first thing that appeared in his eyes was a huge wall over 50 meters. It's hard not to see the huge volume. The streets are full of traffic, and people who come and go are dressed plainly. There are many fruit stalls or shops on both sides of the street. From time to time, members of the garrison patrol the town. The whole town is similar to the European Middle Ages. The tall buildings on both sides are neatly located. They are basically European tops. Tile roof building. Giant walls, European medieval buildings, patrolling garrisons. The sum of these conditions cannot be more certain. This is the world of attacking giants. This anime Tangen has seen, it is one of the few 404 hegemony episodes. There is a saying in the second dimension that is very good: as long as it is a 404 anime episode, it must be a masterpiece. Even if it is not done by God, it is not far from doing it by God. This anime story is compact, bloody, passionate, and cruel. It's all displayed vividly and vividly. More than 2,000 years ago, in a tribe called Eldia, the ruler of the time, King Fritz, had a slave named Emir. He was used as a scapegoat in an incident that identified who released the pig. During the hunt of King Fritz's men, he ran into the hole of an ancient tree and accidentally fell into the lake under the tree hole. Unidentified sea creatures resembling a spine gained the power of giants after contacting them, and became the first giants in the world. Fighting for King Fritz, he also gave birth to 3 daughters, Maria, Rose, and Hina. In an accident, King Fritz ordered the dismemberment of Emir and let Mary's 3 daughters eat them all, and finally inherited the power of giants. Then after several generations of inheritance, the lineage and shape stabilized at 9. They are the ancestor giant, the attacking giant, the female giant, the super giant, the giant of armor, the giant of jaw, the giant of beast, the giant of car power, and the giant of warhammer. These 9 giants are intelligent giants, and they can transform themselves into humans with a clear purpose and bloodshed. In addition to these 9 wise giants, one can also become a brainless giant by injecting the giant's spinal cord. Brainless giants have no wisdom. They are called unsullied giants. They have a very high body temperature and are not interested in creatures other than humans. Their only action goal is to eat people. They don't need to eat. They have strong vitality and their only weakness is in the back of the neck. It is about 1 meter long and 10 centimeters wide, otherwise even if the head is shattered and the body is dismembered, it can recover in 1 to 2 minutes. Whether it is a wise giant or a brainless giant, they must have the blood of the Eldia, that is, the blood of Emir, otherwise they will not be able to become a giant. Tangen probably recalled the plot of this hegemony, and then a plan appeared. He may have found a way to extend his life. Whether it is a wise giant or a brainless giant, the vitality and regenerative ability are extremely tenacious. Smart giants generally have a lifespan of only 13 years, and brainless giants can live for hundreds of years or even longer even if they do not eat or drink. But brainless giants have no wisdom, and the best way is to become a giant of wisdom. As long as you become a wise giant, you may get a lifespan of 13 years. Tangen has no reason not to try. As for only Eldia who can become intelligent giants and brainless giants, Tangen opened the light curtain, and a bottle of Emir's blood potion appeared in his eyes. The Eldia are descendants of Emir. This was obtained by killing Vinsmoke Sanji. He can get half of Emir's blood after drinking this potion, that is, mixed blood. And hybrids can also become giants. Now let's find out what year it is, whether the giant of armor Reiner and the supergiant Bertold have kicked the wall of Maria and Rose. Then try to find a way to get the spinal cord of the brainless giant, and then eat the son of destiny Alan, or the giant of armor Reiner, the giant Bertold, the giantess Ani, and the giant of Emil Ymir. This Emir has nothing to do with the ancestor Emir, just the same name. Initially determined the plan, Tangen touched the red sapphire dagger and more than a dozen gold coins on his waist, which should be able to exchange a lot of money. There is no need to worry about living expenses. It can last a while. Wait, the dagger and gold coins belong to the pirate world. Could it be that you can take things to other worlds? Tangen's eyes lit up, and if that was the case, there would be more things to manipulate. Regardless of second thoughts, Tangen didn't think this waste cheat was so generous. Can you try it later? The Eldia Empire lives in 3 huge walls, the outermost wall of Maria, then the wall of Rose, and finally the wall of Hina. If you want to sell daggers and gold coins for a good price, you have to go to Hina's Wall, because Hina's Wall has the most nobles and rich merchants. Chapter 18 Luxury Diamond Rhinestone Dogleg Knife. The Wall of Roselle is the second of the three walls of mankind. The Troost district in the south is where Tangan is currently located. You mean 5 years have passed since the Wall of Mary was destroyed? In a luxury store significantly higher than other buildings, Tangan looked at the shop owner who was appraising the red sapphire dagger. He just got a lot of information from the boss. The outermost wall of Maria was destroyed 5 years ago, and it is now the world of brainless giants. All the Eldia are in the Wall of Rose and Hina. No. Strictly speaking, there are still 3 months to 5 years. The boss was holding something similar to a magnifying glass, and he couldn't put it down to study the dagger in his hand. Especially the 2 red sapphires, as big as eyeballs, and the entire dagger is made of gold. Regardless of whether it is the Wall of Roselle or the Wall of Hina, his Chamber of Commerce is ranked in the top 10, but he has never seen such a treasure. Tangan frowned and thought, if according to the plot, the supergiant will kick the Wall of Rosette down in 3 months, and the entire Wall of Rosette will fall. Then Alan, the son of Destiny, awakened the power of giants to join the investigative corps, and then began to retake the Wall of Rosette. That is to say, the giant of armor Reiner, the super-large Bethold, the giantess Ani, the giant of Amir, including the son of Destiny, who attacked the giant and the ancestor giant, are still training the corps. 3 months. Tangan knocked on the counter thoughtfully with one hand. How much do you want to sell this dagger? The boss is full of greed in his eyes, he must get this dagger anyway. You arrange for me an independent residence with a yard, preferably a place with few people and close to the wall, and then give me some food on time every day, and wait for me to join the garrison, about 3 months. Tangan didn't ask for money, but only for a place to live. And he intends to join the garrison corps. In this wall world, there are a total of 4 corps. The first is the training corps, which consists of recruits who have not yet joined the official corps and instructors who are responsible for training recruits. After graduation, recruits can choose to enter the investigation corps, the gendarmerie corps or the garrison corps. That is the recruit company. The second is the investigation corps, with the determination to challenge the giants outside the wall, with the highest mortality rate, which is the corps that the protagonist Alan has joined. The third is the gendarmerie regiment, which manages the people by the side of the king, with high power and no danger. It is a regiment that many people want to join. The fourth is the garrison corps, which is responsible for strengthening the city walls, defending various cities or patrolling agencies. Tangan is very interested in the 3-dimensional mobile devices in this world. Even if she learns to shave and moonwalk, this skill can save a lot of energy. And it is also in line with his next actions. So you want to join the garrison corps, I can introduce you to it, but you dagger. Enough. Tangan took out a gold coin. No problem. The boss looked at the gold coin with a magnifying glass. The pattern on it has never been seen before. It is completely different from the gold coins on the market, and the material is very different. Yitter, take this gentleman to residence 36 by the wall. The transaction between the two parties was very pleasant. The boss didn't get any bad thoughts, nor did he try to find out where Tangan got these things. Originally, Tangan was ready to do it. It seems that some novel plots are not something that you can meet when you meet. Please follow me. The clerk who was cleaning in the shop, heard the boss's greeting and took Tangan out of the shop. After walking for almost half an hour, Tangan followed the man named Yater to the wall, and finally came to a 2-story house with a courtyard. Some are worn out, even with weeds, obviously wasted a lot of time. There is a river similar to a moat not far away. Perhaps because it is too close to the gate of the city wall, few people live in this area, and most of them are the people at the bottom of life living here. After all, closer to the gate of the city wall means that when the giant breaks through the gate, it will fall into the mouth of the giant first. This area should be a slum. Tang En probably looked at it. The gate of the city wall was on the left, which was nearly a kilometer away, not too far nor too close. If Tang En remembers correctly, the gate of the city wall will be kicked by the supergiant in 3 months. In 3 months, it should be possible to practice shave and moonwalk successfully. As long as shave and moonwalk practice successfully, his safety will be greatly improved. In his current situation, he might not be able to kill Captain Livier, so he had to be cautious. This is a very important supporting role, but also his hunting target. At 6 a.m., 12 noon, and 6 p.m., we will send people to deliver food. Tang En nodded after receiving the key that Yater handed over. After waiting for the other party to leave, Tang En chose a room on the 2nd floor. The position of the window just happened to be able to see the gate of the city wall. The room was obviously cleaned, and there was no shortage of furniture. Start practicing. Time was a little tight, and Tang En probably settled down and went to the shabby yard to start daily practice. Just 1 month passed. This month, Tang En's food and drink lassa were all in the small building, and 3 meals a day were delivered. But the food in this world is not very tasty, most of them are in the sweet potato dough, which caused Tang En to spend 2 gold coins to buy some meat. After all, he is practicing intensively every day, and meat can quickly restore his strength. Slower than expected. Sweatily, Tang En practiced shave in the yard topless. It has been a month since he still hasn't practiced successfully. But it was not without gain. At least Tang En could pedal 9 times now, and sometimes 9.5 times with good luck. As long as he crosses that half, he will succeed in his cultivation. However, there has been no breakthrough in the past few days. Even if I didn't practice successfully, moonwalk naturally didn't make any progress. It's in human physique. Now I can do 1,000 push UPS, sit UPS, and so on. There are 6 abdominal muscles. At the same time, there were 5 attacks of cancer this month, and each time it was more painful. Stretching, his body was full of sweat. Tang En jumped into the river not far away and swam around. This month, he also practiced shave in the river, and the effect was very significant. Tonight should be the first natural month to throw dice. Tang En looked forward to it, but he was worried. After all, you may get useless things at any time, and you are almost lucky and don't know what to lose. After all, I got a pervert laxative in the last natural month. Although it worked in the end, Tang En really has no bottom. After finishing the dinner, Tang En continued to practice until 12 o'clock. Let's start. Moonstar is scarce. Tang En finished his practice, dragged his tired body to lie on the bed, opened the light curtain and looked at the dice rewarded by Nature Moon. The dice spins and jumps, and finally freezes at 4 o'clock, the plane turns across, and the familiar light disappears. 2 Nepalese sabers with a 1-meter diamond. Explanation: made of diamonds, hard and sharp, charming in colors, women's favorite. The second weapon. Looking at the dog-leg knife, which is as transparent as a diamond, is 1 meter long and not light enough. Really luxurious. If Tang En's common sense is normal, the diamond should be the original diamond, which means that the 2 Nepalese sabers are made of diamonds. The blade has a wide belly and the blade is bent forward, like a dog's leg. Under the shining of the light, it reflects the crystal light. If it is sunlight, it will be colorful. And diamonds are notoriously hard, so it's easy to see that the cutting edge blows and breaks the hair. Counting the Type 92 pistol, this is the second weapon Tang En has drawn. However, the former is a hot weapon, and the latter is a cold weapon, and it is too extravagant. These 2 Nepalese sabers are still 1 meter long, not counting the thickness and width. If they were put in the previous life, they would start at 100 million. In addition, this weapon came in a timely manner. Even if it is 1, the key is 2. Tang looked at the waste sheet thoughtfully, but he couldn't help but not think too much. No matter how you look at the giant world of Emir's bloodline and attack, it is too coincidental. Especially this Emir bloodline. This waste sheet won't really be a problem, right? Chapter 19 Success Master Shaves. Boom, boom boom. The ground was splashing with dust and there was a constant sound of breaking through the air. Tang kept pedaling with his right foot, but 9.5 times was already the limit. After the throbbing pain in his right foot, Tang switched to his left foot and practiced shaving all morning. Almost. Sweat is all over his pale face, Tang's upper body is bare, and his six-pack abdominal muscles are well defined, and his muscles are strong and powerful. Compared to the moment he had just crossed, now it is a world of difference. 1 month has passed since I got the diamond dog-leg knife last month. It has been 2 months since I came to the world of attack. If you add more than half a month of Shanghai Pirate World, Tang has not yet successfully practiced shave. Tang was a little anxious. At first he thought he would succeed in 1 month, but now it has been 2 months, and he still can't break through the last half of his high-intensity practice every day. Damn it! Just like being enchanted, Tang now has only one voice in his head: shave 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 shave. Call out. Without warning, Tang suddenly disappeared in place. With a bang, Tang didn't know when he appeared on the fence, his whole person was stuck in a large font, and then he slowly drew on the ground and the whole person was embarrassed. A fist-sized stone fell on his head, hitting Tang's head. Hiss. Taking a breath, Tang rolled his head back and forth on the ground, holding his face and chest for a while, and holding his head for a while. The whole face is twitching, it hurts. After relieving for a while, Tang stood up, although his body aches terribly, he is excited. That was. Looking up at the large-shaped shallow hole on the wall, it can be seen that it is a human figure. After reading the big font, Tang looked at the position of the previous training, less than 5 meters. Successful, successful. Tang showed ecstasy, clenched his hands and couldn't wait to step on his feet again, but the accident did not happen. It is still 9.5 times without any change. Tang didn't believe it and tried a dozen times in a row, but it didn't trigger after half an hour. What's the matter? It was clearly successful just now. The excitement gradually disappeared, and Tang's feet were already swelling, painful and twitching, even red and swollen. In this case, you must rest, otherwise your legs will fall apart if you are not careful. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Tang began to recall how he felt just now. A sense of rhythm, a sense of coherence. There is a feeling of inexplicability, he always feels that there is a layer of mist in front of him, making him in the mist. The more you get to this time, the less you can be anxious. Victory is already in sight. Taking a deep breath, Tang knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and now his feet need to rest, so he can't sit so dry. Turning over and standing upside down, Tang's 10 fingers propped on the ground and began to exercise up and down. Then the left and right hands were exchanged back and forth. Although the body was exercising, Tang's thoughts had long been floating. Looking at the humanoid trace on the wall, Tang was more excited than ever. There is no difference between sentiment and sentiment. There are hormones in my head. As long as he learns to shave, he is equal to innately undefeated in this world, which will make his success rate of follow-up plans 100%. 2 hours later, Tang felt that his legs no longer hurt so much and began to practice again. But time and time again, he didn't succeed until dusk, which made him a little impetuous. If it weren't for the protest from his stomach, he might still be stubborn. When the light curtain was opened, the background board of the countdown to life was still bloody and full of horror, shocking 1 month and 5 days. You can throw the second natural moon dice tonight, hoping to throw some good things. 12 midnight. The dice revolved and jumped, the model plane crossed 6 spaces, and the item appeared after the light disappeared. Pull a box of pants. Explanation: the dry pull-up pants can keep the baby sleeping all night, leak-proof, breathable, and absorb urine and antibacterial. It also adds a variety of functions such as a stretchable elastic waist and a 3-dimensional leak-proof barrier. Tang-en took a deep breath. Still pulling pants, isn't it just diapers? So he doesn't wet the bed. Tang-en is now very receptive, and he is more or less accustomed to it. He cares more about shaving and moonwalk. Originally, he planned to go through the back door of the shop to train the core to learn 3-dimensional mobile devices, but now that it is at a critical juncture, this plan is directly shelved. Early the next morning, Tang-en got up as soon as the genius came to light. The weather is a bit cool and the humidity is heavy. Tang-en moved his body naked and began to practice. It was still stomping 9.5 times, but it was still unable to break through for the 10th time. As if it was a dream yesterday. Tang-en was sweating, and finally disappeared without warning after not knowing how many times he stepped on his foot. The next moment he fell 5 meters away, buried in the weeds like a green onion. Pulling his head out, Tang-en showed ecstasy. This time he won't be dreaming. He succeeded again. However, the chance of triggering is somewhat low, and after success, he can't control his body. The blood was soaring, and Tang-en was trembling all over, as if tirelessly continuing to practice. Tang-en was unwilling to pedal more than 50 times, and his feet began to swell and twitch again. He didn't want to have his feet disabled and stopped. Although his legs could not be practiced, his hands were fine, so Tang-en still didn't waste time. Stand upside down, fingers of both hands undulating up and down. Now he is not what he used to be, and his physical fitness has been fully improved through high-intensity training, which has exceeded the limit of human beings. In this way, it succeeded once in the morning and once in the afternoon after the lunch is resolved at noon. The probability of triggering is too small. Until dusk, Tang-en only succeeded twice. By the next day, I continued to practice shave, which may have been rewarded for my hard work. Today, I succeeded 7 times, and I became familiar with it, and I was already able to take the direction of the master. 18 times on the 3rd day. 30 times on the 4th day. It was difficult, but he was improving every day, which made Tang-en work harder. Finally on the 6th day. Shave. The speed was extremely fast. Tang-en appeared 5 meters away in the blink of an eye, but his balance was unable to be the master, causing him to fall to the ground as soon as he appeared. Tang-en reacted quickly, and after a few backflips with his hands on the ground, he landed smoothly on the ground. 6 days have passed since the first success. He spent 2 months and 6 days in this world alone, and finally he could use the shave as he wanted. But the balance is still a bit problematic, and the distance only hovers about 5 meters. But these are not things. Haha. Tang-en couldn't help laughing wildly. He didn't know how much sweat he had shed in the past 2 months. Now the success is in sight. The 7th day. The 8th day. Shave. In the dilapidated courtyard, a figure appeared out of thin air at a distance of 5 meters, and then continued to disappear and continue to appear, as if teleporting. There is no doubt that Shave has successfully practiced thoroughly. Lying on the ground, Tang-en looked at the dim sky. His magnificent chest was constantly rising and falling, and the smell of sweat was exuding all over his body. Next is moonwalk. Reaching out as if he could grasp the whole world, Tang-en's eyes were sharp. As long as moonwalk is successfully practiced, no one in this world can stop him. The basis of moonwalk is to shave. Shaving him is now as he pleases. 10 days, only 10 days, no. He only needs 5 days to successfully practice moonwalk. This is Tang-en's confidence. Chapter 20 The Second Luel. The training corps is composed of recruits who have not yet joined the official corps and instructors who are responsible for training recruits. The main training courses include three-dimensional mobile device training, combat training, and actual combat tests. Today, Tang-en spent 7 gold coins again, led by the shop owner to this area. If you want to join the garrison regiment, you must pass the training corps. They will conduct various assessments or training for you. If your score is too bad, you will be asked to withdraw. If you pass their assessment, I have a way to get you to the garrison regiment. Along the way, the shop owner looked at Tang-en, whose hair had reached his shoulders. He felt that he hadn't seen him for a while, and this person seemed to be different. No problem. Tang-en smiled. Although this guy was greedy for money, he didn't have the slightest delay in doing things with money. He has more than a dozen gold coins now, only 5 are left, and the rest are all in this guy's pocket. Not long after they were young, the two came to a camp. The shop owner talked to a guy in a uniform who was suspected of being an officer, stuffed something secretly, and pointed at Tang-en. Tang-en kept smiling. He has 17 days left. And counting the time, the supergiant will destroy Roselle's wall in 10 days. At this time, Alan and others were still from the training corps, which was the 104th period. Although they were still recruits, they were already helping the garrison to repair the fort on the wall and so on. As soon as time is up, they will choose to join the investigation corps, garrison corps, and gendarmerie corps. Perhaps joining the training corps at this time, and possibly seeing Ellen and others. I have arranged it, provided that you pass their assessment, otherwise. After waiting for almost 5 minutes, the shop owner came to Tang-en. Understood. Then good luck. The shop owner waved his hand and left. Follow me. The instructor, who had previously talked with the shop owner, looked at Tang-en and frowned slightly, his eyes revealing disdain. He saw a lot of guys like this who walked through the back door, and he saw a lot in each issue. In the end, they were all deported because they could not withstand the training. The above is also closed with one eye. For them, these backdoor money should not be used for nothing. Tang-en followed this person and kept smiling all the time. He was only here to practice the three-dimensional mobile device, and by the way, he determined his goal. Entering the camp is a large training ground. There are many recruits who wear yellow training uniforms. Tang-en did not see the target in it. I think it should not be the 104 recruits, after all, 104 recruits are about to graduate. After walking across the training ground to a house, stepping on a wooden ladder to the second floor, he led the way and knocked on the door. Come in. Keith's instructor, he wants to join the training corps. What appeared in Tang-en's eyes was a very serious man with a tall, bare head, a beard, and sunken eyes. It looks a little uncomfortable. He is the chief instructor of the 104th Training Corps and was the 12th chief of the Investigation Corps. When Tang-en looked at Keith, Keith was also looking at Tang-en. He has messy black hair from head to shoulder, dark eyes, a scar on his forehead, he has a uniform physique, about 1.69 meters, and his face is pale, as if he is malnourished, and he is not very old. Wearing a simple short sleeve and a pair of trousers, it feels very ordinary. Keith frowned slightly. This kind of person is not suitable for being a soldier, nor can he withstand the training of the training corps. The 105th and 106th training soldiers have been recruited. I advise you to go back. This is not where you came from. Keith was a kind reminder. He had expected the result, after all, he had seen too much before this. How can I know if I don't try it? Tang-en smiled. Ignorance. Keith's face fell, a little scary. I heard that you are the chief instructor of the training corps. It should be very strong. If I defeat you, will I be able to join the training corps? Tang-en didn't have time to spend here, and went straight to the subject simply and rudely. He also wants to learn three-dimensional mobile devices in 10 days. His Tang An's boldness caused the leader to take a breath, and even a little trembling. No one in the entire training corps dared to provoke Keith instructor so much. It's been a long time since no one challenged me. Keith smiled terribly, and left his desk to stand in front of Tang An. His height of a few meters was enough to make him look down on Tang An. As he said, no one has challenged him for a long time. Even the thorns in the 104th period. Go to the training ground. No need. Tang An rejected Keith's proposal and held out a finger. I defeat you with one move. Keith didn't speak, but his face became more and more horrified. He decided to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Without any warning, Keith blasted Tang An with a long fist, and there was a faint sound of breaking through the air, and his punches were extremely fast. But in Tang An's eyes, Keith's attack was like a slow motion, slightly tilting his head and stepping forward, directly hitting Keith's abdomen with a punch. Puff. Hot blood spurted out of his mouth. Keith's face was mixed, his body lost resistance in an instant, and he slowly knelt on the ground and his eyes almost broke free of his eye sockets. If Tang An wants to kill Keith, Keith is now dead. Those who led the way before were all stupid. This is Keith instructor, the man with the strongest fighting skills in the entire training corps, but now he kneels on the ground holding his abdomen and vomits blood constantly. After more than 10 minutes, Keith sat on the chair with a pale face, his eyes trance. So far, his body has not fully recovered. If the opponent is not attacking the abdomen, it is estimated that the other key players may have died. He had only seen that strength and speed in Levi's body. Now I should be eligible to join the training corps. Tang An seemed to have done a trivial thing, staring directly at Keith. Ken. Keith was silent for a moment, as if he saw the second Luel. But before you do, you need to investigate the identity of the other party. But Keith didn't know that the shop owner had already prepared for the identity problem. Tang An's current identity is the person of Maria's wall, but Maria had fallen 5 years ago, and it was a little troublesome to investigate a person in a short period of time. What's more, there is the shop owner Kabuto. Which training session do you want to join? Issue 104. Keith frowned, still with pain on his face. The 104 students will graduate soon. Although your fighting ability is very strong, you still can't meet the requirements of the three-dimensional mobile device. Keith shook his head. He had confirmed Tang An's fighting ability just now. The opponent's speed, strength, and responsiveness are clearly superior to him. If this is still not visible, he will not be the general instructor of the training corps. Give me 9 days. If you can't meet the requirements, you can arrange it at will. Had it not been for too much consumption of shaving and moonwalk, Tang An would not have specially trained the corps to learn three-dimensional maneuvering devices. With shaved and moonwalk, Tang An's ability to balance in the air is absolutely unique, so as long as he understands the basis of the three-dimensional mobile device, he will soon become the master. Maybe less than 9 days. Okay, I'll give you 9 days. Keith nodded and agreed. After all, geniuses always have privileges, and it happens to investigate the identity of the other party within these 9 days. If there is no problem, maybe it will be the second Luel. Digging. Extremely deep deduction, 1 wave in 1,000 years, chasing 10,000 points. I lost it? Hey FKA jump, thanks. Chapter 21 Several important supporting targets. 3 days later, training for the recruit camp. Several people were standing in Keith's office, all looking at Tang An, who was playing with a three-dimensional mobile device on the sand, outside the window. He is the second Levi you mentioned. Erwin looked at Tang An, who was already proficient in the use of three-dimensional mobile devices. Today he came here on purpose. At first Keith told him that the training corps had a recruit, and if he exercised a little, he might be the second Levier. There is no doubt that Irvine was attracted. If there is one more Lowell in the investigation corps, then the strength of the human side will be greatly improved, and the subsequent investigations outside the wall can even reduce a lot of casualties. This is the role of a person, especially human beings like Levi are the strongest. Even if it is one, it is also human wealth and cannot be ignored by Erwin. So he came. He just made me lose my combat effectiveness with just one punch. Keith did not conceal his brief encounter with Tang-An 3 days ago. We have tested that, except for the three-dimensional mobile device, the guy in the other projects is just like a monster. And this guy will initially use the three-dimensional mobile device in just 3 days. Keith sighed, because the other party had surprised him too much in the past 3 days. This is a genius. Is the detailed investigation clear? Erwin looked at Tang-An intently. Once living in the Higashina district in the southern part of the Wall of Mary, the family made a living by hunting and was accompanied by various beasts since childhood. In addition, he has a relationship with the XX Chamber of Commerce. Keith handed Erwin the information from this period of investigation. XX Chamber of Commerce. After reading the information, Irvine thought thoughtfully, I mean there is no problem. Maria's wall was destroyed 5 years ago. A lot of information is incomplete. Keith did not answer, but said this sentence sideways. The meaning couldn't be clearer, and it needs to be guarded. I will meet. Lywell, who had not spoken, walked out of the office with a cold face. Neither Erwin nor Keith stopped. At the moment, Tang-An on the training ground is still studying three-dimensional mobile devices. In the past 3 days, he has been initially proficient in using it. If ordinary people use this at first, they will die at any time. But Tang-An is not in this list. He can stabilize the master in any accident, because he can moonwalk. No matter how badly you use shaving, you can easily resolve the danger. In addition, this three-dimensional mobile device is very cleverly designed. As long as the trigger of the handle is pressed, the corresponding transmitter on the waist will shoot out the holder. It will be fixed on a giant or a building, and the gas will be used to drive the fan, and the cable of the fixator will be rolled back to make the body move at a high speed, allowing the body to use the three-dimensional high-speed mobility to fight. It is equivalent to this three-dimensional mobile device that allows people to fly at low altitudes, but to achieve flexibility, you need to look at the strength of the waist, legs, etc. In other words, the physical fitness must be far better than ordinary people, otherwise it will not be able to master the three-dimensional mobile device. I heard that you beat that old guy Keith with one punch. Tang-An raised his head and looked at the short-sized man with short hair and fair complexion. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but bend a slight arc. The strongest soldier of mankind. The man called the captain. Levi Ackerman. He had expected this situation, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. It seems that Keith has investigated him clearly in the past 3 days and has also notified the investigating corps. What's up? Tang-An continued to fiddle with the three-dimensional mobile device. Levi didn't speak, and without warning, he swept Tang-An's head with his foot, and both the speed and the strength were far surpassing that of Keith's previous punch. If an ordinary person is hit by this kick, 100% of them will suffer a concussion and lose their combat effectiveness. Tang-An's eyes flashed with cold light, and he stopped in front of him with one hand and took 2 steps backwards. So you are here for trouble. There was a splash of dust around. Tang-An began to remove the three-dimensional mobile device from his body, and then moved his body to look at Levi, who had no flaws in his body, but could attack at any time. Lowell didn't speak, just put on a fighting pose. Really, Captain Lowell. Unexpectedly, Captain Lowell really appeared here. That's Captain Lowell, who is fighting him. It seems to be a recruit. I saw him practicing three-dimensional maneuvering devices yesterday. A few heads came out not far away. It was obvious that they had received some news. You didn't say who would win. Coney was very excited. It must be Captain Lowell, That's the strongest man in the investigation corps. Jean has heard a lot about Captain Lowell, and so far has killed the most giants. Is it really okay for us to sneak out like this? Shasha shivered, and she was scared when she thought of Keith's face. It's all here, just to see the strength of Captain Lowell. Alan clenched his fists. That was the investigative corps he had always wanted to join. The rest of the people did not speak, such as Mikasa, Alman, Reiner, Bertold, and other important supporting roles in the 104th period. They were originally going to train, but they heard news that the commander of the investigative corps Irwin and the commander Levier had arrived. I just wanted to meet these two people, but I didn't expect to see this scene. In the field, Tang clenched his fists in tandem with both hands, and took a step with his front foot to perform military combat skills. If you use shave and moonwalk, he can easily get rid of each other. However, Tang only wanted to try his fighting skills. After all, he had not practiced military fighting skills for so long before in actual combat. Fighting. In the office, Irvine frowned. The opponent's posture can be seen as fighting skills, but isn't the information about hunting for a living? Why does a hunter use fighting skills? In the field, Levi's expression was already serious. Tang just made a gesture and knew that the opponent was not a fan. The opponent's bottom plate is very stable, and there is no flaw in his body, just like a cheetah rushing to eat. Huh. The two rushed out at the same time, and Lywell hit Tang with a straight fist, who blocked Lywell's throat with his left hand and his right hand. Levi's speed is very fast, one knee against Tang's abdomen after the arm is blocked. Tang dodged sideways, standing and spinning with his left foot, and his right foot slammed at Lowell with the sound of breaking through the air. Lowell's muscles tightened, his fists crossed his chest, and he flew out with a strong force. There was a splash of flying dust. After sliding for about 5 meters, Vabel stood up and his hands twitched a little. The calm face is full of solemnity, and the opponent's reaction ability, skill, speed, and strength are beyond imagination. He is not an opponent by strength alone. With a few tricks, Level clearly sees the pros and cons. Tang didn't take the opportunity to attack, but continued to pose in a fighting position. He wanted to use Lowell to prove that he had swayed the power he didn't know how much sweat had in exchange for it. Unexpectedly, kicked Captain Lowell into the air. Alan, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the field with their mouths open, their faces were shocked and unbelievable. I am not wrong, right? Xiaxia was stunned. That's Captain Lowell. Where did this monster come from? Good fighting ability. Rainer frowned, with an ominous premonition for some reason. Chapter 22. All right. When Tang and Lowell were about to continue fighting, Irwin and Keith came over. Tang lifted his fighting posture and looked at this man with yellow hair and a firm face. The head of the 10th generation of the investigative corps has an accurate judgment on the overall situation and a long-term strategy. He is a qualified leader. Personality charm is one of the best characters in the entire anime. It can be said that it has made a penultimate contribution to mankind's investigation of the world outside the wall. Are you interested in joining the investigation corps? Irvine rarely smiled, looking at Tang. He seemed to think of the first meeting with Lowell. Although there are doubts about the identity of the person in front of him, the strength of the other party is beyond doubt, and it is easier to observe under the nose. Irvin, isn't it too sloppy? Keith couldn't help but speak. How? Irwin raised his hand to stop Keith, his eyes kept on Tang. He knew what Keith was worried about. My ideal place is the garrison. Tang smiled, and Li Wei's face was cold for many years, completely at two extremes. If your strength does not join the investigation corps, it will be a loss to mankind. Irvine was silent for a moment before speaking. I heard that the investigative corps are all elites. You are. Before Tang could finish talking about Irvine, he interrupted. Tang-en didn't answer, but stared at Erwin, and his smile reappeared after more than 10 seconds. Then please take care of me. Tang-en changed his mind. Although he didn't know what the man was making, his next actions might be smoother if he joined the investigation corps. Anyway, Shav and Moonwalk have already learned, whether it is the garrison corps, the gendarmerie corps, or the investigative corps, it doesn't matter. This. Keith couldn't understand it anymore. I will report his exceptional promotion. Erwin is very decisive. Okay then. Keith was helpless. Although he didn't know Erwin's plan, he knew that Erwin would not make this decision inexplicably. I will investigate the corps report in 7 days. After all, I am not very proficient in three-dimensional mobile devices. Ken. Erwin nodded, and then left with Keith and Lowell. When returning to the investigation corps, Irvine and Lowell were alone. When Tang-en joins the investigation corps, keep an eye on him. Understood. Levi's words are like gold, with a cold light in his eyes. According to the original plan, an investigation will be conducted on the north side of the Wall of Maria tomorrow. Good. At this time, on the training corps field, Tang-en was still practicing the three-dimensional mobile device. The appearance of Irvine and Lowell just made him waste a little time. Have you heard the conversation between Captain Irwin and that person? Alan, peeping from the corner, pricked their ears vigorously. It's too far, I can't hear you clearly. Coney shook his head. He was invited to the investigation corps. Raynor was expressionless, his eyes fixed on Tang-en, who was using a three-dimensional mobile device in the house. What? Is this an exceptional improvement? In what period is this person a training soldier? We haven't seen this issue 105, or issue 106. I must enter the investigation corps. We will graduate in a few days. Alan's face was firm, and he waited 5 years for this day. Go back first. If we are found out sneaking out, we will definitely be trained. All of them changed their faces and quickly disappeared into the alley. The next day, the entire training corps field was full of students, including the 104 students who are about to graduate, the protagonist Alan. Although they are about to graduate, they still have to complete their daily training tasks. Keith is notoriously harsh. But now many people are looking not far away, including Keith. Everyone looked at it with horror. Who is this person? I haven't seen it. My God, how can this kind of training be sustained? I counted and I have done 1,000 push UPS. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and all the trainees looked at Tang-en, who was sweating daily training. Now Tang-en's daily basic training, such as push UPS, sit UPS, handstands, every item is 1,000. Then is to practice the three-dimensional mobile device. Whatever you look at, train me. Keith coughed, his eyes screamed at all the students harshly. When eating at noon, Tang-en also followed this group of students. The others are groups, only Tang-en occupies a table. But most of the students looked at Tang-en. So far, they have also heard some news, knowing that Tang-en has been promoted by the head of the investigation corps, Irvine. In a few days you can directly join the investigation corps. I also heard that he had fought against Li Wei, the commander of the army. Where is Ellen? It's cooking. There. Alan, that idiot. Coney looked at Alan sitting opposite Tang-en with food, all helpless. This guy still couldn't hold back. My name is Ellen, hello. Sitting across from Tang-en, Alan introduced himself. Yesterday, Tang-en kicked Fila Wei and left a deep impression on him. Tang-en. Tang-en smiled. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, he thought it was difficult for Tang-en to touch. I saw your battle with Captain Lowell yesterday. You are too strong. How did you do it? Alan's eyes were burning, and he wanted to become as strong as Captain Levi. Do 1,000 push UPS and sit UPS a day like me. Tang-en ate slowly. 1,000. Alan twitched, he couldn't do 500 of them, not to mention not only push UPS, but also sit UPS and so on. Alan. Mikasa, Ermin, Kon, Shasha, and Rainer also walked over behind him. Hello, I'm Koni. Koni put down his dinner plate and introduced himself first. I'm Shasha. Lena. Let. Ermin, she is Mikasa. Tang-an. Tang-an's face is Spring Breeze, the protagonist of the whole anime, with Kakuzu is here. Reiner, the giant of armor, Bethold, the super giant, and Alan, who attacked plus the ancestor giant, but it is a pity that the giant of Eomir and the giantess Ani are not there. Well, were you invited to the investigation corps by Captain Irwin? Elmin couldn't help asking. Everyone was staring at Tang-an intently, except for the foodie Xiaosha, who kept stuffing their mouths with food. Yes. Tang-an nodded. It turned out to be true. Koni and Jean exclaimed. Although they heard some news, the person involved admitted that there were still a lot of shocks. How can you be so strong? Tang-an just said, do 1,000 push UPS and sit UPS every day. Before Tang-an could answer, Alan couldn't wait to speak. What? 1,000? Those hands are all scrapped. Monster, I'm sorry I didn't mean you monster. It's okay. Tang-an didn't care too much. He seemed to have a gentle temper and was easy to get along with. Slowly everyone became active, but most of them were Alan's inquiries about Tang-an. Rainer and Berthold have very few words. At the same time, the investigation corps conducted an investigation on the Wall of Maria. Now this area has been occupied by brainless giants, and now humanity only has the Wall of Ross and the Wall of Hina at the center. Chapter 23. It's not good for travelers now. This is the syringe you want. The shop owner pushed 2 palm-length wooden boxes to Tang-an, which contained 2 medical syringes. Thanks, but I don't have any gold coins anymore, and all the family properties are given to you. Opening the box and looking at the syringe inside, Tang-an put it away. I heard that Irwin, the head of the investigation corps, invited you to join the investigation corps. The boss shook his head. The 2 syringes were not of high value. He was even more surprised that Tang-an wanted to join the investigation corps. Hospitality is hard, but to me, there is not much difference between the stationed corps and the investigative corps. Tang-an shrugged. If the time doesn't go wrong, the Wall of Roses will be kicked to pieces by the giant today. Time flies quickly. He has been in this world for 3 months, 2 months, and 20 days to shave and moonwalk master, and then another 10 days to learn the 3-dimensional mobile device. The countdown to his life officially entered 7 days. And tonight at 12 o'clock will reward the dice of the 3rd natural month. By the way, I would advise you to go to Hina's wall right now when we are still a little affectionate. Putting the 2 syringes into his arms, Tang-an sorted out the 3-dimensional mobile device around his waist, and after thinking about it, he should remind this guy. Maybe you can still use the other party next. What's the meaning? The boss was taken aback. I have reminded you, believe it or not, it's up to you. Tang-an shrugged, waved, and left. Now most of the investigative corps has gone to investigate the Wall of Maria, so Tang-an didn't bother to report. If there is enough time, he intends to go back and have a good night's sleep to replenish his energy, and he may be a little busy next. Seeing Tang-an's disappearing back, the boss frowned in thought. Yiddle, pack things up and go to Hina's wall. To make the Chamber of Commerce one of the top 10 in the Eldia Empire, the boss's vision is obviously not comparable to ordinary people. Boss. Adel was dumbfounded. Go get ready. The boss pinched his chin, just as he went to Hina's wall to deal with some things. Yes. On the other side, Tang-an returned to his residence by the wall, and the shop owner rented him again for half a month for free. After taking a bath in the river wearing stretch boxer briefs, Tang went back to the room and lay on the bed, and sorted out the plot that followed. Today, the supergiant will kick the wall of Rosette down. Tang doesn't know when it will be. Then Alan was eaten by an old giant with a beard to save Elman, and then turned into an attacking giant. After killing a few more giants, a captain of the garrison regiment blocked the wall and almost killed him with artillery. Finally, under the order of the commander-in-chief of the garrison regiment, Elman gave a suggestion for Alan to block the outer door of Roselle's wall with a boulder. Then Elvin and Lowell from the investigation corps returned, and then began to try Alan. After being beaten by Lowell, Alan belonged to the investigation corps. Several supporting actors in the 104th phase began to join the investigation corps. With Alan, the investigative corps started 57 extra wall investigations. At this time, Irwin suspected that there were traitors among them who could become intelligent giants, and made a plan to draw out the giantess in an attempt to capture each other alive in the giant tree forest. After a while of falling in love and killing each other, the giantess was almost captured alive, but it was a pity that she not only broke free but also almost killed Alan. If it weren't for Levi's big shots by Kamui and Mikasa, Alan would have been taken away. After returning to the Wall of Roses, Ermin determined that Arnie was a giantess, and then fell in love and killed each other. This time Alan was still beaten to death, but finally defeated Arnie with the help of Mikasa. Unfortunately, in the end, Arnie sealed himself with hardening because of hesitation. Similar to a kind of crystal hardening. This is the content of the first season. Then in the second season, the beast giant used the spinal cord to turn those people in Koni's hometown into brainless giants. In order to protect the true royal bloodline, Krista exposed the identity of the giant of E, and then Rainer was schizophrenic on the wall. He said that he is the identity of the giant of armor, and Bertold is the identity of the giant. The two sides fell in love and killed each other again. As a result, Alan rushed to the street again and was taken away by Rainer. Behind is Elvin taking the people back to retake Alan. Everyone continues to love and kill each other. Mikasa takes the opportunity to confess, and then Hannes, who is a relative to Alan, is killed by the giant-eating giant, and after a roar, he awakens the power of the ancestor giant's coordinate power. This is the content of the second season. The third season is about the politics inside the wall, plus the plot that Elman eats Bertold and inherits the supergiant and learns part of the truth about the world. Then there was what happened later in the Murray Empire. Tang hadn't read the comics, so it was not very clear. But it doesn't matter. Because in Tang-An's view, the second season and the third season are unnecessary. He will eat all the wise giants in the first season for a big finale. The Traverser is so headstrong. But Tang didn't take it lightly. Instead, I read the continuous task in the waste sheet a few times. Hunting the Son of Destiny, the Destiny villain, the Traveler, the Samsara, and the Rebirth will be rewarded with throwing dice +4, and supporting characters or villains will be rewarded with throwing dice depending on the situation, and lucky value will be added randomly. In Pirate World, he initially estimated that Enel was a fellow traveler. The reincarnation and the rebirth have not had time to confirm, they may or may not. In other words, there may also be transversal, reincarnation, or rebirth among the attacking giants, all of which are threatening. Cheat may be stronger than his waste cheat. He first made sure not how to kill the opponent, but to find a way not to be killed by the opponent. Unless in a foolproof case. This is not about Tang Unchang's ambition to destroy his own power and prestige. Who knows what the cheats of these traversers, reincarnations, and rebirths are? If it is the kind of cheat that is invincible at the start, then play with wool. Nowadays, there are endless kinds of weird cheats, compared to who is tall and high grade. Tang really has no confidence in his own waste cheat. It is easier to understand for reincarnations. It is nothing more than some main god space. Cheat is to perform the main god's task, and then get the things in the exchange point in exchange for powerful power. Tang also paid attention recently, but no suspicious person was found. According to general novel routines, whether it is a traverser or a reincarnation, the mission will be related to the Son of Destiny in the local world, but he has not found anything abnormal around Alan these days. Although it didn't appear, Tang still wouldn't take it lightly. There are too many traversers these days, which makes it difficult for everyone to mix, unless there is a high-grade cheat. Throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Tang decided on the next goal. The giantess is easier to succeed, and will be severely injured by Levi in the giant tree forest. If it weren't for becoming a brainless giant without consciousness, Tang would have been eyeing armor giants, super giants, or attack plus ancestor giants. When you become a brainless giant, it means that your life is in danger at any time. Any investigating soldier using a three-dimensional mobile device will kill him. Therefore, in order to be foolproof, first eat the female giant and become a wise giant before eating other wise giants. Tang will not underestimate people in this world. After deciding the goal, Tang looked at what he had gotten from 17 rolls of the dice so far. There was a mess of everything. Then I watched the online licensing advertisement 10 times, and then watched the Arima movie again. Chapter 24. My name is Joe Wei and I am a reincarnation. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Alan and Coney, led by the squad leader of the elite group of the garrison, were taking measures to stabilize the wall or check the fort. Everyone's expressions are very relaxed. After all, these are all easy things. The most important thing is that they are about to graduate and can choose to join the Investigation Corps or the Garrison Corps and the Gendarmerie Corps. It's just that the Gendarmerie can join the top 10 in terms of overall performance. Alan's goal has always been to investigate the Corps. Coney, do you have a problem over there? After checking his own area, Alan looked at Coney in the distance. I have a problem here. Give me 3 minutes to fix it. Coney raised his head and waved his sweat. The temperature today is a bit high. However, on the wall of more than 50 meters, there are violent winds from time to time, and only then is there a hint of coolness. Then I will look elsewhere. Good. Just as Alan acted, a golden lightning fell from the sky, and accompanied by a powerful storm and steam, a huge head appeared behind Alan. The supergiant appeared. The blood red on the body surface is all muscles, there is no external skin, a lot of steam is sprayed all over, and the temperature is super high. Whether it was Alan or Coney, or everyone else, they were all thrown out. The three-dimensional mobile device was fixed on the wall, and Alan looked at the supergiant. His complexion suddenly became ugly. Call out. The fixer sprayed onto the shoulders of the giant, and Alan flew into the sky, staring at those huge eyes, holding back the super high temperature steam, and his expression was ruthless. I haven't seen you in 5 years. Alan roared, wishing to slash the opponent 1,000 times. But the supergiant did not pay attention to Alan, but raised his right foot high and kicked towards the outer door of the city wall with unparalleled strength. At that moment, it seemed as if the sky broke and the ground broke, and the whole door was kicked to pieces without holding it for a second. The huge roar awakened the entire area around the wall of rose. Countless rubble fell like a meteor shower, dying wherever it went. In the fear of countless human beings, the house was like paper. I don't know how many people were smashed into flesh, with blood and internal organs splashing around. At the same time, the hurricane swept through the gate, directly shifting a radius of 500 meters. The huge air current constantly shuttled through the door, like a demon whispering. When? The big bell on the central building was ringing, and the entire southern area of Rosette's wall was in chaos. The giant broke the wall. Run. 5 years, has it appeared again? Help. Child, my child. What? There is nothing but purgatory in this world, with stumps and broken arms flying around, and human beings are run over to death like an ant. Has it appeared? Standing on the roof of his house, Tang-en was equipped with a three-dimensional mobile device around his waist. The strong wind coming from the gate was so strong that it almost made him unable to stabilize his body. At this moment, I saw the huge ugly head full of blood-red muscles outside the wall, and the whole body was erupting super high-temperature steam all the time. Deserves to be the protagonist. Even if it was thousands of meters away, Tang-en could see Alan flying over the giant's head. Even if the opponent's volume-crushing style wins, Alan does not mean that he is afraid, but also wants to cut off the back of the giant's neck. But it is destined to be useless. Sure enough, with a large amount of steam injection, the supergiant disappeared out of thin air. Alan, who regained his sight, threw a blank. Disappeared. Alan landed on the wall and looked at the pit with only 2 huge footprints outside the wall, and the others were empty. Alan, have you killed the giant? There was some burns on Coney's body, and he was a little dazed to see Alan. No, it disappeared like 5 years ago. With a fierce expression, Alan held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. The installations on the wall are all destroyed. The other soldiers from the garrison ran over, all with fear on their faces. The appearance of supergiants reminds them of 5 years ago. Couldn't Rose's wall be kept? This is the southern region. What about the 3 regions, east, west, and north? Go back first. Several people used a 3-dimensional mobile device to jump off the city wall and quickly flew towards the inner wall. They must report. All members gather. At the moment in the inner wall, the garrison team leader Kazai quickly summoned all the garrison regiments to prepare to resist, because brainless giants have already begun to enter the wall through the gate. Captain, there are not enough people. Aren't the 104 students here? Let them immediately equip them with a 3-dimensional mobile device. Everyone must guard this wall. The giant must not let the giant plunder again. Yes. Quick, quick. Ready to fight. Yes. Tang-en was still standing on the top of his house, watching the giants constantly entering through the gate. There were 3 meters high, 5 meters, 10 meters, or even 12 meters, and the residuals were uneven. All giants are fat and thin, and even have hair, which is very deformed. From that instinctive action, it was stupid. This is the first time I have seen a real brainless giant. A fat giant with a height of 7 meters, his belly is like a pregnancy in October. At the same time, his lower body is smooth without any organs that men and women should have. The eyes are big, the mouth and teeth are big, and the most important thing is baldness. Looks like a deformed old man. The solid object shot on the obese giant's shoulder. Tang-en took the initiative to fly to the back of the opponent's head, drew out a pair of knives and slashed at the back of the neck. A huge piece of flesh flew away, and the obese giant fell. No difficulty. But the situation will always be out of expectation, and a blood basin will bite. It was a 5-meter-high giant who jumped directly in an attempt to eat Tang-en. A foul smell came over, and the front teeth were similar to the keyboard. If it was someone else, it might have been swallowed. Call out. The air exploded, Tang-en disappeared like a teleport, and appeared on the left side of the giant, stepping on the moonwalk and directly cutting off the back of his neck. Flying to a building again, Tang-en squinted slightly as he watched the giants around him constantly eating people. Draw spinal fluid first. Looking at the fat giant and the 5-meter giant who were killed by himself, the corpse was filled with steam, and the flesh and blood continued to melt, looking extremely disgusting. Just when Tang-en was about to take spinal fluid, a person appeared out of thin air 300 meters to the left. Tang-en would never read it wrong, it appeared out of thin air. Could it be Zhou Wei? Male. 20 years old. Main God Space, number 1678 Reincarnation. Grade, Leave 4. Remaining redemption points, 1000 points. Weapon, a dragon sword. Skills, 9 Sun Magic Leave 4. I have cultivated for 40 years of Genkai, easy to cleanse the marrow, internal force to regenerate, increase attack defense, healing sacred scripture, no disease, no poison. Lingbo microstep leave 3. Moving clouds and flowing water, light as a swallow, ethereal phantom. Dragon 18 palms leave 3. The golden dragon is condensed in the palm. Worldview, more than 2,000 years ago, in a tribe named Eldia, the ruler of the time, King Fritz, had a slave named Emir. Task 1, hunt 10 headless giants and reward 1,000 exchange points. Task 2, rescue 10 soldiers from the training corps, garrison corps, or survey corps, and reward 1,000 exchange points. Task 3, join the investigation corps and reward 1,000 exchange points. Task 4, protect the Son of Destiny from being hunted by the Dark Ones within 6 months, and reward 50,000 exchange points. Task 5, hunt the Dark Ones and reward 100,000 redemption points. Note, the Dark Ones are viruses left over from the heavens and worlds. They will hunt down the Sons of Destiny, Reincarnation, and Traversers. Chapter 25. Isn't it the long-lost 18 palms of Zhonglong? My name is Zhou Wei, an ordinary otaku on the earth, because the keyboard was sprinkled with water and leaked electricity while watching One Piece. As a result, I did not expect to come to the legendary main god space. I became a reincarnation, the number is 1678. The first reincarnation was in heaven and slaying dragons. I completed the task assigned by the Lord God and used the reward redemption point to redeem the 9 Sons divine art. At the same time, I upgraded to leave 4. Also get the dragon slaying sword. The second reincarnation was in Tianlong Babu. I completed the task issued by the main god and exchanged Lingbo Weiabu. The third reincarnation was in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. I completed the mission of the Lord God and exchanged the 18 palms of the dragon. I thought that this reincarnation was still the world of martial arts, but I didn't expect to come to the world of attacking giants. As an otaku, I was very impressed with this hegemony fan, and I have read comics. And Mikasa and Krista are my goddesses. I can finally see it. The women in the Legend of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, the Legend of the Dragon Slayer, and the Legend of the Condor Heroes are not as cute as anime beauties. This time the main god released 5 missions very rarely. It is not difficult to hunt 10 brainless giants with my 3 god tier skills. It is not difficult to save 10 soldiers. It is a bit troublesome to join the investigation corps, but the identity and language barriers can be eliminated by changing the identity potion, and then join the investigation corps. It's just that the identity potion is too expensive, and it actually requires 500 exchange points. Protect the Son of Destiny from being hunted by the Dark Ones. Viruses left in the world? Will they hunt down the Sons of Destiny, the Reincarnation, and the Traversers? They. Isn't the dark person necessarily a human being? How to hunt down the Sons of Destiny, the Reincarnation, and the Traverser? How can I tell? Zhou Wei looked at the task issued by the Lord God in front of him, with a serious expression on his face. He is sure to complete the first 3 tasks. But the 4th and 5th tasks are a little troublesome. The Dark One he saw for the first time. Although the redemption points are rewarding, he doesn't know whether the other party is a ghost or a human being. How to make sure? Wait, the Dark Ones will hunt down the Sons of Destiny, the Traversers, and the Reincarnations. The Lord God asked me to protect the Son of Destiny. As long as I stay with the Son of Destiny, whoever shoots at the Son of Destiny will likely be the Dark One. I only need to protect for 6 months. I'm really a genius. Exchange the identity potion. Looking at the 500 exchange points deducted on the panel, Zhou Wei's heart was dripping blood. A bottle of medicine appeared out of thin air. Zhou Wei started to glow after drinking it, and it changed a lot in just 3 seconds. Wearing is no different from this world, and other identities are automatically generated. If someone investigates Zhou Wei's identity at this time, he will find that he is a member of the Wall of Maria, or that kind of identity with conclusive evidence. Boom! A 7-meter-high giant appeared in front of Zhou Wei and grabbed it with his big hand. But Zhou Wei didn't panic at all. The whole person flashed left and right, all phantoms. Just 3 breaths came to the giant's back neck. Kong Long has regrets. A 3-meter-long golden dragon appeared in his hand, and accompanied by the sound of the dragon's roar, Zhou Wei slapped his palm on the back of the giant's neck. The next moment the giant's entire back of the neck was flying, almost the upper half of his body was turned into pieces of meat. The power of a palm is terrifying. Immediately after Zhou Wei was as light as a swallow, his whole person turned into a phantom, accompanied by a series of dragons, and easily solved the 10-headed giant. The giant's clumsy body was like playing with Zhou Wei's lingbo. It can be said that even if there are 1,000 giants at the scene, Zhou Wei can shuttle among them calmly and leisurely. Don't ask why, just ask Lingbo Weiabu. Tang'an, who was already hiding in the dark, first saw the other party drink a bottle of something, then glowed all over for 3 seconds, and then changed drastically. There can be no mistake, this is a cheat traverser, or a reincarnation. Tang'an looked solemn, and he didn't expect to encounter these problems so soon. A lot of pressure. Immediately after Tang'an opened his mouth slightly, he saw the opponent's body, which looked like a kind of martial arts, and a 3-meter-long golden dragon appeared in his palm, accompanied by the sound of the dragon's roar. This shouldn't be the long-lost 18 palms of Zhang Long. What is the other person's body? Left. The other side killed 10 giants and suddenly disappeared in the alley. Obviously, I don't want to be exposed. Tang'an's heart sank. The appearance of this suspected traverser and reincarnation completely disrupted his plan. Next, he is likely to run into each other, and the most important thing is that the other party may know the plot. Judging from the continuous mission of waste cheat, the opponent is definitely the enemy. And he doesn't know what the opponent's cheat is and what ability he has. However, judging from the previous situation, it seems that the other party has acquired some kind of martial arts, or it may be some kind of superpower. If you want to kill the opponent, you must kill with one shot, otherwise he may be counter-killed. After all, he doesn't know the opponent's whole cards. Regardless of whether it is a traverser or a reincarnation, the next one will definitely be surrounded by the Son of Destiny, and they will definitely meet at that time, and the other party will most likely find their identity. If I knew it, I wouldn't agree to Irvine to join the investigation corps. If it is a garrison, it can also reduce encounters with the opponent. I am too pushy. Tang'an thought about it, but he was too pushy. If you don't fight Levier, just stay low-key in the training corps. Even if you join the investigative corps, it will be kind of unknown and won't attract the other party's attention at all. It's better now, the entire training corps knows that he has fought with Levi, and he has not fallen into a disadvantage. For any traveler who is familiar with the plot, it is no different than taking off his clothes. At this point, there is a problem. It seems that I will act in a low-key manner in the future. The last time I ate a ditch to gain my wisdom, I didn't stab Luffy to death with a single knife, so in the future, Tang'an will stab a few more times to kill, and gradually develop a habit. Now I want to add one more thing, be a low-key person. Have to think of a way. How about going to kill the other party directly? What if the opponent has a whole card, or is better than yourself? But if you don't do anything, you will wear it sooner or later. Both of them are traveling together, can they become friends? After all, we met in a different country. As the saying goes, my eyes are full of tears when I see my fellow villagers. This idea was rejected by Tang'an as soon as it appeared, so the continuous task is still in front of him. And the other party may also have cheat to post this task. Tang'an's face was gloomy and rainy, thinking about it as if only soldiers came to stop him, and the water came to cover him. Extract the spinal cord first. Throwing away all the thoughts in his mind, Tangan launched the fixer and appeared on a 7-meter giant, and with the back of his neck he flew away and fell to the ground stepping on the giant. Taking out the 2 needles that he had prepared in his arms, Tangan used a knife to cut open the spine of the brainless giant, and then inserted the needles into them and began to draw spinal fluid. 3 giants appeared around as soon as they were absorbed. They were 6 meters, 8 meters, and 10 meters. After reinstalling the syringe, Tangan just rotated and jumped back and forth to solve the problem. Are you from that core? Just after Tangan got rid of the 3-headed giant, a figure appeared on the nearby building. It was a beautiful woman with long orange hair. Judging from the logo on her chest, she belonged to the garrison. Anka is shocked now, the other party has solved the 3-headed giant easily. Plus the one on the ground, that's 4. At the same time, there is a giant's body not far away, and there are no other soldiers around. Could it be said that this man killed it? Chapter 26 Officially meet with the Samsara. Ermin. In the northern area, at this moment, the 104th student had already entered the battle, and a bald giant with a beard had already held Ermin in his mouth. At the critical moment, Alan appeared, supported the giant's upper jaw with one hand, and grabbed Ermin with the other and yanked it out, and then was eaten by the bald giant. Alan. Rolling on the house, Elmin looked terrified at the scene of Alan's arm being bitten off by the giant and swallowing his belly. Alan. Elmin's head was blank, and his eyes were completely blank. Ermin, are you okay? At this time, Coney and Jean appeared, grabbing Ermin and flew away directly. Arriving at a tall building, Mikasa, Xiaxia and others are fighting. Now the entire area has been occupied, and there is a steady stream of giants coming in from the outer wall gate. Coney, have you seen Alan? Mikasa panted heavily, the blood of the giant on his body was melting and steaming. No. Coney shook his head. Alan was eaten by giants to save me. Sitting on the ground losing strength, Ermin looked at her hands, tears in her eyes with fear. What? Everyone around was stunned and suspected that they had heard it wrong. Especially Mikasa. What's the matter with Ermin? Mikasa almost lost control, holding Elmin with both hands and her face pale. Alan. Unable to keep thinking, Ermin collapsed. I do not believe. Mikasa was in a trance, and then disappeared into the house. She wanted to make sure herself. Mikasa. How could it be like this? Get out of here, there are 3 giants here. Damn it. Coney and the others left with the absent-minded Ermin, while Mikasa continued to shuttle through the alleys to kill a head of giants, and finally the gas of the 3-dimensional mobile device was exhausted. Slammed to the ground, Mikasa did not get up for a long time. At the same time, a 5-meter-high obese giant appeared in front of him. Is it over? Lying on the ground and watching the approaching giant, Mikasa had no fear in her eyes. The flying dragon is in the sky. Hold head high. A deafening dragon chant, a golden dragon descended from the sky, and accompanied by the flying flesh and blood, a figure stood on the giant's body and looked at Mikasa. I finally saw you, Mikasa. The handsome and capable smile is so bathed in the spring breeze. Mikasa looked dull and could no longer think. This person actually slapped the giant to death. What was that golden creature appeared from this person's hands? Hello, Mikasa. Joe Wei jumped off the giant's body, came to Mikasa and stretched out his hand, graceful and polite. Mikasa reached out subconsciously and was pulled up by Joe Wei. It was just right to rescue Mikasa before Alan. Seeing the real Mikasa in front of him, Joe Wei was full of excitement and joy. Grace should be a very good start, I should be very handsome just now. Boom, boom. A 12-meter tall giant came from a distance and apparently found Joe Wei and Mikasa. Giant. Mikasa looked shocked, her gas had been used up, and she and this mysterious man who appeared suddenly might be eaten by the giant. Even if Mikasa saw the power of this mysterious man a few seconds ago, but... Don't worry. I'm here. Joe Wei held Sanli with one arm around his waist, and then used Lingbo's micro steps, stepping on the wall to the roof like a phantom, as light as a swallow. You. Mikasa stood on the roof, looking at the ground and then at the handsome man beside him, feeling that Sankan had been subverted. How did they come up? She was pretty sure that the other party did not use a three-dimensional mobile device. Coming. Joe Wei pointed his finger to the right. Where was a 15-meter-tall, black-haired, bipupil, no lips, and double-row teeth. A pair of giants with long pointed ears resembling elves appeared, and hit the 12-meter giant with a punch. The giant is attacking the giant. Seeing the 12-meter giant being knocked into the air by the black-haired giant, Mikasa was even more dazed. He will be your partner. There have been regulations in the main god space that it is not allowed to reveal the existence of the main god space to the local world, as well as the plot of the local world, and so on. So Joe Wei couldn't explain, so he could only give a hint. Roar! The black-haired and blue-eyed giant yelled, raised his big feet and ravaged the 12-meter giant bloodily, and walked towards the giant in other directions after being completely killed, with strong hostility. In the distance, Tangan and Anka were startled. Are you awakened? Looking at the giant with black hair and blue eyes, Tangan knew that this was the attacking giant that Alan, the son of Destiny, had become. With the three-dimensional mobile device operating, Tangan flew towards the attacking giant. Anka hesitated and followed behind. The appearance of the attacking giant immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Koni, Shasha and other soldiers from the garrison group scattered around the houses watching the black-haired Baitong giants attack the other giants. The giant is attacking the giant. Koni opened his mouth slightly, and a drop of cold sweat hung on his forehead. What's the matter? I even ignored us. Letting his body tightened, the black-haired, blue-eyed giant just passed by them, and even directly ignored them and walked towards the giant not far away. Tang-an. At this time, Tangan and Anka fell on the roof, and Koni said hello. Everyone is okay. Tangan looked at several people. No, look at that giant, it's attacking other giants. Shasha found it incredible. How come? Anka looked shocked, and now the giant with black hair and blue eyes was killed by one enemy and three. Roar! The giant's battle was very violent and bloody. A head flew over everyone's head with a storm, and finally fell on the bell tower and was crumbling. Everyone had a cold back. At this moment, Ermin had already recovered, staring intently at the giant with black hair and blue eyes. Ermin, Cone, Jean. Joe Wei holding the ragged roof in the distance as if jumping over on the ground, falling in front of the crowd caused a series of consternation. What did they see just now? Mikasa and this man ran and jumped easily on the roof over a distance of 7 or 8 meters. This can be done without the use of a three-dimensional mobile device. Mikasa, you. He is. Koni felt that his head was not enough. First, the giant killed the giant, and then put on a fighting attitude. Now Mikasa was held by a strange man and ran and jumped on the roof at will. The house and the house are separated by 7 or 8 meters. This is something human can do. Thing. Hello everyone, this is Joe Wei. Joe Wei is completely familiar with himself, smiling and introducing himself. Oh. Koni. Let. Shasha. Several Koni reported their names subconsciously. Tangan squinted slightly, daring to feel that this guy had disappeared before to save Mikasa. Tang-an. Tangan also reported his name, and those who didn't know thought that Tangan was from this world. Because he pretends to be alike, his face is not red, his heart beats, and he has no flaws. What if the other party doesn't know the plot? But when the other party went to rescue Mikasa, it was obvious that he knew the plot. Do you want to do it now? Tangen shifted his gaze to the battle between the attacking giant and the other brainless giants. No, it's not suitable for hands-on now. If you want to be foolproof, you still have to wait for the wisdom giant to be eaten. Even if there is an accident at that time, relying on the giant's power and the pervert regeneration ability can also increase your chances of winning. Tangen has no absolute certainty now. The most important thing is that after he reported his name, the other party did not respond. Maybe the other party regards himself as a passerby. As Tangen guessed, Zhou Wei now regards Tangen as a passerby. After all, he didn't memorize every detail. The attacking giant killed so many people every time. Who knew Tangen was the one who was in trouble? Maybe it won't be long before he will receive his lunch. Chapter 27. You have only one choice. Ended. That is. As the black-haired Bai giant defeated several brainless giants around him, he finally fell into the ruins and lost his ability to move, and the high-temperature steam continued to escape. Everyone looked at the back of the neck, where a figure straightened up. Mikasa jumped out of the house for the first time, and ran to the back of the giant with little steam. When it was determined that it was Alan, he hugged him with water mist and happiness in his eyes. It's Alan. How can it be? Alan has become a giant. Seeing the flesh and blood still connected to the temples, and the blood stains spreading across the eye sockets and cheeks, this is Alan's right. Anyway, go to a safe place first. Koni led Mikasa and Alan towards the inner door wall. Tangen also followed, and at the same time let Zhou Wei with him. The next plot is much simpler. The scene of Alan coming out of the giant's body was seen by many people, and then the garrison team leader Chiz led the garrison to directly surround Alan, Mikasa, and Ermin, and asked Alan if he was humans or still giants. Everyone just flew to the wall of the inner door and was surrounded as soon as they landed. Tangen has always paid attention to Zhou Wei, but he is very careful. Alan, are you a human or a giant? Keys and the surrounding garrison all looked terrified, looking at Alan as if looking at a demon. A bunch of trash. Zhou Wei, Mikasa, and Ermin surrounded Alan and looked at the artillery on the wall and the garrison corps with blades drawn around. Zhou Wei looked at Kizai, who was trembling with fear, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. In his eyes, these guys are all rubbish. Don't be too angry when watching anime. All of them are wastes that fail to succeed and fail, and they are still dragging their feet at critical moments. If it weren't for the task, he really wanted to slap these guys to death. Tangen was also next to him, but did not act rashly. On the contrary, he distanced himself from Ellen. At the same time, he pulled out the blade and looked terrified, and he had entered the state and began to perform. Tangen did this because he didn't want Zhou Wei to discover his identity so quickly. Fear and tremble with other people, this looks like a local. I am human. Alan has woken up, but the memory of becoming a giant has not been restored. Yes. Chiza lowered his head, his eyes sharpened sharply. Fire! Boom! The artillery fire on the wall shot a grenade. Zhou Wei did not act, because he knew that Alan would become a giant skeleton to protect Mikasa and Ermin. As the golden lightning fell, a huge storm set off. A large amount of steam filled the surroundings and blocked all sight. Did you make it? Just as all the garrison corps were talking about it, Alan inside the steam turned into a giant skeleton to protect Elmin, Mikasa, and Zhou Wei. Everyone is okay. With the flesh and blood removed from the back of the neck and jumped to the ground, Alan breathed a sigh of relief looking at the intact Mikasa and Ermin, and looked at Zhou Wei with a hint of gratitude. Although he didn't know this person, he was very grateful that this person just stood in front of him and defended him. My name is Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei slapped the steam in front of him and smiled at Alan. My name is Ellen, thank you so much just now. It's okay, those guys are just a bunch of cowards. They don't know that if the power of the human master is a giant, they can take back the wall of Roselle. Zhou Wei reminded him on the side, and said it to Ermin. Sure enough, Zhou Wei's reminder made Ermin think of resolving the current danger. Ellen, Mikasa, and Zhou Wei, don't you come out yet, I'll talk to them. Unlocking the three-dimensional mobile device, Ermin walked out of the steam area with his hands raised. Ermin. Alan and Mikasa were worried. Don't do it. Walking out of the steam, Ermin raised his hands and coughed twice, indicating that he was harmless. At this time, everyone also saw the giant skeleton behind Ermin, covered with fleshy flesh and was constantly melting. Prepare. Kazai still had a look of fear, and raised his hand to give orders for another shot. Wait, although I have not yet figured out why Alan became a giant, we can use this giant's power to block the wall of Roselle. And Ellen killed a few giants earlier, and those giants were hostile to Ellen, which means that Ellen is on the same front as us, and our enemies are all other giants. Ermin simply went straight to the point and revealed two news to everyone. The giants Alan turned into are like them, enemies of other giants. We can use Alan's power to block the outer door and retake the wall of Roselle. Many garrison regiments put their blades down and thought about Ermin's proposal. Many of them have seen Alan become a giant, and they have also seen Alan fight other giants, as Elmin said. Do you think I will believe it? Keyes was so terrified that he couldn't think. Order immediately. Waste. Zhou Wei shot directly, and Lingbo flicked several phantoms. Just 3 or 4 breaths appeared in front of Kazai, directly pinched his neck and forced Kazai to kneel on the ground. You can become a captain even with a waist like you. This scene happened so quickly that everyone did not react. You let go of Captain Keyes. Many garrison groups around were swallowing. How did the opponent appear across more than 10 meters, only to feel that a series of phantoms appeared in front of him, and then Captain Chitz was caught by the opponent's neck. Such a coward is worthy of being a captain? Now you think about what Elmin said, such waste should be eaten by giants. Zhou Wei snorted coldly, looking at Kazai with disdain in his eyes. Tang'an stood not far away. Others did not see Zhou Wei's movement, but he did. Although the opponent's speed is very fast, it is still a bit worse than his shaved. Stop it! A voice came from behind. Everyone parted a road, and an old man with a beard and a bare head on his upper lip appeared with a group of people. Dodo Pixis is the highest person in charge of the territory on the south side of the city wall, including the Truce district. Commander Pixis. All soldiers stationed in the corps put away their blades. You still have to do as always. Pixis glanced at Keyes, obviously knowing the other's character. Which corps are you from? Pixis was very interested in Zhou Wei. The opponent was not wearing a combat uniform, that is to say, it was just a civilian. But a civilian appeared here, still pinching Kazai's neck in front of so many people, which is interesting. I'm just a civilian. Release Kazai, Zhou Wei returned to Mikasa. Your proposal just now was very good. Pixis did not continue to ask, but looked at Ermin. Yes. Elmin was straight, with one hand on the heart with a serious face. You guys come with me. Pixis looked at Alan's four, then turned and left. Commander. Many garrison regiments opened their mouths, and in the end they could only let Alan leave. A few minutes later, several people stood on the wall of the inner gate, watching the broken outer gate city wall, and a steady stream of giants walked in through it. Just try as you suggest. Pixis picked up the hip flask around his waist and took a sip. But Elmin wasn't really sure. No but. Pixis interrupted Elmin with a wave of his hand, and then looked sharply at Alan. You have only one choice. Chapter 28 He Tang'an Lives Upside Down. Tang'an stood on the huge wall, short hair blowing in the wind. Just now Pixis ordered that all the garrison regiments or the 104th Regiment attract the giant to the corner, so that Alan can become a giant and pick up the huge stone in the distance to block the broken outer door. Tang En was not surprised by this result, even if he was also called up. And Pixa seems to know that he was promoted to the investigation corps by Irvine, and perhaps his information has been circulated among the senior officials. Or maybe I got some information from the woman before, that is, the woman named Enka. So Tang En is now assigned to protect Alan, specifically to clean up the group of giants around Alan. Ermin, Mikasa, Koni are among them, as well as Zhou Wei, who Tang En cares most about. Now Zhou Wei has a completely new look, wearing a yellow combat suit and a three-dimensional mobile device. Tang En was pretty sure that the other party would not use a three-dimensional mobile device. After all, he looked excited when he first got it. As a result, he was in a daze for more than 10 seconds, and this guy was able to use the three-dimensional mobile device proficiently. This FK said that there is no cheat, he Tang En live upside down and eat shit. Tang En's heart is very heavy now. The opponent is suspected to be able to learn a certain skill in the shortest time. What does this mean? It means that the opponent is unfathomable, and I don't know how many hidden cards are hidden. Start to act. Just as Tang En was thinking, a flare rose from the horizon, and all the soldiers jumped off the wall and began to perform their tasks. Alan, Koni, Mikasa, Ermin, Zhou Wei, and Rang and others quickly flew towards the outer wall, and Tang En followed behind. Make up your mind to hide strength. I believe that with Zhou Wei, this action will be much easier than the original book. As Tang En guessed, Zhou Wei's strength shocked everyone. The giant was like a plaything in his hands and was easily killed. Tang En was quite satisfactory. It took a long time to kill a giant, and he was extremely strenuous. Zhou Wei is so strong. Koni's eyes looked like Zhou Wei, who chopped melons and vegetables and cleaned up more than a dozen giants around him, with envy and longing in their eyes. Alan, it's now. Everyone has come to the boulder, as long as Alan becomes a giant and picks up the boulder to block the outer door. Understood. Alan opened his mouth and bit his index finger. With blood splashing, a golden lightning fell from the sky. With the roar and gust of wind, Alan turned into an attacking giant with black hair and blue eyes. However, Alan seemed unable to stay awake, so he shot Mikasa, and finally fell down in front of the boulder with his head down, hot steam spreading all over his body. Finally, he was awakened by Ermin. With a roar of incompetence, Alan lifted the boulder and walked towards the outer door, spraying a lot of steam. The brainless giants that had been blocked along the way were all killed by Zhou Wei, Mikasa, and others. Boom! The earth shook, and the huge boulder slammed into the outer door and blocked the entrance of the cave. Successful, succeeded. Koni and others looked alarmed. Transmit a signal. As the signal appeared high in the sky, whether it was the soldiers who attracted the brainless giants to the corner, or the soldiers in other areas, there were surprises. Commander Pixis, we succeeded. The outer door is blocked. Successful, we succeeded. Everyone cheered, and the outer door was blocked so that they could see Hope. This means they can also take back the Wall of Mary. At the gate, Alan was torn from the back of his neck by Mikasa and Ermin, neither of them could remain calm. Did you make it? Alan was weak, half squinting his eyes. Ellen, we succeeded. Elmin looked at the blocked door behind him. At this moment, the 5 giants appeared, obviously breaking through the blockade of Zhou Wei, Koni, and others. Damn it! The looks of Mikasa and Ermin changed drastically. Call out. 2 figures appeared in an emergency, and one of them solved the 3-headed giant with lightning speed. It was Levi. The other 2 giants were also killed by Zhou Wei. Who can tell me what's going on here? Luel stood on the giant's body, glanced at Zhou Wei, and then focused his gaze on Ellen, Mikasa, and Ermin. The investigative corps came back at this time. With the investigative corps, all the giants in the wall of the Truce district in the south were solved in only half a day. The next step is to interrogate Alan and decide where Alan will go. Tang Ank was not interested in mixing his feet, and went straight back to his residence to take a bath and start daily practice. It's just that the residence is now almost in ruins, but there is one room that is intact. Now he is just a soldier in the training corps and has not yet joined the investigation corps, so the degree of freedom is not bad. If you remember correctly, it is time for all the students of the 104th Training Corps to choose to enter that corps. Mikasa and Ermin undoubtedly want to join the investigation corps. Then there will be 57 investigations outside the wall and the Giantess Ani will appear. It's also time for me to act. Hope it will go well. Uncontrollably, Tang An thought of Zhou Wei. Because the most uncertain factor is the sky. It is night, and the stars are shining. Investigating the corps headquarters, Irvine stood on the windowsill and looked at the stars, while Luel was sitting on a chair while drinking a drink while looking at a document. What do you think of Zhou Wei? There are two documents on Irwin's desk. One is Tang An and the other is Zhou Wei. Tang An and the others had already understood, but this sudden appearance of Zhou Wei attracted Irvine's attention. Judging from the confessions of Mikasa and others, this Zhou Wei possessed power that they did not know. For example, the one that can shoot a golden creature from the hand, or the one that can slap a giant to death. At the same time, there is a speed that surpasses human limits. However, according to the investigation data, the other party is a member of the Wall of Mary, and the ancestors have been up to the 5th generation, and the evidence is conclusive and there is no suspicion. Irvine always felt a little out of place. Tang An was fine to say, but Zhou Wei did give him a weird feeling this time. Are you doubting? Luel put down the information and looked cold. Irvine first walked to the desk and looked at the two documents, then was silent for a while and then said, I will interrogate Alan tomorrow, and find a way to keep Alan in the investigative corps. Understood. This night, everyone was not very calm. Alan was locked up in a basement prison. Unconsciously, the moon had climbed to the very center, just after 12 o'clock. Tang An lay on the bed and opened the light curtain to throw the dice. Because today is the third natural month. I don't know what will be thrown. If you don't expect it, it's all fake. But when Tang An thinks of the waste cheat routine, Tang An feels lost. Let's start. The dice began to spin and jump, and the model plane crossed 3 spaces. As the dazzling light disappeared, an object appeared in Tang An's eyes. A lighter. Explanation: the main components of the lighter are the ignition mechanism and the gas storage box. When the ignition mechanism is in action, it emits sparks to the gas area to ignite the gas. It is mainly used for making fires, smoking, and also for cooking and other fires. Looking at the lighter in hand that can be bought at a roadside stand for 1 yuan, it is only one word short of hitting a plane. Just a single word and the mood is completely different. This was an opportunity that I waited for a whole month, but was dismissed by a local stall. Chapter 29. This guy is definitely not a giant. The next day, the trial of Alan was held in Hina's wall. After being severely beaten by Luel, he formally joined the investigation corps. At the same time, because Alan joined, Irvine began to prepare 57 extra wall investigations. Mr. Tang An. Near noon, a carriage appeared at Tang An's residence. The shop owner entered the yard with a smile and looked at Tang An, who was naked and wearing only a pair of stretch boxer briefs, with a hypocritical expression. Tang An is standing upside down, with the back of his right hand at his waist, just doing handstand training with one hand. The lined muscles are dripping with sweat, especially the six-pack abs, so that Tang An's body is always exuding. With a male scent. How did you come? Tang An didn't stop, but still did handstand training up and down. Tisk. Tisk, how did you do it? The shop owner had a big belly, looking at Tang An's training with envy and shock. Seeing Tang-an not speaking, the shop owner coughed. "Thank you for reminding me last time. If I didn't go to Hina's wall in advance, I might have been eaten by the giant. I just reminded you." Tang-an switched to his right hand and continued to practice. "How do you expect the giant to break the wall?" The shop owner is very curious. If he knows the news in advance every time, then he can transfer the goods in advance, which is all in vain. "Did you get the news from the investigation corps?" "More or less," Tang-an said casually. "I heard that you were personally invited by the head of the investigation corps, Irvine, to join the investigation corps. You will definitely be in a high position in the future. I have been making friends all the time. Remember to let me know if you have any news in the future. As for this house, I will give it to you. I'll send someone to repair it later." The shop owner stated his previous purpose. Although he has a wide range of connections, he can tell from his eyes that Tang-an must be no ordinary person in the future. There is absolutely nothing wrong with investing or making good deals now. No problem. Tang-an didn't refuse either. After all, each took what he needed. Haha. The shop owner is very happy. He just likes people like Tang-an. Refreshing. "Then I will ask someone to repair the house immediately." "Up to you." Just as the shop owner was about to call someone, a uniformed investigator fell into the yard in the distance. "You are Tang-an." The visitor looked at Tang-an at first glance. "What's up?" After flipping a backflip with one hand on the ground, Tang-an stood on the ground and looked at the investigator. "Captain Irwin wants you to go." Tang-an frowned slightly and looked at the shop owner. "You go first, the problem of the house is on my body." The shop owner patted his chest. "Wait for 3 minutes." Tang-an came to the river and swam around, then returned to the room to change his clothes, and then left with the investigators. At the same time, the shop owner also began to ask people to repair the house. Almost half an hour later, Tang-an followed the investigators to Irvine's office. When I walked in, there were still a lot of people. Elvin, Levi, Alan, Hanji, Mick, Olugo, Petra, and other elite investigative corps are there, a total of 8 or 9 people. Report, Tang-an has already brought it. Go down and rest. Irvine nodded to the investigator, who went straight out and closed the door. Yo. Alan. Tang-an was completely familiar with it, sitting in a chair and greeted Alan, who was nervous on the side. Alan was a little embarrassed. After all, Tang-an didn't help him when he was blocked by Kazai before. On the contrary, he stood with other people with a look of fear and pulled out the blade. "Sorry yesterday." Tang-an didn't explain too much, turning his head to look at Irvine, Lowell, and others. "What can I do if you ask me to come? The time to kill Alan has not yet arrived. It is safer to do it step by step. Anyway, I can't run away. The time we agreed upon has arrived." Irwin folded his hands on his chin, as if to see through Tang-an. "I feel that the investigation corps is too dangerous, but I still think the garrison corps is more suitable for me." Tang-an pretended to be hesitant. "You and I are the same kind of people." Levi's face was cold. He didn't think Tang-an was afraid of danger. As Lowell's words fell, the elites of the investigative corps of Hanji, Mick, Olugo, and Petra even started to move and guard the door, with their hands on their waists, and they could draw the blade at any time. "Hey! What does this mean?" Tang-an leaned on the back of the chair, knocking on the table and chair with one hand. He didn't want to understand at first, but after looking at Irvine, he understood. Wouldn't this guy think that he, like Alan, might be a giant of armor and a giant? "Let me guess, do you suspect that I can become a giant like Alan, maybe a giant or a giant of armor, so I must be controlled under my nose?" Tang-an slowly raised Erlang's legs and looked at Irwin with some amusement. Sure enough, the latter's face changed. On the contrary, Hanji looked at Tang-an enthusiastically, wishing Tang-an was a giant. As for Mick, Olugo, Petra, including Alan, they all looked at Irvine in amazement. Earlier, Irvine only said to surround Tangan, but did not say why. Could this guy become a giant like Alan? Everyone's eyes hovered between Irvine and Tangan, and at the same time their muscles tightened and became vigilant. Irvine waved his hand to let Mick and the others cancel the action, then frowned and looked at Tangan. It seems you are not. Do you believe me? This time it was Tangan's turn to have an accident. Feel sorry. Irwin just said sorry. Based on all kinds of evidence and the conversations just now, Irwin has preliminarily determined that Tangan cannot be a giant. This is his judgment. Of course, there must be suspicions. But what do you seem to know? As Irwin spoke, everyone's eyes focused on Tangan again. After all, Tangan's words cannot stand up to speculation. From Ellen, I can probably guess that the giants and the giants of armor may have been made by humans. They may be in the garrison regiment, possibly in the military police regiment, or even in this office. Everyone present is suspicious. Including you. Tangan looked around at everyone, not even Irving and Lowell. Presumably everyone has thought about it? There was a moment of silence in the office, and everyone's face was uncertain. As Tangan said, as Alan became a giant, they all thought that a supergiant or a giant of armor might also become a human. The giant, the supergiant, and the giant of armor that Alan has become are indeed different from other giants, just like being wise. Mick hesitated and spoke. Now it is certain that this guy is definitely not a giant. Lowell still pulled his face and pointed at Tangan. You don't doubt me, but I still have to doubt you. Maybe you, or you, even you may be a giant. Tangan curled his lips and pointed at Mick, Oluo, Petra, and others, and also Li Wei. You fart. You are the giant. Mick was so angry that they were actually suspected in turn. That might be the case, maybe Head Irvine is. Tangan sneered with his hands on his shoulders. Anyway, he was firing a map cannon. Mick and the others wanted to refute, but they were stopped by Irvine. Tangan is right. Everyone is suspicious, including me. Head. Today you formally join the investigation corps. Wait for Levi, Hanji, and you will go to the new base. In addition, this matter is kept confidential. Yes. Mick nodded. Tangan didn't say anything this time, obviously tacitly acquiescing. Chapter 30 I didn't eat your rice again. In the afternoon, several horses ran in the outskirts. Leading the way is Levi, as well as elite investigating soldiers such as Petra, Elder, and Gunda. Alan and Tangan are among them. During the 10 days of training the corps, Tang Ank not only learned three-dimensional mobile devices, but also horseback riding. After running for almost an hour, everyone came to the new stronghold. It's just a weedy castle, some places have been damaged and turned into ruins, but most of them are still intact. Looks deserted. Weeds are overgrown. There must be dust accumulated in it. Everyone looked at the castle in front of them, expecting to fail. I will leave the cleaning to you. The appearance of Zhou Wei put a lot of pressure on Tangan, so now he will practice as long as he is free. What are you going to do? Everyone looked at Tangan. This guy was a little uncomfortable, annoying, and a lot of shortcomings. My daily practice has not been completed yet. Tangan waved his hand and left, making the rest of the people very dissatisfied. Irvine has given them tasks, not only to watch Alan, but also to pay attention to Tangan. Lowell. Several people looked at Lowell. Don't worry about him. Lovey frowned slightly, then walked into the castle. Then the group began to clean. Tangan came to the small hill on the right side of the castle alone and began daily training. At present, there are more than 10 items such as push UPS, sit UPS, pull UPS, etc., which are maintained at 2,000. Recently, Tangan plans to break through to 3,000. Also, the range of shave is 5 meters, and this range must be added to 6 meters, 7 meters, etc. Moonwalk also needs to practice. As dusk approached, everyone had cleaned the inside and outside of the castle. As one of the only 2 women in the Investigation Corps Special Operations Banley Wilban, Petra is a powerful and gentle beauty with pale yellow shoulder-length hair. Compared with Hanji, a scientific madman with a little abnormal spirit, she has always been the object of subconscious protection by everyone. Originally a quiet and gentle personality, she became interested in Tangan when she was cleaning the room on the right side of the castle today. She just could see Tangan cultivating on the hillside through the window. She paid special attention to it and found that Tangan could actually do 300 push UPS in 1 minute, which means that the other party could do 5 push UPS in 1 second. What speed is this? There are also sit UPS, one-arm push UPS, handstand training, etc., all of which are beyond the reach of normal people. She had heard that the other party had fought with Levi, but she didn't know the specific result. So she was a little curious. Who is going to call that guy to eat? Elder was very dissatisfied. Let me go. Petra, who was closest to the door, got up and planned to call Tangan, but someone came in before he left the house. Tangan was full of sweat and stinky, carrying an adult wild deer on his shoulders, and cast down everyone's horrified eyes on the ground. I just saw this guy wandering around in the forest not far away. He might have met me at first sight, so I just carried it back by the way. Is there anyone who knows how to cook? Tangan observed when he was cultivating that there was a forest not far from the castle, but this forest was not a forest of giant trees, but an ordinary forest. Probably because few people set foot in this area, there is still a lot of game in the forest. He was super trained, and the food such as sweet potato dough alone was not enough to make up for the consumption, and meat was the food that could supplement the consumption the most. It may be that he has experienced the One Piece world, coupled with the excessive consumption of cultivation, etc., which caused Tangan's appetite to be extremely great. This wild deer, which is almost 3 meters long, can be solved by himself. Everyone looked at the wild deer on the ground, and subconsciously looked at the sweet potato dough in the bowl. They all stood up at the same time. I'm going to prepare wood. I'm going to prepare the seasoning. Olodo will clean up with me. I think barbecue is the best. The soup is good too. Then Alan was a little at a loss. Didn't he always complain about Tangan when cleaning the house before? Why is it like a okay person at this time? Alan couldn't understand. Then trouble everyone. Tangan turned around and left. Where are you going? I went to take a bath by the river, and I smelled of sweat all over. Tangan's voice came from a distance. After more than 30 minutes, everyone looked at the roasted whole deer on the table. The smell was tangy, the steam was hot, and all of them dripped saliva and looked fierce. You can start now. Hanji swallowed, took a knife and fork and cut off a deer leg and started to gnaw frantically. No one was polite. At the speed visible to the naked eye, there was only a pile of broken bones left in the whole deer being roasted. Tangan had the most bones in front of him, almost half of them. I didn't expect you to eat so much. Several people looked at Tangan's belly subconsciously, but they watched Tangan eat half of the venison. 4 points full, it seems that one is not enough. Tangan was picking his teeth, his stomach didn't show the slightest improvement, and there was a faint feeling of hunger. Are you really a giant? Elder couldn't help asking, because the appetite was really unacceptable. The only explanation is the giant. You say yes. Isn't it just a bigger appetite? I haven't eaten your rice. Alan is also a giant. How can he be like you? Tangan stood up and stretched, and the words made the atmosphere somewhat depressed. I'll go find something to eat. Who hasn't eaten enough? Tangan walked to the door and looked back at everyone. Hanji held up his hands, and didn't feel that the atmosphere was a little weird. Okay. With the sound of far-away footsteps, Elder flushed and slapped his face on the table. If you don't agree, you can challenge him tomorrow. Luel rarely spoke. Very good idea. Hanji is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. By the way, Ellen, why do you eat so little? The crowd looked at Alan. I do not know either. Alan is dumbfounded. Is it a sin to dare to eat less? I think this issue can be studied carefully. The giant seems to be able to skip eating or drinking, and it just happened to have caught two heads this time. Hanji's eyes were full of excitement. The sun rises, and the whole world begins to wake up. Tang'an went out and got another wild deer last night, and finally left a leg for Hanji. It seems that Hanji somehow discussed it with Alan last night. It's all about giants. Yo. Early. Tang'an stretched out at the door, just in time to see Petra coming out. Morning. Petra looked a little strange at Tang'an, because she found that the man was also training at night and did not fall asleep until about 2 o'clock. As a result, I woke up at 7 now. It's a training freak. Alan, Captain Hanji and Leville. Others also walked out of the castle one after another, but Alan's spirit looked very decadent, and the dark circles under his eyes were like wearing sunglasses. Captain, do you have any tasks today? Gunda looked at Luel. No. Luel replied coldly. There should be new members coming today. Petra tucked her forehead hair to the root of her ears. Mikasa, Ermin, and Rainer, are they coming? When Alan heard the news, his exhausted spirit was obviously much better. I think you should go to sleep first. Oluo looked at Alan's dark circles under his eyes. You guys talk slowly, I'm going to train first. Tang'an waved his hand and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, I will fight you. Elder stood up with a serious face, apparently remembering what Luel said last night. Chapter 31, The Worst Thing Happened. You sure? Tang'an stood still, turned and looked at Elder with a firm face, then looked at all of Lywell and Hanji. Okay. Okay. I didn't expect it to be so exciting early in the morning. Hanji was very excited, and he couldn't hide his hot gaze even with his glasses. Even Alan is the same. Ro. Tang'an shrugged indifferently. These guys obviously wanted to test his strength. Since that's the case, there is no need to hide it. Seeing Tang'an's promise, Elder stood up, and the two held each other. Elder put on a fighting posture. As for Tang'an just standing, he was full of flaws, as if he didn't care about it at all. This made Elder a little angry. Only Levi frowned slightly. He didn't think Tang'an was full of flaws, on the contrary, he could shoot like Lion Majesty at any time. Reminiscing about this guy's kick last time, Luel's hands trembled faintly. What? Elder roared, rushing towards Tang'an like a black bear, and at the same time swept out with a cracking sound. As a member of Levi's elite class, Elder is naturally not an ordinary person, and all indicators are the top. Tang'an's complexion was calm. When his big foot was about to hit his face, he squatted down and dodged, and a sweeping leg came, both evading and attacking faster than Elder. Not good. It was too late for Elder to react. Boom. Planted heavily on the ground, Elder just got up and prepared to continue his attack, but a pity that a big black foot appeared in front of him. He lost, and he lost thoroughly. Accepted. Tang'an retracted his foot and reached out to Elder. The latter hesitated and reached out and was pulled up. So fast. Hanji hasn't reacted yet. You are really strong. Alan's heart was ups and downs, plus the last battle with Captain Luel, and this time, he was already quite sure that Tang'an was very strong. Everyone, I'm going to practice if it's okay, and I will bring food back at noon. Waved to everyone, Tang'an walked to the right side of the hillside, and it didn't take long for him to disappear. Elder, don't be sad, After all, the captain was kicked and flew by Tang An. Hanji was comforted for fear that the world would not be chaotic. Shhh. Hanji. Alan tensed, Petra and others covered Hanji's mouth. Didn't you see that Captain Luel's face was dark? But in everyone's minds, Tang An and Li Wire's fighting skills are better, including Li Wire himself also want to know. At noon, Tang An carried a black bear and a wild boar, and directly stunned everyone. The two add up to more than 1,000 caddies, but there is no weight on Tang An's body. How did you do it? Hanji circled Tang An, squeezing Tang An's muscles from time to time. It turns out to be flexible. Hanji's eyes heated up and he was about to pull Tang An's clothes, but Petra stopped him. It's more than 1,000 caddies. The cause of death is being beaten to death. Elder squatted in front of the black bear, his eyelids jumped after checking the injury. Even a 600 to 700 caddies black bear can be beaten to death. What about the duel this morning? Oh. I was just lucky. I happened to see this black bear and wild boar talking, so I picked one for a bargain. Tang Anyang raised his hand, with trifling expressions all over his face. I can't help but want to hit you. And I. Can you fight it? Tang An's expression was very awkward, which caused a lot of scolding. However, everyone moved quickly, preparing the wood, and peeling the bark. In short, today's noon is a very good noon. Belch. An hour later, Hanji hiccuped and looked content. Others were lying on the chairs with greasy mouths. The tables were full of bones, most of them in front of Tang An. Tang An, where are you going? Petra looked at Tang An. Of course it's training. Tang An left a word and went out. He's crazy. Don't you have any other hobbies besides training? It feels like this guy is like Hanji, with a bit of energy. Yep. A cold light shone under Hanji's glasses. Those recruits should come over this afternoon. Olua turned the subject off. Mikasa, are they coming? Alan's stomach was a little bloated, and he just ate a lot of bear meat. The calculation time should be about the same, and Irvine and San Mao will be responsible over there. Luel got up and left the hall to go upstairs, glanced at Tang An who was training in the distance from the window, and then left. He is not only in charge of Alan, but also pays attention to Tang An. Time flies quickly. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, red clouds have begun to appear on the horizon, and a lot of dust and horseshoes fill the trail in the distance. They are here. Gunda, who was on guard around him, looked at Irvine, San Mao, and several recruits who were getting closer and closer. Come yet. Alan and the others also heard the sound of horses walking out of the castle. Alan. Mikasa, Ermin. Alan waved. Jean, Coney, you also joined the investigation corps. Meeting on both sides, Alan looked at Jean and Coney. After all, they had said more than once that they would join the gendarmerie. I regret it now. Make the complexion a bit bad. Leaner, Shasha, Bertold. Krista, Emir. Yo, Ellen. Joe Wei, have you joined the investigation corps? Yes. In the corner of the castle, Irvine glanced around and looked at Luel. Where is Tang An? Training over there. Did you take that guy into the investigation corps? Luel pointed to the hillside on the right side of the castle casually, his eyes kept on Joe Wei in the crowd. He is very suspicious, I must put it under my nose. Irvine's face was condensed, and he continued to ask, did Tang An change during this period? No, he can't be a giant. Luel shook his head and said what was in his heart. You sure? Erwin frowned and thought. It's just my instinct. I see. Erwin nodded, no one knew what he was thinking. With the addition of new members such as Mikasa, the whole castle became lively all at once. When dinner was about to come, Tang An appeared on time, with a wild deer and wild boar on his shoulder. Tangan, you. Coney and the others looked at the wild deer and wild boar in the yard, and they all stunned. What are the recruits doing in a daze? Go to clean up, and have an extra meal tonight. What does recruit do? It is used to do miscellaneous tasks. There was no psychological pressure under Elder's command. Tangan hunted all this. I picked it up when they fought and lost both. Tangan said, haha. So this is some people really believe it? This recruit is a little stupid. Hanji pushed his glasses. There are so many people, and the wild deer and wild boars dealt with them quickly, and they were brought to the table in a short time. Everyone gathered around the long table to settle a sumptuous dinner. The appearance of Zhou Wei made Tang An's heart sink. As for how this guy successfully joined the investigation corps, it goes without saying that it must be based on cheat. In addition, Tang An found that the other party had noticed him. From time to time, I would use my peripheral vision to observe him. The worst happened. After finishing the dinner, Irwin began to talk about the plan for 57 investigations outside the wall. The specific action time was the day after tomorrow, but the ultimate goal was not told to everyone. Chapter 32 The Giantess appears, Tangan, die. One day passed in a flash. The Wall of Rose, the southern Troost area, has been gradually restored since it was blocked by Alan's transforming giant with a boulder. Today is the 57th survey outside the wall. The plan is to explore the road to the basement of Alan's house in Ganzana district, west of the Wall of Maria. This is the plan and purpose on the bright side. But the real plan and purpose is to draw out other intelligent giants and catch them alive at the same time. This operation almost blocked the entire investigative corps, with a large number of people. Wearing the wings of freedom, Tangan rode a horse and followed a large group of troops through the western outer gate to the outside of the wall, which is the area of the Wall of Mary. Set off. Irvin, who was the leader, waved, and all the large troops began to divide into 3 groups, forming a triangle and proceeding towards the goal. I don't know what Elvin's idea was to bring Tangan and Zhou Wei on board. Naturally, there is still the center point, Alan. At the same time, Elder, Hanji and others surrounded Alan, Tangan and Zhou Wei. Tangan couldn't see anything on his face, but only used his peripheral vision to look at Zhou Wei from time to time. Except for the first time he met and reported a name, he and Zhou Wei never said anything afterwards, but Tangan knew that this guy was already paying attention to him. In this team, everyone has things hidden in their hearts. Such as Irvine, Luel, Hanji, and others. There is a giant on the right. Running fast, a flare rose from the right side suddenly. It was a signal from a giant. Keep going. Irvine was unmoved, just took the lead and rushed straight to the forest of giant trees. Bang! Bang! A signal flare was also raised on the left side, and judging from the color of the flare, the giant is not one-headed and two-headed, and the situation is a bit urgent. At the same time, to the southeast, Airman and Rainer were in groups, and they did not encounter giants along the way. But when there was a huge roar behind him, a female giant appeared about 14 meters high, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and faster than a military horse. It's so fast, strange kind. Elman looked back, and didn't think of a giant of wisdom for the first time, thinking it was just a strange species. You keep going, I will solve it. An investigator slowed down, and the solid object of the three-dimensional mobile device shot at the giantess, and then flew in an attempt to kill the giantess. Snapped. Just like swattering flies, the investigators were directly crushed to pieces with the bloody fog and pieces of meat in the sky. Then 3 more investigators flew up, but they were all killed after being avoided by the giantess. It was only at this moment that Elman discovered that the situation was not right. It's not a strange species, it's wise, just like Alan. Ermin, calm down, the giantess is likely to rush to Ellen. Where is Ellen now? Rainer looked straight ahead, his face stiff and looked fearful. It should be on the southwest side. Ermin was a little panicked, and didn't doubt Rainer. Careful! At this moment, Rainer roared, causing Ermin to subconsciously lie on the horseback and pull a distance, successfully avoiding the giantess grabbing. Damn, this giant's speed is too fast, Ermin, keep going, I will solve it. Rainer flew to the giantess after speaking, but was caught by the giantess as soon as he arrived. Lena. Elman's eyes pierced and his heart stopped beating. Puff. The blood splashed, and in a burst of steam, Rainer broke the giantess's hand and broke free, while the giantess stared at the steaming right hand in a daze. Hurry up! Rainer, who was out of trouble, was covered in blood and steam. The giantess is gone. Elman turned his head and looked stiff, because he found the giantess running in another direction. That direction is southwest. The forest of giant trees is a very special forest in the world of attacking giants. Because the trees inside are very tall and thick, 5 or 6 people can hold a circle with their hands. The forest of giant trees ahead. A forest began to appear in Tang An's sight. At the same time, the other troops on the left and right could also see it. With Irvine's wave, the troops on both sides began to circle the giant tree forest, and only the pair of Levi rushed into the giant tree forest. That's right, Irvine also separated at this moment, leaving only Lowell to lead the team. Joe Wei, Gilga, Key, Thomas, you stay on guard. When rushing into the forest of giant trees, Levi suddenly issued an order. Yes. All the people of Gilga flew to the giant tree through a 3-dimensional mobile device. Captain Lowell, I don't need it anymore. Joe Wei did not act, but he had the task of protecting Alan, even if he knew that Alan would not be taken away by the giantess, but accidents would happen at any time. Joe Wei didn't know if he was thinking too much, so he subconsciously looked at Tang An. He didn't remember if this guy was a character in the plot, maybe he missed it when he watched anime, but after inquiring these days, he found that this guy was suspicious. This is an order. Levi's eyes sank, his expression a little scary. Joe Wei hesitated and flew onto a giant tree using a 3-dimensional mobile device, but he did not look away for a long time until Lowell and others disappeared in the depths of the forest. Lowell, or I'll be on guard too. Tang An just noticed that Livia, San Mao, and Petra were all tensed. If Joe Wei hadn't listened to orders just now, he would probably do it directly. It seems that Joe Wei is also skeptical of the target, but he just doesn't know why he dispersed at this time. You stay. Lowell didn't look back. No problem. Tang An lowered his head and squinted slightly. He really couldn't guess Lively's mind, it should be said that it was Irvine's mind. Although Irvine is now separated from them, the overall situation is certain that the master is in his hands, and perhaps Levier is just acting according to the original plan. It's just that this plan may only be known to Irvin and Lowell. It can only be said that Irwin deserves to be the head of the investigation corps. Strategy, judgment, and vision are absolute leaders. Boom, boom. Just as everyone was moving forward fast, there was a sudden running sound behind them, and the giantess appeared. Finally appeared. Lowell glanced back at the giantess, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. After all, they don't know what giants they will lead to. The greatest possibility should be the giants of Kaizi. Captain, the giant has appeared. Alan's eyes were full of hatred. I know, keep going. Lowell didn't look back, just kept looking forward. Everyone else had a serious face, as long as they weren't fools, they could see that the giantess was wise. The opponent is too fast, we are going to be caught up. Elder's body was already tensed, and the sound of running behind got closer and closer. Captain Lowell, do it. You keep going, I will solve it. Tang An stood immediately and drew out the blade, and then flew towards the giantess without waiting for Levi's people to stop it. Flying to the giantess, Tang An looked at the blue pupils, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I can't let you catch up to them. The solid object shot on the shoulder of the giantess, and Tangan revolved and quickly appeared on the back of her neck, and the two knives were about to be cut off with the cold light. Snapped. A big hand suddenly hit. Tang An's face was full of fear, but his eyes were full of success and abuse. As soon as he arrived, he flew as fast as Tang An was shot and disappeared into the jungle. This scene happened so quickly, no one thought that Tang An would die so soon. Chapter 33 The Silver Wax Spearhead is Not Useful. Tang An. Alan was stupid, even Levi and Petra. Normally this guy is not like this. Is it a silver-like wax gun tip, which is not suitable for use? This reversal and the gap are too big. But only the giantess was puzzled, because she didn't have a sense of touch. She had at least a sense of touch when she patted other people to death. Damn it! Lul, the giantess is catching up again. As Tang An was killed in a second, everyone gathered their minds and ran to the depths of the giant tree forest, but the giantess ran too fast. Tang An's wax gun tip didn't hold back even for 30 seconds. Keep going. Levi's complexion was cold, his eyes kept staring ahead. He must lead the giantess to the ambush. Alan looked back at the giantess who was getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but put his hand in front of her mouth to transform. Ellen, what do you want to do? Although Petra looked terrified, his eyes were extremely bright. She stopped Alan. Everyone else looked at Alan. I want to kill her. Seeing the giantess getting closer, Alan wanted to transform and kill the guy. Ellen, trust us. Petra smiled suddenly. Certainly. Alan didn't even think about it. Then leave it to us. It's close, I'll go hold it. Elder and Gunda flew away from the horse and rushed towards the giantess behind. But with the screams and blood fog, Elder and Gunda were slapped to death by the giantess, and the shrubs around them were stained red by the meat and internal organs. Elder, Gunda. Damn it! Several people pinched the reins, their eyes were red. Captain. Keep going. When the giantess approached and Ologo and others were about to take action, everyone came to the ambush. Emission. Hanji, who was already ready to sink, gave an order, and a large number of steel cables were shot from both sides, densely with the sound of breaking through the air. The giantess reacted quickly, protecting the back of her neck with her hands for the first time, and she was trapped in place for a while. You guys keep going. Lul left the horse and flew towards Irvine, and at the same time told Petra, Ologo, and San Mao to take Alan to move on. Receive. For this reason, Petra did not pause at all. Successfully stuck. Fly to Irvine's side. Levi's eyes flashed with cold light when he pulled out the sharp blade. Where is Tangan? Irvine, who trapped the giantess, was not excited, but Alan, who had gone from a distance, withdrew their gazes and looked at Lul. Killed. Lul looked at the giantess. Yes. Irwin was startled for a moment, then calmed down. It seems he is not. It's not. Lul nodded, and then said, do you want to solve it? The purpose this time is to catch alive. Irvine shook his head. Now is the best time to kill the opponent, but his purpose is to catch the opponent alive. You said that there are males or females in this giant's body. Hanji is like schizophrenia, his eyes are full of madness and sickness. Roar. Suddenly, the trapped giantess roared, her voice tearing her eardrums like a storm. Is it the last cry? Knowing that I can't run away. Lul snorted coldly. The regiment commander, Captain Lul, there are a lot of giants around. Several investigators in the distance flew over, with fear on their faces. What? Everyone looked at the giantess who was still roaring subconsciously. No, those giants were called by the giantess. The earth roared constantly, more and more giants approached, and began to attack the giantess. With a burst of food, a large amount of high-temperature steam spread from the giantess, covering almost the entire venue, and everyone's sight was blocked. "Call the giant to eat yourself." Hanji looked suspicious. "Don't you want us to catch it if you die?" The high-temperature steam continued to diffuse, and it was vaguely visible that the giantess was eaten by other giants. The scene was very bloody. "Lul, add oxygen to the three-dimensional mobile device and chase Alan and the others." Erwin looked at the bloody scene of steam erupting below him intently, and his expression was a bit ugly. "What do you mean?" Both Lul and Hanji looked at Irvine. "If this giantess is like Alan, then the body may have already left, which means it may become a giant again." The more Erwin thought about it, the more wrong it became. If it was as he had guessed, then Alan was in danger now. It is not even ruled out that the giants of armor and the supergiants will also appear. "I will act now." Levi's face was also hard to look. At this time, in the depths of the giant tree, Alan kept moving away under the guardianship of San Mao and Petra, but suddenly a man in a cloak appeared in the woods next to him. "Who is it?" Golden lightning fell from the sky, a powerful hurricane swept around, and the giantess landed and quickly chased Alan. "Damn it!" San Mao pulled out the blade, and the three-dimensional mobile device turned to quickly kill the giantess. "Alan, keep going." Petra also acted. But the strength gap between the two sides was too great, and San Mao, Petra and others were killed one after another. Alan had lost his thoughts, looking at the people who died in front of him. His face was savage and brutal and bit his index finger. With the huge roar and golden lightning, Alan turned into an attacking giant and launched an attack on the giantess. At the same time, the investigative corps in all directions all subconsciously looked in this direction. At the edge of the giant tree forest, Zhou Wei turned his head and looked at the depths of the forest. At his feet, many brainless giants were trying to climb the giant tree. Appeared. At the top of a giant tree, Tang'an stood on the highest branch, watching the spread of golden lightning in the distance. A gust of wind was blowing. Listening to the roar full of anger and hatred, I was sure it was Alan. Tang'an did not die, only to get away with the help of the giantess before. Disappeared in place, and was already on another tree canopy when Tang'an appeared again. This height, coupled with the dense foliage, is difficult to find. Tang'an did not use a three-dimensional mobile device, because there was sound when using a three-dimensional mobile device. In contrast, using shave and moonwalk is faster or more secretive. Tang'an moved very fast, unconsciously appearing in the place where the giantess and Alan transformed into an attacking giant fighting. Hiding in the tree canopy and looking down, the battle between the two giants has entered white hot, with high-temperature steam constantly rising. Alan pressed the giantess to the ground, blasted the mud with a punch, and even cracks spread around it. But the giantess turned her head to avoid it. At the same time, Alan's right wrist disappeared, and the steam was filled with rapid recovery. That kind of regenerative resilience made Tang'an squinted. The wise giant is somewhat different from the brainless giant. As long as the back of the neck is not cut off, the brainless giant can recover in 1 to 2 minutes even if the head or body is smashed into flesh. The more serious the recovery, the longer it will take. And because the wise giants are transformed from human beings, they still rely on physical strength in the recovery, including the use of hardening and other abilities. Maybe this is the price. The brainless giants have no wisdom, so they can eat or drink, and their resilience is longer than that of the wise giants. The wisdom giants are limited in all aspects because of their wisdom. Chapter 34. Color Madara's rays of light continued to extend in the steam, and Alan's broken hands recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Riding on the giantess, opening the blood bowl and roaring, while the giantess held Alan's chin with both hands, the blue pupils under her short golden hair revealed peace. Even if she was suppressed by the other party, she did not panic. On the contrary, she was very calm. "Kill you! Kill you!" Attacking the back of the giant's neck, Alan's ferocious teeth kept roaring, and as his hands quickly recovered, his eyes released a blue light. At this moment, the giantess was holding Alan's head with her feet, and she flicked directly out of her sleep, and kicked Alan's abdomen with one hand on the ground, and the latter flew out and hit a giant tree. A large amount of high-temperature steam diffused on his body and did not get up for a while. The giantess made a fighting gesture and was very vigilant. The roar kept resounding across the sky, and Alan got up and put on a fighting attitude. The two sides were vigilant back and forth, and in the end Alan took the lead in launching the attack. Compared to the calmness of the giantess, Alan was too irritable. With a straight punch with a sound of breaking through the air, the giantess turned her head to avoid, and at the same time her right hand hardened to form a crystal-like substance, and she directly hit Alan with a right uppercut. The latter's chin fell off directly, and even rotated 360 degrees in the air and finally hit the ground and splashed a series of pieces of gravel and mud. The surrounding environment has also become messy because of the battle between the two giants. "Kill you, kill you." Alan is constantly shouting, he wants to drive out all the giants. With steam rising all over his body, and the bloody wound on his face healed quickly, Alan climbed up again, rushing to the giantess and violently knocked out the knee after a frenzy of incompetence. Compared with Alan's indomitable progress, the giantess appears to be much more flexible. Quickly evacuated and avoided Alan's attack, a giant tree surrounded by 5 people broke and collapsed, surprisingly powerful. However, because the knee was too strong, Alan couldn't get up for a while, because his knee had been broken and needed time to repair. The giantess stood aside, as if hesitating, and then she made up her mind to take a step forward, swiftly rotating her right foot with the hardened light. Alan's body separated, and her head flew out like a cannonball and smashed into a giant tree. A pile of steaming minced meat. The giantess walked to Alan's side, opened her mouth and shredded the meat on the back of her neck, revealing Alan's body. Tangan on the canopy did not act rashly, he was still waiting. Because next Mikasa and Levier will appear to save Alan, and Levier also severely injured the giantess, then it will be the best time for him to take action. Sure enough, the three-dimensional mobile device sounded in the distance, and Mikasa appeared first. When the giantess took Alan into her mouth, her entire face was distorted. "Stop! Give Alan back to me." Seeing that the giantess was about to leave, Mikasa's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. She had only one idea now: to kill the giantess and rescue Alan. Alan must not be dead. "Mikasa, where is Alan?" Luel also appeared, seeing that Mikasa was chasing the giantess with an unpredictable feeling. Among the female giants, Alan must not die. Mikasa stared at the giantess. "Calm down first, the opponent's speed is slower than before." Levier followed behind him unhurriedly, pulling out the blade with both hands. The whole world seemed to be quiet, and Luel stopped breathing tightly all over, always keeping a distance from the giantess. Suddenly, the giantess turned her head back and smashed her punch. "It's now." A cold light flashed in Levi's eyes, turning his body across the giantess's arm all the way, like a lightning bolt, before the giantess could respond, quickly descended from the sky and attacked the back of her neck. This was a shock. The giantess stretched out her hand to block the back of the neck. Luel quickly moved to the giantess, pierced her eyes and cut off the heels of the giantess from top to bottom, completely depriving the giantess of her vision and ability to move. Levier flew in midair, with the blood of the giantess all over his body. From the attack to the present, a series of movements became like a sword light at one go. "I can kill her." Mikasa, who was watching the battle, saw the giant female back leaning on the giant tree and pulling her head, and the nape door opened. "Stop!" Seeing Mikasa's attempt to kill the giantess, Levi's face changed. The other party is not those brainless giants, but wise. Boom! The blade shattered, and Mikasa stood on the back of the giantess's neck, where the hardened protection couldn't be cut. A shadow struck, and the giantess's right hand made a sound of breaking through the air. Crack! At the critical moment, Levier appeared and pushed away Mikasa's right foot with a fractured bone, but he still took the opportunity to cut off the giantess's cheeks and brought the unconscious Alan out from it. Alan. Mikasa now only had Alan in her mind. Leave first, he is still alive. The attack just now caused Levi to lose a lot of stamina, coupled with the damage to his right foot, and the giants of armor and the supergiants may appear at any time. Retreat is the only way. And protecting Alan is the primary goal. Mikasa nodded and followed very obediently. Now she has regained her senses. But if Alan was not rescued, she would never leave. On the canopy of the tree, Tangan watched Luel and Mikasa leave, and looked down at the giantess who was constantly recovering from her injuries with a large amount of steam spreading under the tree. A bottle of potion appeared in her hand when she opened the light curtain. A bottle of Ymir's blood vessel. Explanation: drinking it will get half blood of the giant Ymir, Eldia, no side effects. Tangan didn't hesitate, opened the medicine and poured it into his mouth. The smell is a bit fishy, just like drinking real blood. After drinking, there was no rejection or side effects, on the contrary, it was very calm. Falling from the air, Tangan stood in front of the giantess. The latter's eyes had recovered, and Tangan's appearance made her a little astonished. Yo, Arnie. Tangan waved his hand and said hello, and he could clearly see the latter's eyes changing. Without warning, the giantess raised her right hand and patted Tangan. With the splashing gravel and mud, the giantess appeared in front of her eyes like a teleport and was floating in the air, her expression even more shocked. The opponent didn't use a three-dimensional mobile device, so how did he suddenly appear and stand in the air? A dazzling light suddenly appeared, and Tangan appeared with a diamond dog-leg knife in both hands, so colorful under the shining of the sun. A ray of light flashed, and the giantess's entire mouth was cut off from the back of her head, faster than Liwil's speed, so fast that Arnie could not even react and harden. Puff. The flesh and blood were severed by a sharp weapon, and Arnie appeared on the back of the giantess's neck. With tremendous pain, his arms flew down and was chopped off by the waist. Tangan grabbed Arnie's hair and dropped it on the ground, and took out the syringe that had been prepared in his arms, which contained spinal fluid. Tangan knew that Arnie had the ability to harden, just like the original book had frozen himself, so he specially cut off Arnie's hands, and cut it off in order to be foolproof. Now Arnie has only the upper body, with high-temperature steam rising all over his body. Even so, he is not dead, on the contrary, he is slowly recovering as time goes by. However, the injuries were too serious, and all of them were used to recover, and there was no ability to harden again. Arnie was terrified. Looking at the man in front of him taking out the syringe and the method just now, it was even more terrifying than Lively. Chapter 35. The gas tank is easy to use. With blood dripping from her sexy lips, Arnie could no longer speak completely. She was hurt too badly. Tangan didn't talk too much nonsense, and injected spinal fluid directly. With the appearance of the Golden Lightning, an ugly giant that was extremely similar to Tangan, with short black hair and shaggy hair, appeared in front of Arnie about 7 meters high. Don't. Watching the giant reach out and grab her, Arnie's eyes are full of fear and tears. She can no longer think about why the other party knows that injecting spinal fluid can turn into a giant. As long as the wisdom giant is eaten, she can inherit the power of the wisdom giant. The other party did not give her a chance to talk at all. From appearing to now, he said 3 words, then he was cruel and hurt himself seriously, and then injected spinal fluid to become a giant and want to eat himself. Where did this man emerge from, and why is he so strong? Why do you know so many things? The giant Tangan has become now has no consciousness at all. This is true even if there is cheat. When he saw Ani in front of him, he instinctively grabbed Ani and stuffed it into his mouth. With a heart-piercing scream of fear, Ani was bitten and swallowed completely. The blazing high temperature spread around, and as the steam rose in large quantities, a giant in the center fell to the ground. Tang-en straightened up from the back of his neck. The cheeks under the corners of his eyes were filled with blood stains. The flesh and blood are connected together. Slowly waking up, Tang-en looked at the back of the head of the giant in front of him, and he knew he had succeeded. Cutting the connection with the giant, Tang-en stood on the ground and moved a bit, shaking hands and feeling that his power was strengthened a lot. Is this how I became a brainless giant? It was really ugly to look at a giant with black hair that was 7 meters tall and vaguely similar to himself, but now the flesh and blood was melting away, and soon only the skeleton was left. Am I being transformed into a giantess or something else? Tang-en squeezed his chin, a little uncertain. After all, the original book does not mention this. For example, Ellen's father had a beard after transforming into an attacking giant, and his physique was similar to that of a giant beast. But the attacking giant that Alan has turned into is a giant with black hair, blue eyes, no lips, and a pair of sharp ears that look like the elven patriarch. Look at the lifespan first. Throwing aside these conjectures, Tang-en couldn't wait to open the light curtain. Successfully hunted down Ani Leonard, the secondary villain of the attacking giant world, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your chance. The first is a line of narration. Yep. The more Tang-en looked, the more wrong it became. Secondary supporting role? It seems that supporting roles are also hierarchical, and now there is an important and a secondary. The important ones will be awarded 3 chances to throw the dice, and there will be a lucky value of +1, while the second ones will only be awarded once. This gap is a bit big. Tang-en guessed that all important supporting characters or villains have a major relationship with the Son of Destiny, that is, watching the drama. Whoever has more roles is important, and whoever has fewer roles is secondary. Turning the light curtain to the end of life, the original bloody background plate has changed, turning into a light red, and the countdown to life has become 13 years. What remains unchanged is advanced cancer. Call. Tang-en breathed a sigh of relief. Although the cancer has not been cured, 13 years are enough for him to think of other ways. Now Tang-en is even more doubtful whether he is cancer or not, and it always feels wrong. Tang-en's lifespan is temporarily relieved. Look at what you can throw first. Tang-en began to throw the dice chance he got from killing Ani. At point 5, the plane crossed 5 spaces, and as the dazzling light disappeared, an object appeared in front of Tang-en. A high-quality gas tank with a height of 50 kilograms and a height of 1,188 millimeters. Note, it is a gas storage cylinder with a wall thickness of about 2.5 millimeters and an internal pressure of 0.5 to 1.2 megapascals. The safe use period is 15 years. It needs to be inspected regularly every 4 years. It contains gas. Risk of explosion. Tang-en's face turned dark. This waste cheat really has everything, even the gas tank has been put out. What's the use of giving him this now? Do you want him to light a gas tank? It looks like I got a lighter last time. Turning off the light curtain, Tang-en was ready to test the power of giants. But I can't stay in this place. It's a pity that he just turned into a brainless giant and broke the 3-dimensional mobile device. Helpless. Tang-en stepped on the moonwalk and jumped on the giant tree one after another, and quickly flew to the depths. As for how to become a giant, Tang-en naturally knows that he only needs to have a clear purpose and bleed and be injured. Stopped after almost 10 minutes, Tang-en stood on a giant branch, raised his right thumb and stroked his index finger. With the appearance of wounds and blood, golden lightning began to surround Tang-en. Now Tang-en has only one purpose, to become a giant. Along with a huge roar, a storm swept all around, and a giant woman fell from the sky in the center. Yep. The line of sight has improved. He raised his hands very slender, with short blonde hair, and his body is almost 14 meters high. These two lumps of things on the chest have a bit of weight, but the two most important points are missing. Isn't this the same as the giantess that Arnie turned into? Grass. Tang En felt weird at this moment, holding the two lumps of meat in his hands, and looking sideways at his buttocks. It was quite uplifted. There is nothing between the crotch. It was very smooth to become a giantess for the first time. Her consciousness was very clear, and her body was very coordinated when she moved around, and she felt a little awkward, especially those two lumps of flesh. Tang En played martial arts once, then did a few push-ups, sit-ups and so on. The body is adapting quickly. The strength has increased a lot. Tang En kicked the giant tree next to him, and the ladder fell. Crack. Tang En directly tore off his left hand. With the appearance of pain and a large amount of steam, the Madara-colored light stretched out, and his arm was rapidly regenerating and recovering. It takes a lot of physical strength to repair the injury. Looking at the arm that was constantly recovering, Tang En was moved by that regenerative ability. In some respects, is he immortal as long as he has enough physical strength or the vital point of the neck is not attacked? This ability to regenerate and recover made Tang En think of One Piece's Phoenix, Marco. The two are very similar. However, compared to the Phoenix, the giant's regeneration ability is obviously a little bit inferior. Try hardening. Tang En felt a force in his body. He tried to drive it, but failed. It seems that if you want to use hardening, it will take some time to sharpen it. Can I use shaved and moonwalk? Tang En experimented again and found that the huge body was not as flexible as a normal body after all, but what is certain is that as Tang En continues to master the master, what a normal body shape can do by then can also be achieved by maintaining a giant body. Try to get something from the waste sheet. With a thought, two dog-like knives appeared in his hands. This means that whether it is a normal body or a giant body, you can take out things from the waste sheet at will. This is good news again. It would be nice if the dog-like knife was longer. A 1-meter dog-like knife is just fine for a normal body, but it looks a little short compared to a giant body. If it were a little longer, Tang En could be used as a weapon. When the time comes, the gods will block and kill the gods and Buddhas. But something is better than nothing. In addition, gas tanks can also be used as weapons. The 1.188-meter high gas tank that I just drew is much higher than the domestic gas tank. It should feel good when used to hit people. Tang En shook the gas tank in his hand and found that it was quite smooth. Chapter 36 The Giant Beast Appears. Now Tang En does not plan to go back. On the contrary, he will continue to stay in the forest of giant trees. He has only one purpose, which is to proficiently use the power of giants as soon as possible. The other is to wait for the rabbit. According to the following plot, Ermin will be the first to discover that Arnie is the giantess, and then Elvin and others will start to capture Arnie. In the end, Alan and Ani fell in love and killed each other, and Ani finally sealed himself up with a hardened substance. However, Ani has now taken the power of a giant by himself, so what happens next is unpredictable. After all, the investigation corps suffered heavy losses and Erwin and others will be tried. The original work escaped a catastrophe by catching Ani. As for this time I am asking for more blessings. Then there is the content of the second season. The giant of beasts appears, ordering some unsullied giants to attack the Coney, Reiner, Krista, Ymir and others on the ruins of Utgar Castle. Then Ymir became the giant of Hubayi and dragged the brainless giant. After Alan and the others made an emergency rescue, everyone reported their identities on the wall. Rainer and Bertold, and successfully captured Alan, and then came the forest of giant trees babbled for a while. Erwin led the investigative corps to rescue Alan again, and fell in love and killed Alan to awaken the power of the coordinates of the ancestor giant. So Tangan only needs to wait here for a while. When Rainer and Bertold will come with the seriously injured Alan and Emir, then he only needs to eat these 4 people by hand, and he will get it. The abilities of super giants, giants of armor, giants of jaws, attack giants, and ancestor giants. Finally, go to Murray to capture the Warhammer giant, the beast giant, and the cart giant. It seems that the Chelly giant appears to follow the beast giant. I don't know if there are any surprises in the addition of the 9 giants. This is Tangan's plan. As for how excessive this period of time is, it's very simple. Because brainless giants have no interest in other creatures except humans, there are many wild animals in the giant tree forest. There is no shortage of food anyway. Tangan can also take advantage of this time to master the power of the giantess. At this moment, the investigators of the Wall of Roses and Irvine had returned, because the heavy losses caused dissatisfaction with the politicians of the Wall of Hina. But Erwin didn't care. That night, as Irmin guessed that Arnie was the giantess, and made a series of plans. Can be destined to be empty. The next day. What? Arnie is missing. Elmin looked at Arnie's roommate, only to tell him that Arnie hadn't come back all day and night. Mikasa and Alan are similar in noodles. They wanted to lead Ani to the ground, but as a result, Ani was not there, and the plan went bankrupt before it even started. Why are you not here? Where is the problem? On the way back for the 3 of them, Ermin still couldn't understand. If you don't catch the giantess, Head Irvine will be made things difficult for by politicians. Mikasa also frowned. Damn it! Although Alan was angry, he was relieved for some reason. Because he subconsciously doesn't want to admit that Arnie is a giantess. When he arrived at the ambush of the investigation corps, Ermin told everyone about Arnie's absence, and everyone was silent. The head of the regiment has been taken away by the military police regiment. What should we do? We can only wait for the result. When Hanji pushed his glasses, it might be difficult for the investigation corps to follow. As for the removal of the investigative corps organization, it is impossible, but the deduction of funds or power is affirmative. After everyone anxiously waited, Irvine returned the next day. Irvine didn't say anything, but everyone got some news from Lowell. Erwin signed a military order with the politicians to retake the Wall of Maria within 3 months, and if he fails, he will be imprisoned. And the investigative corps will also be implicated. At the same time, time went back to last night. The giant of beasts appeared in the ruins of Utgar Castle and drove the brainless giants to launch an attack on Coney, Rainer, Krista and others. Everyone is at the highest point of the castle, and the ground is full of brainless giants. At least 30 steps. How to do? Why can giants move now? Connie held his head, but it was night now. The elites of the garrison regiment also looked terrified, and the brainless giants turned out to be active at night. Which giant do you look at? With the help of moonlight, everyone looked at the whole body behind the brainless giant, covered with hair, with his arms almost touching the knees, and the height of 17 meters above the giant that resembled a gibbon. At this moment, he is walking towards the wall step by step. Is it a strange species? Go towards the wall. Unlike the other people's looks, Rainer and Bertold looked at each other, and they could see the accident in each other's eyes. Obviously they didn't know that they would see the giant of beasts here. Damn, what should I do now? The oxygen in the 3-dimensional mobile device is gone. Coney looked at the brainless giant below and was trying to climb up. Except that the 3-dimensional mobile devices of the 3 garrison regiments had oxygen, the rest of the people were gone. I can't hold on here anymore. Looking at the crumbling single tower of the castle, Krista also panicked. Coney, where's your previous knife? Emir retracted his gaze from Krista, felt the shaky single building, and spoke to Coney inexplicably. What do you want a knife for? KonI took out his knife, just like a decimeter. Used to kill the enemy. Emir smiled when he caught the knife. What? Everyone is at a loss. Krista, the purpose of my life so far is to protect you. Emir, what are you talking about? Krista looked confused. I will protect you. With the last smile, Emir jumped down from the lonely building. The knife pierced the palm of his hand. Along with the golden lightning fell, a giant about 7 meters tall, with long hands and short legs, with a mouth full of fangs appeared. You, Emir. Koni widened his eyes, watching Emir turned into a giant with fangs and constantly biting the brainless giant. His eyes were full of disbelief. How is it possible that Emir has become a giant? Krista also looked incredible. Reiner and Bertold also changed their faces, but they became somber and scary. She is protecting us. Krista was at a loss as he watched the fang giant who has been slow to leave. There are too many giants. Koni still looked desperate. Even if Emir became a giant, there were too many brainless giants, not to mention the beast giants on the wall over there were suspected of being wise. Huh, what about that beast giant? Koni looked at the wall and found that he did not know when the beast giant had disappeared. It's already starting to light up. But the hearts of Koni and others are still cold. The giants Emir has become can't hold it anymore, they are going to die here. If you want to live, grab my hair. Emir climbed up the detached building and looked at Krista. Emir, you. Koni was surprised when Emir spoke. Don't talk nonsense, grab my hair. As everyone grabbed Emir's hair, the latter began to collapse the single building, and then smashed it on the brainless giants. The dust made up for a while, and the entire area was covered. Chapter 37. He's so good at that time. Emir. Krista kept coughing, watching Emir regained his adult form not far away, but his left hand and foot had disappeared, and his body was full of blood and steam. She was hurt too badly. This is not the most troublesome, because heads of brainless giants are getting up from the ruins, and their danger has not been relieved. Damn, what do you do now? Koni looked terrified, and they lost the three-dimensional mobile device, facing the brainless giants at a dead end. Reiner and Bertold looked ugly, hesitating watching the giants approaching each other. Call out. Just then the sound of the three-dimensional mobile device appeared, and the necks of the two brainless giants were cut off. Mikasa. Looking at Mikasa in the sky, Koni was full of excitement for the rest of his life. Everyone is okay. With the appearance of Mikasa, Ellen, Ermin, Shasha and others also appeared. Alan. With the appearance of Alan and others, heads of giants fell to the ground, and the crisis was lifted. More than 10 minutes later, everyone sat on the carriage and rushed to the Wall of Roses. Alan and Lena sat behind the carriage, with Emir in a coma in the middle. You said Emir can become a giant. Everyone looked at Emir, who was in a coma, and Krista was taking care of it. Yes, if it weren't for Emir's transformation, we might have died. Koni was serious. Yes. Elman glanced at Reiner and Bertold subconsciously, then lowered his head and his eyes flickered. At this time, Hanji was leading the remaining investigative corps to set up the fort at Rose's Wall. Irvine and Lowell were not there, including Zhou Wei. Now Zhou Wei is an important target of Irvine and Lowell's suspicion, so he must keep it under his nose at all times. Zhou Wei was also very strange that he was so honest. Coming. On Rose's Wall, Hanji looked into the distance, and several carriages were approaching quickly. It was Alan and Koni. It looks all right. When everyone was on the wall, Hanji glanced at Reiner and Bertold in secret, and then looked at Koni as usual. It's all up to Emir this time. Yep. Hanji didn't understand Koni's words very well. Emir can also become a giant. Koni probably described the giant that Emir had become. Really? Hanji surrounded Emir, as if he saw a treasure, his eyes were full of research desire. Captain Hanji, Ymir was protecting us before. Krista subconsciously guarded Ymir. Don't get excited. Hanji played haha and changed the subject and said, go back to the wall first. A lot of things have happened to the investigation corps recently. What happened? Koni and others followed Hanji, while Ymir was carried, and Krista stayed close by. Mikasa and Elman slowed down and stared at the three of Alan, Reiner, and Bertold who were talking from the outside. At this moment, Rainer's spirit was a little confused, and he began to say inexplicable things. Ellen, I am the giant of armor. This guy is a giant. 5 years ago, we destroyed the wall of Maria. Now it is determined that Ymir is the giant of Hubei. As long as you follow us, then we will next. There is no need to destroy Roselle's wall. This proposal is not bad. Rainer was serious. His right hand was bitten by a giant for saving Kone at the ruins of Utgar Castle, and he is now hanging in a bandage. Huh? Rainer, what are you talking about? Alan's face was a little stiff, with an inexplicable look. Even if you are the giant of armor, I won't just go with you like this. Yes. Rainer clutched his forehead, his thoughts confused. Leaner, let's do it. As long as you bring Ymir and Alan back, our task will be completed. Bertold had pain in his eyes. Yeah. It's time to go back to my hometown. I only now remember that I am a soldier. Uncovering the bandage, high-temperature steam spread across the entire right arm. Lena. Alan's expression froze. He didn't believe Elman's analysis, and there was still a trace of luck in his heart. He hoped that Erman's analysis was wrong. He hoped that Reiner and Bertold were not the giants of armor and the supergiants. Alan. Golden lightning appeared around Reiner and Bertold, huge winds and waves were constantly sweeping. But Mikasa was faster, holding the blade in both hands and cutting at the necks of Reiner and Bertold without hesitation. Damn! In an emergency, Reiner and Bertold resisted with their hands, and the blood sprayed like a fountain. Leaner, can you? Bertold looked terrified, and he had just felt a fatal crisis. Crack! There were more and more golden lightning, and as the terrifying wind and whistle swept through, Mikasa, Erman, and Hanji in the distance were all lifted out. In the billowing steam, the giant of armor and the supergiant appeared. Ymir. Krista grabbed the solid object on the wall and watched Ymir be eaten by the giant. Leaner, Bertold. Caught by the giant of armor, Alan almost collapsed. Elman's guess is correct. Reiner is the giant of armor, and Bertold is the giant. These two men destroyed the wall of Maria 5 years ago, causing his mother to be buried in a huge population. You traitors! Alan's eyes were full of hatred, his face was already hideous like a ghost, and he bit his index finger and turned into an attacking giant. At this time in the forest of giant trees, Tangan turned into a giantess and was cultivating. He wanted to harden the master as soon as possible. When a huge roar came from the side of the day, he knew that the prey was about to come automatically. After releasing the giant's power and returning to his normal body shape, Tangan's body was diffused with steam, and he flew to the tree canopy on the moonwalk, watching the direction of the roar. But because of the distance, only the fleeting golden flashes of the sky and the roar of beasts could be seen. He needs to make sure that Reiner and Bertold will take Alan and Ymir into the giant tree forest from which direction. When the time comes, he will have a good deal. After waiting for this period of time, I can just recover my strength. From getting the giantess to the present, Tangan has been proficient in this huge body through training. Except for hardening, shaving, and moonwalk, there is no master, but the body coordination ability can be as flexible as a normal body. Tangan was waiting here, while Elvin, Luel and others were in action, taking all the investigative corps to Alan's direction. Puff. Under the wall, the attacking giant has already fought with the giant of armor, and the supergiant on the wall is spraying high-temperature steam to resist the attacks of Elman, Koni, Hanji and others. Lena. As if losing his mind, Alan roared on the back of the giant's neck, hitting Lena's cheek with a right uppercut. Boom. The reason why the giant of the armor is called the giant of the armor is because the giant of the armor is in a hardened state all over the body. Just like wearing an armor, the blade cannot penetrate at all, and it has an indestructible attack power. But there is also a weakness, that is, the armor on the back of the knee will fall off when moving quickly, which makes it easier to move. At the same time, the eyes are also a weakness. He is about 15 meters tall like the attacking giant, has white hair, has a very strong physique, and looks very similar to Reiner. Chapter 38. Lena blocked it with one hand, and at the same time clenched a fist with his left hand and gave Alan an uppercut. The huge force made Alan fly upside down on the spot, and the whole chin was crooked after hitting the ground and splashing mud. Head to head, Alan is no opponent at all. Crack. Mikasa appeared behind the giant of armor, trying to cut off the back of the neck with a blade, but with a spark, both blades broke off. Damn it, it's too hard. Back on the wall, Mikasa looked at the broken blade with an ugly expression. Mikasa. Elman flew down from the wall and looked at the scene where Alan was unilaterally picked up by Lena, and he was also very anxious. Ermin, that guy is too hard. Mikasa extracted a new blade. Normal attacks can't break the defense at all. Elman frowned and thought, now they can't help Alan, they can only rely on Alan. However, the giant of armor has no flaws in his body, and he must use other methods to defeat the opponent. Ermin thought highly, and when Alan flew out 360 degrees in the air, a cold sweat appeared on Ermin's side. Must find a way. Head-to-head is definitely not an opponent. Head-to-head, yes, head-to-head. Elman thought of a way. Alan. As Elman shouted, Alan, who got up again, approached the wall while being wary of Reiner. Elman fell on Alan's shoulder and whispered his thoughts. Use jujitsu to suppress it close, don't go head-to-head with him. Alan nodded and began to change his strategy. Ermin. At this moment, Reiner, who was on the back of the giant of armor, saw Ermin frowning slightly. No matter what you do, Alan is not my opponent. Putting on a fighting posture, Reiner was confident in himself. The two giants faced each other, and this time it was Reiner who launched the attack first. A right uppercut made a sound of breaking through the air, but Alan's reaction was quick. He tilted his head to avoid and took a step forward while holding Lena's throat with his right hand. The whole earth trembled, and cracks spread to the surroundings. Dense dust and steam splashed up. Alan clamped Lena's waist with his feet, and locked his throat with his hands. As he continued to increase his strength, the armor on the giant of armor began to crack. Damn it! Reiner's face was heavy, and the other party confined him like Spee's plaster. As far as the softness of his body was concerned, he was definitely not as good as the attacking giant. Struggling hard, but as soon as he came through, the opponent clamped his neck with his feet, and at the same time grabbed his right hand and continued to fold it. Crack, crack. The armor was constantly breaking, as if it would break at any time. I can do it, I can beat him. Alan roared. He found the other's weakness. Roar. Squeezed to the ground, Lena roared and struggled forward and crawled forward. Lena, it's useless, you lost this time. With his feet clamped hard against the opponent's throat, Alan wanted to break Lena's arm alive. Something's wrong. Elman looked at Lena, who was struggling forward, and looked up at the giant with only the upper body on the wall. No, go back. At this time, the body of the supergiant was gradually leaning, and underneath it happened to be where Reiner and Alan were. Bear told. Reiner roared. Boom. The upper body of the supergiant fell, hitting Lena and Alan. The crust of 100 meters in a radius of 100 meters, the crust of the earth was cocked, and the huge cracks spread shockingly, and the center was covered by hot heat and steam. Alan, Ermin, Mikasa, Hanji and others were anxious. Bang! Bang! Reiner suddenly emerged from the steam and ran away quickly, with Bertold and unconscious Alan and Emir on his shoulders. Faced with such a blow to the supergiant, the giant of armor did not show a prototype, and Alan went into a coma directly. The defenses of both sides are not on the same level. Alan. Mikasa wanted to chase it out. Mikasa, don't be impulsive yet. Elmin looked at the giant armor that was going away and stopped Mikasa. Because the terrain here is wide and flat, the three-dimensional maneuvering device is useless at all. Emir. Krista was in the same mood as Mikasa, because she still had a lot to say to Emir. 10 minutes later, Irvine led the investigative corps and arrived. Where is Ellen? When the two sides gathered, Erwin frowned and looked at Hanji and Ermin. Ermin's analysis is correct. The giant of armor is Rainer, and the giant is Bertold. Alan was taken away 10 minutes ago. And Emir can also transform into a giant. Hanji simply wanted to explain the ins and outs. Liner and Bertold must have consumed a lot of energy just now, and they will definitely be temporarily repaired in the forest of giant trees. Elmin said his guess. Everyone strikes and retakes Alan. Irvine made a decisive decision and directly issued the combat goal. On the other side, Rainer is still running towards the forest of giant trees. Emir and Alan have recovered, but they are still recovering from the serious injury. Liner, Bertold, I will definitely let you die in pain. Alan, who had woken up with a grim face, watched Rainer and Bertold be full of resentment and hatred, and wished to slash the two of them. Bertold was silent. As for Rainer, he still maintains the giant of armor, so he can't respond to Ellen. Yep. As he approached the forest of giant trees, Lena's expression in the back of his neck was stunned. Because he saw the giantess standing outside the giant tree forest, as if waiting for them. Ani. Bertold was also surprised, with joy in his eyes. Alan also understands at this moment, no wonder Arnie is missing. After the last failure, he did not return to the Wall of Roses at all, and was always in the forest of giant trees. The two sides are getting closer and closer. 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. Without warning. A gas tank appeared in the giantess's hand, and it was a tank facing Rainer. This scene happened so quickly that the joy on Bertold's face was too late to change. Boom. With a heavy attack, the gas tank blasted on the giant's chin from bottom to top, the latter flew out of the ground, and Bertold, Alan, and Emir on his shoulders were also lifted out. Ns. A tattered gully spread under his feet, and the giant of the armor was lying in the mud with a broken jaw, turning over and getting up and shaking his head constantly. Cough, cough. Emir flew out the closest distance to the giantess. At this moment, he fell on the ground and coughed constantly. Suddenly the light dimmed and a big foot appeared in front of him. Ah! Ani! Emir looked horrified because she was caught by the giantess and threw it into her mouth. The other party wants to eat her. Ani! Reiner, Bertold, and Alan in the distance were all dumbfounded. What? With a scream and spray of blood, Emir was swallowed after chewing several times among the female giants. You, Emir. Alan couldn't believe what was happening before him. Ani, what are you doing? Bertold is now very scared. Their task is to bring back the power of other giants, but Ani actually ate the giant of E. The giantess did not pay attention to the three people's wailing, but raised her hands to observe. After eating Ymir, Tangan could feel the bite force increasing, and at the same time sharp skeletal nails grew on his hands. The giant of Hubei has many characteristics, such as fast speed, flexible movements, mouth, hands, and other parts will be covered with sharp minions. It can be said that the attack power is very strong. Chapter 39, Three-Way Melee. After eating Ymir, Tang-en looked at Alan again. "Ani, what are you doing?" Bertold yelled, "This is not the Arnie he knows." Unmoved, Tang-en stepped towards Alan. "One day I will kill you all. I want you to suffer all the pain and torment." Alan stood up, leaving his left hand only on his wrist. His entire palm was still steaming to recover, but the recovery was very slow. He didn't have a trace of fear, only hatred. Boom. At the critical moment, Lena ran over and knocked Tang-en out in one fell swoop. "Ani, what the hell are you doing?" Rainer roared, and his entire jaw had recovered. And Bertold took this opportunity to grab Alan and fly to the giant tree in the distance, looking at the faces of the two giants facing each other with doubts. "Ha ha." Alan laughed for some reason. He could see that these guys were fighting. The gas tank appeared in his hand again out of thin air. The attack just now did not deform, and the quality was leveraged. Whether it was Rainer, Bertold, or Alan, they were all dumbfounded. Because they didn't know how the thing in Tang-en's hand appeared. "Ani, what do you want to do?" Seeing the giantess rushing up quickly, Rainer put on a fighting attitude. Boom. The sound of tearing the eardrums, Tang-en swept the gas tank with him. Lena quickly lowered his head, but at this time Tang-en turned and kicked Lena on the chest, and the latter flew out again. How is it possible, this force? The earth and sand splashed, and the 20-meter land centered on Rainer collapsed. Rainer's eyes were unbelievable. As a comrade in arms, he knew the power of Ani. But now Ani's power has soared twice as much as before. Coupled with the weapon that appeared out of thin air, all signs indicate that it is very likely that Ani is not in the body of the giantess. If it's not Ani, who the hell is it? You are not Arnie. Lena got up and started to speak. It's just that the sound is hoarse and mad, like the sound of a knife's cutting edge on rusty steel. To be honest, Tang-en, who was in the body of the giantess, was a little surprised to see Lena speaking. In the original book, among the 9 giants, only the giant of Hubaby and the giant of beasts can speak, and the other giants have never spoken. It may be said, but it was deliberately not said. When he was in control of the power of the giantess, Tang-en knew that the giantess could also speak. It's just a little unpleasant, with a horse in the sharp, and some are not male or female. Now that the giants of the armor speak, it is very likely that the 9 giants can speak, but the original book has not yet shown it. Facing Rainer's question, the giantess answered with a gas tank. Boom. Lena dodged sideways and smashed Tang-en's left cheek at the same time, but Tang-en's reaction ability was beyond his expectation. Not only did he dodging, he jumped up and hit him in the chin with his knee. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the high-temperature steam seldom rose. Rainer kept backing up a few steps. Before he could stand still and hit the gas tank, he could only keep his hands in front of him. The immense power was like a house smashed. Lena flew out and moved horizontally on the ground. The armor on his hands was constantly shattering and falling off. At the same time, on the horizon to the right of Rainer, black dots quickly appeared. It was the investigative corps led by Erwin. What happened? At first they thought they were wrong when they were far away, but now getting closer, they actually saw the giantess fighting with the giant of armor. Not good. Seeing the investigative corps appeared, Bertold anxiously shouted at the armor giant, "Lena, the investigative corps is here, we must retreat." Damn it! Getting up from the ground, Rainer's body was getting more and more steam, and the situation was not very good. Regardless of the giantess, she rushed directly to Bertold, and must leave here now. With the sound of the earth rushing, Bertold led Alan to the shoulders of the giant of armor, and quickly shifted his direction and ran along the outskirts of the forest of giant trees. It is absolutely impossible to enter the forest of giant trees at this time, because the forest of giant trees is too advantageous for combat with 3-dimensional mobile devices. Only on the plains is it beneficial to them. The gas tank in Tang-en's hand disappeared. He glanced at the investigative corps that was approaching him, turned and chased the giant of armor. "We have only one purpose, to rescue Alan," Irvine roared, and then turned to follow behind the giantess. Although I don't know why the giantess was fighting with the giant of armor just now, it is certain that both are the enemies of mankind. Yes. For a while, a spectacle appeared on the entire plain. The giant of the first echelon armor protects Bertold and Alan. The second-tier giantess quickly chased. The third echelon is the densely dense investigation corps. However, the investigation corps slowly split into two. The investigative corps headed by Irwin went directly to the forest of giant trees. The remaining investigators chasing the giantess and the giant armor are led by Levi, as well as Mikasa, Ermin, Coney and others. According to normal circumstances, Levi should be raising his leg now. After all, he accidentally broke his leg to save Mikasa last time. How long did it take to return to the original state? In fact, the reason why Leowell appeared here was all because of one person, that is, Joe Wei. Just because this guy used the exchange point to exchange a bottle of restorative. Shoo, shoo. With the sound of the three-dimensional mobile device, 5 solid objects shot on the giantess's shoulders, and then 5 investigative corps soared up, apparently trying to eliminate the giantess. Tangan stretched out his right hand to cover the back of his neck, with a hint of irritation in his blue pupil. He is not hardened by the master right now. If these guys are allowed to attack, he might really overturn the boat. My goal is the giants of armor and the super giants. If you bother me again, I will kill you. The giantess turned her head abruptly, uttering a hint of hostility. As the giantess spoke, the shrill and hoarse voice was like a bolt from the blue, and all the investigators behind her were dull. She can talk. Shash's hair was blown up. Oh my god. I can no longer think. Are you Arnie? Let tight the reins in the handshake. Luel and Mikasa were sullen. As long as Joe Wei frowned, he didn't know what he was thinking. Wrong. Elman's eyes were full of questions and horror, and the feeling the giantess gave him now was completely different from last time. Obviously, Luel and Mikasa also felt it. Huh. Do you think that turning into a giant is invincible? An investigator flying behind the giantess, the 2 swords gleaming coldly in the sun, actually did it directly. With such a hands-on, the other 4 people also started. Tangan was murderous, clutching the back of his neck with his left hand, and a diamond dog-like knife suddenly appeared in his right hand. A ray of light flashed, and the 5 investigators were killed as if they had been chopped off melons and vegetables. At the same time, Tangan stopped and turned to face all the investigating soldiers. They were all ferocious in that Baitong. There was also a diamond dog-like knife in his left hand, and Tangan held 2 knives like a giant mountain in front of everyone. Not good. A chill rose behind all the investigators, and their eyes were full of horror. They could feel that the giantess was irritated. Especially how did the weapons in the hands appear? Chapter 40 Lovey Mikasa's death. Like a flash of light, Tangan didn't hesitate, as if a tiger rushed towards the investigative camp like a flock of sheep. The curved dog-like knife held in both hands was so beautiful under the sun. Disperse, disperse. Ermin was full of cold. If the giantess had no weapons, then the presence of Captain Will, Mikasa, and Joe Wei was completely worthwhile. It can be said that the giantess will undoubtedly lose in the face of this camp, but now the giantess has weapons in her hands. Elman didn't think it was a display. Damn it! Even Levi's expression was heavier than ever. The feeling of facing the giantess now is completely different from before, at least now that Levi feels the danger, it is still the kind of creepy danger. Puff, puff. When the real tiger enters the flock, Tangan is like chopping melons and vegetables, whether it is human or flattery. The lethality of a casual sweep is like a bomb. The others keep going. Call out. Luel and Mikasa shot, and the two were looking for opportunities one by one. Captain Jean, Kon, and others trembling all over, they moved a distance and passed the giantess from both sides. Zhou Wei didn't do anything, even if he had already determined that this giantess might be the Dark One. After all, the emergence of the Nepal army knife out of thin air is a naked evidence. The whole plot has moved into an uncontrollable situation. The urgent task now is to protect the Son of Destiny. Tang An didn't pursue it, but stood still and looked at Luel and Mikasa with knives in both hands. Neither of them acted rashly. Damn it! Luel's face was gloomy. Although the giantess was now wide open at the back of her neck, he did not dare to attack at will like last time. The hands holding the handle have been wet with cold sweat. The opposite Mikasa didn't dare to act rashly, she could smell the fatal danger. Call out! Tang An moved, and the dog-like knife in his left hand slashed towards Mikasa, extremely fast. Almost at the same time, Levi moved, as if a sword of light flashed across, and quickly appeared under the giantess's left foot, trying to cut off the heel to make the giantess lose the ability to move. But Tang An was prepared early. I jumped up. Luel flew into the air and watched the bouncing giantess's pupils shrink. At this time, Mikasa also attacked, evading Tang An's attack and quickly appeared on the back of the neck. Tang An stepped towards Luel with his right foot, and at the same time cut the solid object of the Mikasa three-dimensional mobile device with his right hand. As the solid object broke off, Mikasa's body instantly lost control. On the ground, Levi was able to avoid big feet, and the solid object shot behind the giantess, and then rose up around her right leg. For a while, the giantess's right leg spurted blood quickly like a fountain, and she knelt down on one knee. Puff! Because Mikasa was chopped off the solid object, and Tang An leaned back with his left hand, even if it could be dodged in the end, it rubbed against it. He spurted blood and hit the ground on the spot, making it difficult to get up. Luel was bloodied and appeared behind him all the way up. This angle just escaped the attack of the giantess, and the master took the initiative. The new blade appeared in his hands, and Luel aimed at the back of the neck this time. Tang An's left dog-like knife disappeared, trying to protect the back of his neck. As a result, he didn't expect that level was slamming, and he quickly fell down and aimed at his left foot. With hot blood constantly spraying, Tang An could sense that his left leg had lost its function, and that huge body was lying directly on the ground. Luel flew in the air and did not continue to attack, even if the giantess could no longer stand and lie down. Did you make it? Mikasa, lying in the distance, only felt that the skeleton of her body was scattered, and her mouth could not stop vomiting blood. The internal organs were just like shifting. The most important thing was that her right foot was bent. In the air, Luel was still looking for an opportunity. Very vigilant. But suddenly, hot steam appeared on the back of the giantess's neck, and a figure in the white mist stood up from it. Sure enough, the power to deal with giants like you is a burden. With short black hair fluttering in the steam, blood stains all over his cheeks under his eyes, Tang An's six-pack abdominal muscles are strong and powerful. Tang An. Luel landed on the ground, staring at Tang An steadily. Mikasa in the distance also opened his mouth wide. No one thought that Tang An was a giantess. So Ermin's guess is wrong, the giantess is not Arnie, but you. Wrong. Luel frowned and quickly refuted the last sentence. Because last time in the forest of giant trees, Tang An was shot to death by the giantess. The two are not the same person. How can you be a giantess? Luel's thoughts were a little confused. It's very simple, because I killed Arnie and took the power of the giantess. Jumping off the back of the giantess's neck, a dog-like knife appeared again in Tang An's hand. Now I need to determine one thing, whether you are an enemy. Levi's face was frosty, his eyes were full of cold light. It wasn't before, but it is now. Then you go to die. As if I knew Tang An would say this a long time ago, Liwier started speaking as soon as Tang An spoke. The situation is now clear, Tang An is the enemy. From the killing of so many investigators just now, it can be seen that if the investigators were not killed, maybe everything could be restored or even talked, but the nature of the killing would be different. Tang An held the dog-like knife unmoved, and watched Liwier flying over like a sharp sword very calmly. The distance is getting closer and closer, 10 meters, 8 meters, and 6 meters, and it has entered the range of 5 meters. Almost in the blink of an eye, Levi's blade appeared on Tang An's neck, only a decimeter away. Huh! Time seemed to stop at this moment. Livel's eyes full of cold light gradually enlarged, and Tang An disappeared before his eyes. Appeared behind him like a teleport, and then a pain spread from the heart to the whole body, and a shining dog-like knife appeared in front of him through the heart from behind. Puff! Tang An backed up 2 steps and pulled out the dog-like knife with blood dripping on it. Level's face freezes, and after walking 2 steps forward, he falls to the ground, and the blood immediately stains the ground. Luel. In the distance, Mikasa was in a trance and couldn't believe what she saw. That man turned out to be defeated in just one face-to-face encounter. How can it be? That's Captain Luel. Tang An stood in front of Liwell and raised the dog-like knife again. Because Luel is not dead yet. In the world of attacking giants, there are several special families who have stronger physique or abilities than ordinary people. Luel is one of them. Just because his surname is Ackerman, Levi Ackerman. Ding! Levi still had spare energy to attack, and the blade that had never left his hand slashed towards Tang An's feet, which was also the final blow. The sound of steel collision, with a burst of sparks, Tang An blocked with a dog-like knife, and at the same time the left-hand knife flashed, and a blood stain appeared on Levi's neck. The blood grew more and more, and Levi's head was separated from his body. At the same time, the focus in his eyes disappeared slightly. After getting rid of Liwier, Tang An appeared in front of Mikasa with a few flashes spanning more than 20 meters. Mikasa tried to resist, but as a blood stain appeared on her neck, everything was over. Throwing off the blood on the dog-like knife, Tang An looked at the brainless giants walking in the distance, stepped up on the moonwalk, and quickly flew towards the forest of giant trees. Chapter 41 War BGM. Mikasa Ackerman, an important supporting actor in the world of giants who successfully hunted the attack, will be awarded the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances, and the lucky value is +1. Successfully hunted the attacking giant world's secondary supporting actor Levi Ackerman, depending on the situation to reward the number of dice. Congratulations, you got a chance. Standing on a giant branch, Tang An opened the light curtain. Looking at the above instructions, frowned. Killing Mikasa gets 3 chances and luck value +1, but Liuel only has 1 chance? Tang An really wants to ask how the important and secondary supporting roles of Cheat Cheat are calculated, and Captain Luel is actually the secondary supporting role? Is it calculated based on the number of scenes? But Liuel has a lot of scenes too? Forget it, anyway. It's not a day or 2 to be dissatisfied with this rubbish cheat, and I don't necessarily scream when it comes to Tianhuangdi. Let's throw the dice. The dice revolved around the world, the model plane crossed 3 spaces, and the dazzling light disappeared. Tang An did not use the lucky value. A pair of special effects gold armor. Description: the whole body is made of gold special effects. After wearing it, it will automatically enhance the host's brilliance and martial arts, domineering and handsome, heroic, sword and sword shadow, majestic and other temperament. Note: the golden armor is only a special effect projection, it does not have the ability of physical defense, cold resistance, heat resistance, etc., it can be replaced with one click. Looking at the golden armor on the light curtain, Tang An's blood boiled slightly. Armor, like a BMW woman, is inherently attractive to men. Dress up. The dazzling golden light lit up, and the golden helmet, right ear pendant, arm guard, chest protector, goggles, and boots automatically surrounded Tang An as if they were alive and began to assemble. Tang An looked around after wearing it. It was a good fit, but it was a pity that there was no mirror. There is no weight, no touch, no sense of solidity, it's really just special effects, only visuals. Walking a few steps on the trunk of the giant branch, the sound of the armor colliding with the golden leather could not stop the urge to rush to the battlefield. At the same time, Tang An's temperament has been completely renewed. He is wise and martial, domineering and handsome, talented and rough, kingly demeanor, and majestic. It's so fancy, but unfortunately it doesn't work. Tang An is still satisfied. If this armor is not a special effect, it is even better. On the surface it looks like Tang An is wearing a majestic armor, but in reality this armor is just a special effect projection, it's virtual. As for the characteristics of the physical armor, there is no one. It's pretty good for pretending to bluff people. Especially to increase the temperament. With a snap of his fingers, the golden armor began to fall off and disappear back into the light curtain. Tang An can change or disarm at any time. Although the first item was a bit unsatisfactory, it was generally good. This is a good sign. Tang An started throwing the dice for the second time, but still did not use the lucky value. The model plane crossed 5 spaces, the light disappeared and an object appeared in front of the eyes. One portable all-in-one smart speaker. Note, it can be implanted in the body and carried with you, and can be used as a microphone or loudspeaker. Any sound can be transmitted in 100% original flavor anywhere, without side effects. Negative ratings. No explanation. Tang An's face was a little ugly. What's the use of just giving him a stereo, and no music? The only use is that it can amplify sound as a microphone. There are 2 more opportunities. Tang An started to throw the dice for the 3rd time. The model airplane crossed the 2-step space. This time Tang An used the lucky value. 1 BGM of war, victory. Explanation: behind a successful man is a BGM that sets off his temperament. Victory's magnificent momentum and passionate spirit can see all kinds of grand war scenes in his mind even if he closes his eyes. It can make countless people excited and urged to take up weapons and rush to the battlefield. The melody is high, tragic, shocking, and passionate. Note, within 5 minutes and 20 seconds of playing this BGM, one's own strength will be doubled, and the cooling time will be 10 days. Seeing this item, Tang An was silent for a few seconds first, and then his face gradually became weird. Victory, the pure war music, has naturally been heard by Tang An in his previous life. As Cheat said, this pure music has a magnificent vibe, and the melody is high, tragic, shocking, passionate. Tang An paid the most attention to the last sentence. Within 5 minutes and 20 seconds of playing this war BGM, one's own strength will double. In other words, under this war BGM, his strength will be doubled. Even if it is only a short 5 minutes and 20 seconds, and has a cooling time of 10 days, if it is used well, it can undoubtedly determine life and death. In Tang An's opinion, the preciousness of this war BGM is comparable to Shaved and Moonwalk. Especially the precious 5 minutes and 20 seconds. The lucky value did not disappoint him. In addition, the front foot only drew on the stereo, and a war BGM came on the back foot. I don't know if it was really lucky. The golden armor, sound, and war BGM, no matter how you look at it, they all look like a complete set. There is one last chance. The dice jumped up and down, and finally fixed on the number 6. This is a very lucky number. The model plane straddled 6 spaces. When the dazzling light disappeared, Tang An's originally happy face froze, and then became more and more blue. Constipation for 30 days. Defecation is laborious within 30 days, the feces are hardened, the amount is small, and it is impossible to treat. Draft Ma. Tang and broke power instantly. Turning off the light curtain directly, Ching Ching took a deep breath. On the other side, the giant of Kai took Bertold and Alan and ran fast on the plane. Behind him, Elman, Zhou Wei and others were hanging from a distance. At this moment, Ermin was still thinking about the giantess just now. Judging from all the signs, the giantess is definitely not Ani. Now he is very worried that the captain and Mikasa, especially the giantess, can conjure weapons out of thin air, which is still unexplainable. Connie, Jean, and others on horseback nearby were also full of anxiety. Strange. Bertold stood on the shoulders of the giant armor, looking at Elman and others behind him. The other party could catch up with them, but he was still hanging from a distance, as if waiting for something. In addition, Levi and Mikasa are not there, so they should be dealing with the giantess. Now Bertold also wonders if the giantess is Arnie. You can't run away. Alan's hands were still recovering, and the hatred was not concealed on his face. Boom, boom. Suddenly the earth rushed, and a dense running sound appeared in the eyes of Giant Kai. Not good. Bertold turned his head and looked at the large number of brainless giants galloping right in front of him. At the forefront were the disappeared Irvine and other investigative corps. Damn it, did you specifically attract brainless giants to stop us? Ascending to look at them, they have been hit by two sides. Bertold. The giant of armor spoke, and his left hand simultaneously covered Bertold, Alan, and the back of his neck. He has to sprint with all his strength and must not stop here, otherwise they will have no chance of winning in the face of the attack by the brainless giants and the investigative corps. The whole army assaulted. Seeing that the speed of the giant of armor is getting faster and faster, Irvin drew out the blade of his finger and rushed towards the giant of armor without dodge and avoid. Various brainless giants behind him opened their huge mouths greedily, and the two sides collided. At this moment, the giant of armor is like a locomotive, the oncoming headless giant is either knocked off or smashed. Chapter 42 Eating the Supergiant, the Dark One. But Irvine attracted too many brainless giants, and slowly the speed of the giant armor began to slow down. At the same time, all the investigative corps also fought against the brainless giants. Where is Levi? In the bloody melee, Irvine looked at Irmin and others. Captain Luel and Mikasa stopped the giantess in the rear. Elman answered loudly. Yes. Erwin glanced back and then frowned and looked at the giant of armor who was dragged by the brainless giant in the distance. Call out. The three-dimensional mobile device sprayed, Connie, Jean, Shasha and others flew towards the giant of the armor. Now the giant of the armor is covering the back of the neck with one hand, and the other is bitten by two brainless giants, and the legs are also 7 or 8 meters away from the foreheads. The tall giant hugged. It is difficult for these brainless giants to speak because of the armor all over their body. However, ants often kill elephants, and the giant of armor wants to get out of the trap unless he gives up protecting Bertold and pulls out his left hand. Bertold, how long are you going to hide? Connie, let a few stand on the shoulders of the giant of armor. Through the gap of the 5 fingers of the giant of armor, you can see Bertold inside. Bertold, Rainer, did you just leave like this? Even Ermin flew up. Why are you chasing after you? Bertold yelled, he didn't dare to look at each other with Ermin. Return Alan to us. Impossible, the reason we came to this island is to regain the power of giants. So this is why you kicked the wall of Maria 5 years ago. Elman and Connie had savage gazes. Woohoo! Alan struggled behind Bertold, even if his hands and mouth were tied. Ellen, as long as you leave with us, everything is over. Bertold tried to persuade Alan to give up. Return Alan to us. Several of Connie kept slashing the 5 fingers of the giant armor with their blades, but it was difficult to leave marks on them. The Dark One has appeared, I must protect you. Zhou Wei appeared using a three-dimensional mobile device and said something that Ermin and others could not understand. Zhou Wei, what are you talking about? You guys get out of the way first, and wait until I rescue Alan. Zhou Wei didn't plan to wait anymore. Can you rescue Alan? Whether it was Coney or Bertold, both sides were shocked. Shocked Bailey. Zhou Wei did not answer. Instead, he mentioned the Kaiyu Yang Genkai that had lasted 40 years to reach Yang, and used the powerful shock of the 18 palms of Zhonglong to shock Bailey. Boom! A 3-meter golden dragon appeared in Zhou Wei's hands, and at the same time a dragon roar sounded. With the terrifying force slammed on the 5 fingers of the giant armor, it was forcibly broken with a click, and the huge wind drove Coney and others away. NS. Even the giant of Kai's entire body fell to the ground due to this huge force, and Lena on the back of his neck was also impacted, causing the concussion consciousness to be a little trance. The piping hot steam continued to wantonly. Zhou Wei found the right time to lift Alan, and his figure wandered vaguely among the surrounding brainless giants and appeared behind him. Alan was rescued. All the faces of Elman and others in the air were in disbelief. This Koni, Jean was stupid. Even the blade could not cut the armor of giant armor, but Zhou Wei smashed it to pieces. Bertold. Lena lay on the ground, bitten by the brainless giant, and roared fiercely. Because of Zhou Wei's shock, Bertold lay on the ground with broken bones and almost comatose. Accompanied by Rainer's roar, golden lightning began to appear on his body after a sudden awakening. Not good. Retreat. Bertold is about to become a giant. Elman roared, if Bertold turns into a giant, a 50-meter radius will set off a steam shockwave that will destroy everything. Retreat. Irvine was also giving orders, and all the investigating corps fled in horror for a while. Alan has been rescued, they should retreat. More and more brainless giants have come from all directions, and they will be wiped out if they stay. Boom. The golden lightning of the world fell successively, a heat wave shockwave set off the surface, the surrounding brainless giants were lifted out one after another, a large amount of high-temperature steam diffused and formed a large-scale explosion. The oversized giant with a height of almost 60 meters in the center stood up, his size was frightening. The huge palm grasped the ground, and slammed it at the retreating investigative corps. For a while, countless dirt and gravel were like meteor showers, covering a large area with the sound of breaking through the sky. The attack of the giant is coming. Watch out. Erwin's eyes were split. What? The whole land was in tatters, and the surrounding investigators were smashed into pieces, and the blood and internal organs splashed randomly. As the audience plunged into purgatory on Earth, a figure on the horizon quickly disappeared one after another, and finally appeared at the feet of the supergiant through the steam storm. At this time, Rainer just relied on the supergiant's feet to recover. When he saw Tangan appear out of thin air, his eyes were full of horror. Tangan ignored Liner, and a huge roar was heard at his feet, shooting up the ground like a cannonball at the back of the giant's neck. Bertold, be careful. Lena roared. He didn't understand how the opponent appeared and how he flew in the air. He was pretty sure that there was no three-dimensional mobile device around the opponent's waist. The diamond dog-like knife appeared in his hand, and as the back of the giant's neck was cut off, Bertold was exposed. Rainer's reminder was too late. Puff. Accompanied by screams and blood, Bertold was directly cut in the waist, and his upper body was lifted by Tangan and fell to the ground. When only 20 meters from the ground, Tangan held the blood overflowing with his left hand, and as the golden lightning filled the sky, Tangan became a giantess. And he grabbed Bertold again for the first time, and put it in his mouth in one fell swoop. Do not want. Bertold's eyes were full of fear, and with the last scream, he was completely crushed and disappeared into the giantess's mouth. Bertold. Lena roared and could only watch Bertold being eaten. Boom. Mud and sand splashed, Tangan ran out in the steam, and the corpse of the giant beside him was falling towards the ground. What happened? Elman and the others, who had completely escaped, just turned around and saw the giantess appear out of thin air and eat Bertold. And the body of the supergiant is planting towards the ground. The giantess is not their partner. Despite the distance, Kohn vaguely saw Bertold being eaten by the giantess. Who is the giantess? Friend or foe? Everyone is thinking, the incident is getting more and more troublesome. It is impossible for them to return now, because more and more brainless giants appear from the horizon, and the investigative corps is too damaged this time. Zhou Wei's face was extremely ugly, and he had completely determined that the giantess was the Dark One. Although I don't know what means the other party used to inherit the power of Ani's giantess, it is certain that both Alan and him have been targeted by the other party. But he didn't know who the other party was, whether it was a human or a ghost. There was a suspicious target before, but it was a pity that it was killed by the giantess last time. Chapter 43 Inheriting the Power of the Four Giants. It turns out that you ate Ani. How would you know the way to inherit the power of giants? The corpses of the giants are constantly melting, and the surrounding temperature melts even the ground. At the same time, a large amount of high-temperature steam continues to spread, so that more and more brainless giants outside are not moving. Rainer's current situation is very bad. He has no time to breathe from the transformation of the giant of the armor to now. Tangan didn't speak, keeping the body of the giantess. A dog-like knife appeared in both hands. Swish! With the sound of a sharp blade piercing the air, Tangan stepped forward with the knife, and went straight to Lena's neck. Rainer squatted at the critical moment, and at the same time came a sweeping leg, but Tangan knew it directly jumped up and slashed again. At the critical moment, Rainer raised his huge right hand, which was not only covered with armor but also covered with crystal-like substance. Obviously Rainer can also use hardening. This skill is not only used by giant females, attack giants, and beast giants. In other words, the 9 giants of wisdom all have this ability. For a time, the diamond dog-like knife collided with the hardened armor, like a knife and a shield. With the dazzling sparks and blood gushing, the dog-like knife broke through the defense and slashed into Lena's arm. Almost cut off the entire wrist. Damn it! Lena was furious and kicked Tangan with his right foot vigorously. The powerful force shattered the surface, but the flexibility of the giantess was not comparable to that of the giant of armor. While Tangan dodged sideways quickly, the dog-like knife in his left hand slashed at Lena's neck again. Reluctantly, Rainer could only lie down on the ground in an embarrassing manner, but just like that, the right foot of the giantess was oncoming. Crack! The abdomen armor was cracked, and Lena's 15-meter-high wide body flew directly out. Because of excessive force, Tangan's right foot broke off from the calf, leaving only patches of bloodline connected, and a large bloodline had already formed on the ground. With the entanglement and spread of the 5-color silk thread of the color Madara, it is rapidly regenerating and recovering. For almost 30 seconds, Tangan stomped his long right foot and walked towards Lena, who was wobbly standing up. At this time, Rainer was full of steam, and his injuries recovered very slowly, obviously not having enough energy to consume. With another sweep, Rainer dodged in embarrassment. Tangan directly kicked back, and Lena flew out again. Once, twice. Slowly, Rainer couldn't get up from the ground anymore. Puff! An armored arm flew down, and Tangan stepped on Lena's chest with one foot, and the dog-leg knife directly penetrated the head and nailed it to the ground, and then horizontally, the giant's head was split in half, full of wailing and a lot of steam. The blood is constantly flying, shattering the ground around bloodline Madara. Tangan. Being ripped out abruptly, Lena looked terrified and roared. Looking at the mouth of the blood basin that was getting closer, the teeth shone cold like the tip of a knife. This guy is going to eat him. No. Bloody minced meat splashed around, and Lena disappeared among the giant female population. As Lena was eaten, a large amount of steam surrounded the giantess, and Tangan ripped the flesh and blood on the back of her neck and crawled out. Standing on the shoulders of the giantess and looking at the brainless giants around, Tangan stepped up into the air on the moonwalk and quickly flew towards the forest of giant trees. 20 minutes later, Tangan was sitting on a giant branch, his chest undulating and panting. Most of the physical strength has been consumed. It was not that the transformation into a giantess and the giant of armor consumed so much, but that Tangan had been using moonwalk to fly in the air for more than 20 minutes. This is the biggest consumption. However, these expenses are worthwhile. This time he has won the power of giant armor and supergiant in one fell swoop. When the light curtain was opened, there was already news of the hunting of the villain. Successfully hunted down the important villain of the attacking giant, Lena Brown, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances. Successfully hunted down the attacking giant world's secondary villain Bertold Hoover. Depending on the situation, reward the number of dice. Congratulations on your chance. After reading the news, Tangan frowned. Since you are an important villain, you should have a lucky value of +1. Don't you look down on the important villain? Why are there important supporting characters? There is no important villain? What about Ymir, the giant of E? Isn't it even a minor supporting role or villain? Tangan's condemnation is as always nonsense. Nonsense cheat eggs are not eggs. Now Tangan can probably guess the gap between the important supporting role, the villain, and the secondary supporting role, the villain. Generally speaking, important supporting characters and villains have many roles, and they have a very intuitive relationship with the Son of Destiny. For example, Arnie and Bertold are both villains, but Cheat's evaluation is a minor villain, but Rainer is an important villain. It is estimated that there will be many more roles for Rainer, but now it seems that there is no chance. The most excessive is Ymir, even the secondary Kakuzu is not counted? This is too much. He didn't know exactly how it was calculated, it was just a guess. In addition, this lucky value is very important. Judging from the past 23 experiences, things that are drawn with lucky points are generally very practical and important, such as random crossing, shaved, fairy beans, and war BGM. But if you don't have a lucky value, you usually get very ordinary things, and there are penalties. So the number of dice throws is not so much, but luck. On the contrary, throwing more dice is still a hassle, because you are likely to draw punishments like mid-stage cancer becoming late stage. Of course, there are also times of good luck, such as moonwalk, diamond dogleg knife. Let's start. Tangan started throwing dice for the first time, and the model airplane spanned 3 spaces. A black toothpaste. Explanation: pure natural mint and unique natural fragrance formula. Tangan only saw the black toothpaste and continued to throw the dice for the second time. He was afraid that he would get high blood pressure after reading it. This time the plane crossed a space. A pair of light yellow flip-flops. Note, the flip-flops, which represent fashion, freedom, liveliness, and happiness, are still young people's favorites. They can be automatically repaired and changed with one click. Looking at the flip-flops on the light curtain was a little comfort. The most important thing is automatic repair and one-click replacement. Not only can it be repaired automatically, but it can also be replaced at any time, just like the gold armor. But this flip-flop is a real thing. In Tangan's previous life, except for winter, all the seasons of the year were flip-flops. Taking off the damaged boots that I was wearing now, a pair of light yellow flip-flops were worn on my feet with my thoughts, the size was just right. Use a dogleg knife to make 2 breaks, even if it is damaged, it can be repaired out of thin air. This feature is very good. Stepping on the flip-flops with one foot, Tangan began to throw the dice for the 3rd time. The point is 6. One piece of green beach pants. Explanation, come on. Feel the touch of the sea, that is the taste of freedom. It can be automatically repaired and changed with one button. Tang An's eyes darkened. Beach pants do not matter, but the color is a little brighter. It's so green and faint. Men generally don't like this color. The fourth time the dice start to spin and jump. The point is to. A white t-shirt. Explanation, short sleeves, printed earth patterns on the chest, good hand feeling, relatively close fitting, highlighting the figure, flexible. It can be automatically repaired and changed with one button. Tang An looked at the compassionate shirt in his hand. 4 opportunities were wasted like this. Black toothpaste, flip-flops, beach pants, t-shirts, when to go to the beach on holiday. The key is that these things are very common, and there is no game attribute of defense +1, speed +1, and automatic repair and one-click changeover are still a bit compelling. Tang Anping recovered his mood, more or less mentally prepared. Turning off the light curtain, Tang An began to study the power of giants. Chapter 44 We have common enemy. Now he has 4 giant powers, the Giantess, the Giant of Hubei, the Giant of Armor, and the Giant. Each giant has its own unique abilities. For example, the female giant, 14 meters high, with blonde hair and blue eyes, has an ultra-fast movement speed that exceeds that of a military horse. It can attract other giants to follow and call them. It is flexible and highly mobile, and can use a small range of howling power. The Giant of the Jaw, 7 meters high, covered with exoskeleton on the face and hands, long hands and short legs, flexible movements, full mouth and sharp teeth, and amazing biting power. The Giant of Armor, 15 meters high, has indestructible attack power and iron wall-like defense. It usually maintains the state of the whole body armor. The ordinary blade cannot penetrate, and only removes the armor on the back of the knee when it moves quickly. The Supergiant, 60 meters high, is huge in size but moves slower than the average giant. The body surface is not covered with skin, and it can release ultra-high temperature steam from the body to form a wide range of shock waves. Each of the 4 giants has its own strengths and weaknesses. Tang An has wondered more than once if he eats all the 9 giants, will he return to his ancestors and become the original ancestor giants? In fact, it is very possible. But today, the consumption is too large, so let's go to sleep first. Lying on a 1-meter wide branch, Tang An quickly closed his eyes. Sleep is the fastest way to restore energy. Time passed quickly, and it was night before I knew it. Rose's Wall, investigating the core headquarters castle. Almost all important members who are still alive are here. Irvine sat in the first place, his face extremely gloomy. Is there no news from Luel and Mikasa? No, it's probably already. An investigator stood up abruptly before he finished talking, looking out of control and wanted to leave. Alan, calm down. Elmin stood up and took Alan, with a tired voice in her voice. Mikasa will not die. Alan was full of self-blame in his eyes, he didn't dare to think in any direction. I know. Elmin had no confidence in what he said, even if he knew that Captain Luel and Mikasa were very strong, but the Giantess was too weird. Even if the 2 were still alive, it would be ill-fated. I don't believe it either. Sergeant Luel and Mikasa are so strong, how could they die? Jean, Kon, Shasha, and Krista didn't believe it. I believe in Levi. Alan, please calm down. Irvine spoke, looking at everyone in the conference room with a heavy expression. Analyze the current intelligence first, Elmin. All of them were sitting in a hurry, but their faces were very ugly. And Ermin stood up and analyzed it without hesitation. From the intelligence that Alan said, we can conclude that the Giantess was indeed Arnie before, but I don't know why Arnie fought with Rainer and Bertold, and ate Emir and wanted to eat. Drop Alan. In addition, the Giantess can also conjure weapons out of thin air, and is hostile to us. So I guess Ani may be dead, and the current giantess should be another person, but I don't know what method he used to capture the giantess. And when we retreat, Bertold may have been eaten by the giantess, Rainer may have been eaten, or escaped. In addition, the giants of beasts that Coney and others encountered in the ruins of Utgard Castle are also wise. Elman spoke for about 10 minutes, and said everything he thought and guessed. That is to say, whether it is Rainer, this female giant, or even the newly appearing giant of the beast, their purpose is Alan, right? Hanji pushed his glasses and looked at Alan. Right. Ermin nodded first, and then continued, it can be roughly divided into 4 camps. First, Rainer and Bertold, then the female giant, second, the beast giant, and finally us. Rainer and the giantess were originally companions, but now they are killing each other, their goals are Ellen. As for the giant of beasts, he is not sure, but he should be eyeing Alan. It seems that we have a lot of enemies, Alan, you are a sweet pastry. Hanji smiled sorrowfully. I will kill them all one day. Alan made no secret of the hatred in his eyes. Since their targets are Alan, then we take the initiative. Elman clenched his fists, with a plan already in his mind. Ermin, any thoughts? Ervin seldom speaks when sitting in the main seat, but instead is everywhere for Ermin to express. Now we still know too little information. We only need to go to the basement of Alan's house to know everything. Do you want Alan to be the bait? Yes, since their target is Ellen, as long as Ellen appears outside the wall of Maria, they may do it. Elman looked at Alan and spoke out the plan in his heart. It is no different from the 57 off-wall surveys planned by Irvine last time, all of which used Alan as a bait. This proposal is very good, but the specific action time is yet to be determined. Irvine agreed to Ehrman's plan because they had only one way to go. And one more thing. Elman looked at Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei, when saving Alan before, what did you mean by the Dark One, and why you should protect Alan, and your ability? Yes, at that time, a golden creature appeared in Zhou Wei's palm, and he directly smashed the arm of the giant's hand. It was an armor that even cut the blade continuously. Connie and Jean nodded, they were both on the shoulders of giant armor. I can only say that the Dark One is a demon. Both Alan and I are the other's target. My task is to protect Alan and kill the other. You can trust me about this. We have a common enemy and we can cooperate completely. And I can tell you for sure that the giantess is the Dark One. Zhou Wei couldn't say too much, after all, there are regulations in the main god space, but the task is not in this list. Everyone in the conference room frowned, and Ermin recalled the bit by bit since the first meeting with Zhou Wei. As Zhou Wei said that he is not an enemy, this is certain. If it were the enemy, Zhou Wei's power would have been able to do it a long time ago, and he had rescued Alan from Rainer during the day. It's just that this guy is always gracious around Mikasa and Krista. Are you from outside the wall? Elman stared at Zhou Wei intently, as did the others. Because of Rainer and Bertold, everyone knows that there are other humans out there, but they don't know what the specific situation is. If Zhou Wei comes from outside the wall, then they can get a lot of information. I can't say. Zhou Wei shook his head, he didn't dare to violate the rules of the main god space. Why can't you say? Some investigators had a sullen face and even put their hands on the handle of the knife. I am not your enemy. My task is to protect Alan and kill the Dark One. Zhou Wei's face also sank, and he could clearly see the small movements of some people. I believe in Zhou Wei. Seeing the atmosphere rattled, Ermin's tone was serious. This is the end of the matter, everyone go and rest. Ermin stay. Irvine spoke, his face calm. As everyone left the meeting room, only Irvine and Ermin were left. Chapter 45 Selective Transformation, about the writer at the end of each chapter. It's night, and the Milky Way is hung high in the starry sky. On the vast and rootless earth, only the soft moonlight is pouring in, and there are brainless giants in all directions or in the hillsides, ravines, and grass. But the brainless giants in the night stop their activities. Boom! The golden lightning illuminates the entire sky like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, shining radiantly in the forest of giant trees. A 7-meter-high giant with a face and hands covered with exoskeleton and a mouth full of fangs fell from the sky and hit the ground, splashing a piece of dust with gravel. This is the giant of Hubei. Sharp nails and sharp teeth. Tang placed himself on the neck of the giant of Hubei, watching that he became the giant of Hubei's hands and teeth like the tip of a knife, which could easily scratch or smash rocks. Watching the surrounding giant tree, Tang suddenly jumped up, his hands easily grabbed into the tree and moved like a swing in the air, flexible and changeable at extremely fast speed. After adapting to more than 10 minutes, Tang stood up from the back of the giant's neck and watched the corpse with high-temperature steam continuously spreading all over his body. It feels pretty good. The giant transformed into a jaw, jumped up and down for 10 minutes, and his physical strength did not consume much. Next is the supergiant. Leaping down from the giant tree, with the blood splashing in the right hand, as if the roar of a missile explosion resounded across the sky, and then golden lightning connected the world, a steamy mushroom cloud towered, and a 60-meter-high supergiant appeared. The line of sight is really raised a lot. Through the eyes of the supergiant, Tang seemed to be looking down on the whole earth. Stepping out in one step, the earth collapsed like an earthquake, cracks and tears wherever it went, and the surrounding crust was floating and uplifting. From a distance, it looked like a volcano, surrounded by billowing smoke and fire, as if coming from hell. The giant hand filled with high-temperature steam, covering the sky and covering the curtain like a black cloud, just like a 10th typhoon. The earth's surface is rolled up and the giant tree is uplifting. Boom! A large amount of steam is like hot boiling water, shooting fire with a giant as the center. No matter whether it is in the sky or the ground, no one is spared. It's like bombing with thermal weapons. Wherever it goes, no grass grows. A radius of 200 meters forms a red land, with only the sparks of fire and the ultra-high temperature that can swallow life. The physical strength is consumed very quickly. Although the body is huge and powerful, the speed is too slow. Releasing heat from the body at one time can form a large-scale steam explosion. The supergiant also adapted to it for 10 minutes, and Tang stood up from the back of his neck and learned the advantages and disadvantages of the supergiant. Looking at the spot where the surrounding sparks had been destroyed little by little, Tang jumped directly off the shoulders of the supergiant. His physical strength is enough to support him to transform into a giant of armor. The golden lightning fell from the sky again, and with the mud splashing around, the giant armor covered in armor came out. It's really like wearing armor. Tang is active with a 15-meter-tall body of the giant of armor. His speed is a little slower than that of the giantess and giant of E, but his strength is much stronger and he has defenses. In general, the giant armor is the most suitable for combat. About 20 minutes later, Tang stood out from the back of the giant armor. His body temperature was very high, and steam surrounded. The giant armor is very good both in attack and defense, but the armor on important joints, such as knees, elbows, etc., must be taken off when doing certain difficult movements. After successively becoming a giantess of a female giant, a giant of Hubei, a giant of a giant, and a giant of armor, Tang had a bottom in his heart. He can become any of the above 4 types of giants. If he is a giantess, he can use the teeth or sharp nails of the giant Hubei. There are also the characteristics of the armor of the giant armor or the supergiant jetting a lot of steam. If you want to become another giant, you must get out of the giantess's body and transform again. To become a giant of armor, you can also use the howl of the giantess, the teeth and nails of the giant of Hubei, the steam of the giant, and so on. It is equivalent to all being connected. In the future, Tang An can choose to transform according to the environment or the enemy. The giant of the beast, the giant of the car, the giant of the warhammer, the giant of the attack, and the giant of the ancestor cannot be let go. Tang An has a hunch that if he eats all the 9 giants, he will be equivalent to the master with 9 abilities, which is much more reliable than the waste cheat. But don't worry about this matter, let's see if we can learn hardening, and then use the power of the 4 giants proficiently. Tang An intends to settle down, not only for daily practice, but also for shaving and moonwalk. If you can still use shave and moonwalk to keep the giant body, then. Tang An has thought about this idea more than once, and he believes that the possibility of success is great. And all he has to pay is sweat, exhaustion, persistence, and will. But Tang An is not short of these things. Time flies, 2 months passed without knowing it. The investigation corps has been huddled in the wall for the past 2 months. The reason for this is that the investigation corps suffered heavy losses due to the action 2 months ago. These 2 months are completely waiting for the 105 and 106 trainees. The investigation corps needs fresh blood to join in. After all, there is a shortage of manpower. In addition, these 2 months have allowed Alan to master the power of giants and hardening abilities. Only the master of Alan can harden the power, and the investigative corps can implement the plan to recapture the Wall of Maria and go to the basement of Alan's house to capture the truth of the world. In the past 2 months, regardless of whether everyone admits it or not, Luel and Mikasa are dead. Even if Alan deceived himself and didn't believe it, the facts lay ahead. If Levi and Mikasa were still alive, it would be impossible for them to have no news for 2 months. The investigative corps also sent people to search outside the wall, and all they could get were the broken 3-dimensional mobile devices of Levi and Mikasa. And also brought back a news: the direction of the giant tree forest has a golden lightning storm formed by the transformation of a giant. Their enemies did not leave this land, but looked at them outside the wall. It was like a haze over all the investigative corps, and everyone was panicked and almost collapsed. They are like pigs and sheep locked in cages, they will be slaughtered at any time. All they can rely on is Alan. Alan didn't disappoint, either, training frantically for the past 2 months. He vowed to kill all giants, to avenge Mikasa by killing the giantess, and to make Reiner die in pain. 1997, 1998, 2000. In the forest of giant trees, Tang An is wearing black stretch boxer shorts with his legs clamped between the branches. He holds his head with his hands and uses the strength of his waist to pull upwards. The sweat on his body drips down like rain through the strong muscles on the ground, and several hovering underneath. Brainless giant. They all raised their heads and opened their huge mouths to wait for Tang An's automatic entrance, or else they would circle or climb around a huge tree. Call. After finishing 2000, Tang An stood on the branch, shaking his hair and sweating. In the past 2 months, he didn't waste time either. Basic training, shaving, moonwalk, and giant's power cycle training every day until exhausted. Physical fitness and various physical abilities have increased significantly. But last month he was very uncomfortable, because the feeling of constipation really made him want to stop, the kind of pain that he wanted to pull but couldn't pull it out, and he wanted to poke it hard with a steel pipe. 2 items were also drawn in these 2 natural months: a manual razor and a toothpick. Not to mention it. Let me ask if the author's words will affect everyone's reading experience. If you are an old reader, you should know that the last one, Admiral of the Pirate, which is about 1000 chapters, will update some paragraphs after each chapter. If it affects the reading experience, then I won't update it. Let's talk about it. Chapter 46, Young Women with Blurred Eyes. 3 hours later, on the back plain of the forest of giant trees, there were more than 50 brainless giants of different heights, running after the figure in the sky. In mid-air, Tang An stepped on moonwalk and looked at the giant below, and when he was about to snap his fingers, at the same time his thumbnail pierced his index finger, and a wound of almost 1 centimeter appeared, followed by golden lightning roaring into the sky. Tang En became a giant of armor and fell from the sky like a god. For a while across the earth, cracks appeared on the surface around it, forming a spider web that continued to spread, and the soil and sand spread arbitrarily. Bring it on. Using the howling power of the giantess, Tang En took a step forward with his right foot, and the whole person rushed towards the 50-odd brainless giant like a locomotive. That's right, Tang En regards these brainless giants as sparring exercises. Although all of them are mentally handicapped, the victory lies in the number. If it weren't for Moonwalk Kabuto, Tang En would really not dare to do it. There are many ants that can kill the elephants, and only the giants of armor and the super giants can deal with them. If the giantess and the giant of Hubei face so many brainless giants, they will undoubtedly die if they are dragged. Hardening. Like 1,000 horses galloping, Tang En used hardening to wrap half of the giant's body, so that it looked like a crystal with luminescence. These 2 months are not white, Tang En has obviously become the master. Puff, puff. The stumps and arms flew, and the brainless giants in the front were knocked to pieces, blood and internal organs spilled over the ground, bloody and disgusting. Tang En was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, instead of using a dog-leg knife or a gas tank, but wrestling with these brainless giants with bare hands. Military fighting skills are used to the fullest: left uppercut, knee, sweeping legs. Tang En is bathed in blood and stumped arms, unscrupulously killing like a demon. Hammer from the left to the right, and from the right to the left, the murderous spirit is high against the killing god. But a 15-meter giant suddenly hugged Tang En. Even if his stomach was pierced by Tang En's punch, some brainless giants also rushed up. Even if these giants couldn't break the defense, they were enough to force Tang En to the ground with brute force. At least more than a dozen blood basins bite everywhere in Tang En's body, but they couldn't bite through. Tang En's body was stiff as iron. Unless his energy was exhausted, these brainless giants could not bite to death by lying down. Reaching out and grabbing the head of a 10-meter giant, the latter was like a watermelon bursting, blood and brains sprayed on the surrounding giants, and then the same way, grabbing a giant's neck and sweeping the army, the surrounding high-temperature steam continued to rise. The bodies of some dead brainless giants are all melting. For nearly an hour, after Tang En had dealt with all the giants, his body was diffused with a large amount of steam, watching the horizon in the distance, and there were many giants approaching. This is not the first time that Tang En has trained with these brainless giants, and it has happened almost every day in the past 2 months. It's just that I have never faced so many brainless giants at one time. However, the most transformed are the giants of armor. As for the giantess and the giant of Hubei, they only occasionally transform, and there are also super giants. Looking up at the sky, it's almost time for dinner. There are still many training projects, and time is still very tight. Only when the foundation comes, the power of the giant will come up. Tang En will not let go of everything. As dusk descends, the sky is winding, and night is falling. North of Hina's Wall, Oraford district. Suddenly the ground roared, cracks tearing the ground, a bloated giant several times larger than a giant, as if a big mountain was creeping. After leaving a Kongchang Avenue, climb towards the north gate of Hina's Wall. How can it be so big? Koni's eyes were full of shock. This size far surpassed a super giant. This is still crawling. If you stand up, it will be at the level of cloud cover. Where are Ellen and Krista? It has been rescued. Who is this giant becoming? It's Krista's father. He took Alan and wanted Krista to become a giant, eat Alan, and regain the ancestor giant. The Reyes family is the real royal family. It's not the time to talk about this. If you don't stop it, the wall of Hina will. With this giant's size, if you don't stop it, then Hina's wall can't stop it at all. The incident should start 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Ellen and Krista were taken away by the royal family Rod Reyes within the real wall, with the purpose of turning the BD daughter Krista into a giant and eating Alan to regain the power of the ancestor giant. Because only the royal bloodline can exert the true power of the ancestor giant. For example, manipulating other giants, erasing memories, bloodline transformation, etc., is the strongest of all the 9 giants. As long as you have the power of the ancestor giants, you can control all brainless giants, even the giants in the Wall of Maria, the Wall of Rose, and the Wall of Hina launch the earth to flatten the entire world. It's a pity that Krista broke the spinal fluid in the end and chose to save Alan instead of eating Alan. In a hurry, Rod licked the spinal fluid on the ground, and then turned into this one that is bigger than a giant. Giants. In addition, Alan made physical contact with the royal bloodline of Lord Rode and Krista, and gradually awakened the ability to attack the giant. Knowing that his father Grisha came from the Marae Empire on the other side of the sea, how did he kill the race family and seize the ancestor giant, and how he inherited the attacking giant and the ancestor giant? The next step is that everyone solves the giant, and then overthrows the pseudo-king in the wall. Krista becomes the real queen. The investigative corps plans to recapture the Wall of Maria and go to the basement of Ellen's house to learn the story of the truth of the world. In a flash, another month passed. Since the investigative corps killed giants bigger than the supergiant a month ago, and Krista became the real queen, the investigative corps is finally ready to take back the Wall of Maria and head to the basement of Ellen's house. Before departure, the faces of every investigator were heavy, and their souls were as if they were wrapped in a haze. It was fear and fear that could not be contained. Set off. As the gate of Rosette's wall rose, Irvine waved his hand, leading a large number of investigators to set off. This action is not only to regain the Wall of Maria, but also to reach the basement of Alan's house to get the truth of the world. At the same time, we must also guard against the Dark One mentioned by Joe Wei, and the possible surviving Rainer, and even the Beast Giant. Everyone regards death as home and is ready to give their hearts to mankind. At this time, the Wall of Maria, on the wall where the supergiant kicked the outer door 5 years ago, was more than 4 meters tall, small in size, with black hair, a long mouth like a horse, and a variety of carry on the back. Giant with large weapons and equipment. This is the car power giant among the 9 giants. With super endurance that other giants do not have, it is a 4-legged walking giant with fast action, capable of transporting materials and clearing trenches, and can carry various large-scale weapons and equipment on its back. A giant of the logistics type. The current host is Peak, a young woman with long black hair, blurred eyes, resourceful and charming. Chapter 47 The Giant of the Beast, I'm panicking. At the moment, he is looking at the direction of Rose's wall with a man with short blonde hair and a beard, wearing glasses. That is, Jike Yeager, the current incumbent of the Beast Giant. And there is another identity, that is Alan's half-brother. It's weird. Jike is naked to the upper body, his 8-pack ABS is extremely strong, and his lower body is a pair of military trousers, wearing military boots with a belt. Pushing the glasses with his left hand and looking at the direction of Rose's wall, he frowned slightly and looked a little impatient. According to the time, Rainer and Bertold should have contacted him long ago. But how long it has been, there is no news at all. Will there be any accidents? Peak stood up from the back of the giant car's neck, black hair rippling in the breeze, and his temperament blurred very well. It should be. Jike rubbed his forehead, a little silly. Ani disappeared, Rainer and Bertold, and Marseille were eaten again and took away the power of the giant of Hubei. It seems that I underestimated the humans in the wall. The primary goal now is to find Rainer and Bertold. The giant of Hubei has been lost, and there must be no accidents with the giants of armor, the giants, and the giant women. Peak got into the back of the giant's neck again, and then the giant said, "Hi. What are you looking for?" Without warning, a sound appeared on the left, and both Jik and Peek were shocked. They quickly looked at the source of the sound, and their pupils were enlarged. When did this person appear? Jik took a few steps backwards, his muscles tightened and he could transform at any time. The weapon on the back of Chelly Giant also aimed at Tangen. At this time, Tangen was wearing light yellow flip-flops, a pair of green beach pants on his lower body, and a white t-shirt on his upper body. This dress looked like a beach holiday. The reason why Tangen appeared here was also because he would stand on the wall and look at the wall of Rosette from time to time this month. According to the original work, Ellen and the others will block the wall under their feet to regain the wall of Maria, so he will wander around from time to time. As a result, Jik and Peek were swaggered up the wall not long ago. Who are you? Neither Jik nor Peek were calm, because this person appeared too weird. Intuition is warning them of danger. Stop. Tangen only took 2 steps, and Jik cut his arm. Don't be so nervous, you should be the current giant of the beast. Then you are the giant of the car, you seem to be a very beautiful woman, I just saw it. Tangen put his hands in Kabuto, smiling harmlessly. Peek, kill him. Jik's face was stern, and he didn't want to know Tangen. Boom. When Jik talked about it, Pike controlled the giant car to shoot. Shoo, shoo. After flashing 3 times in a row, Tangen instantly appeared in front of the giant car force over a distance of 18 meters, and both Jik and Peek's hairs exploded. How did this man appear? He appeared in front of him over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. What a joke. Puff. With hot blood splashing, Tangen appeared again on the back of the Carly Giant's neck, 2 dog-leg knives shining brightly in his hands, and with a huge piece of flesh flying up, Peek was directly exposed. Boom. Golden lightning fell from the sky, and Jik directly transformed into a giant of beasts. The whole body was covered with body hair, roaring like a gibbon. What? Peek didn't even have time to react. He only felt a sharp pain coming from his waist, and then he was brutally pulled his long hair away from the back of the giant's neck, and the intestines and various internal organs in the abdomen were constantly falling. Flying through the air on moonwalk, Tangen grabbed Peek's long hair with one hand and looked at the beast giant roaring on the wall below, still with the harmless expression on his face. It's a pity, it's so beautiful. Putting Peek's face in front of him, Tangen made a sound. After all, this woman is indeed very beautiful, if possible he wouldn't mind spending a good night with each other. You. Peek was speechless, his eyes were full of fear and horror, he couldn't stop bleeding in his mouth and nose, and his body below the waist had been chopped off. Even so, she did not die, on the contrary, the steam spreading over her body was recovering. As long as she is given time, she can fully grow her lower body again. But at this time she had no chance. Snapped. Tangen snapped his fingers, his thumb pierced his index finger and blood overflowed. With the golden lightning, his body quickly grew flesh and blood until he became a giant of armor. Impossible. Looking at the giant of armor that fell from the sky, the giant of beast raised one hand in front of him to resist the storm, his eyes were full of disbelief and anger. The giant of armor was not Reiner, but was taken by this unknown guy. Help me. Peek looked horrified, because the giant of armor threw her into his mouth. Roar. The beast giant roared, and the arm longer than the leg quickly hardened and blasted towards Tangen like a cannonball. He wants to rescue Peek. Tangen didn't evade, his right hand was also hardened and punched out. Suddenly, the terrifying storm spread around the 2 people, and even the walls under their feet could not bear the cracks, and various stones and cement were stripped and smashed in all directions. Tangen took a step backwards, and the beast giant stepped backwards 5 steps and almost fell off the wall. How come? Seeing his broken right hand that was continuously spreading steam, the giant beast had anger and fear in his eyes. He unexpectedly retreated in the collision. What? The last scream of Peak sounded, tears and blood pouring on his face, watching the giant beast crying. He snapped a bite, and the scream stopped abruptly. Peak! The beast giant roared, looking at Tangan with cruel eyes. But the next moment unexpectedly, the giant beast jumped off the wall, and then hardened his hands like a gibbon and sank into the wall continuously. He was running away. Want to run? How could Tangan let it go, and also jumped off the wall, and his hands were hardened and the wall continued to fall. Following the splashing of the ground, Tangan's feet sank deep in the ground and his upper body unbends and bent down, watching that he has escaped 20 meters away. Giant of the beast chased it out like a cannonball. In terms of physique, the giant of the beast is about 17 meters, while the giant of the armor is only 15 meters, but now it is the giant of the armor chasing the giant of the beast. This looks a bit contrasting. Damn it! The beast giant looked back and found that the opponent's speed was faster than he had imagined, and faster than the speed at which Rainer inherited the giant of armor. With his right hand hardened and grasping the ground, the giant beast grasped some dirt and gravel, and turned it back into a flick, trying to stop Tangan with his throwing ability. Hardening. Facing the meteor swarms coming at extremely fast speed, Tangan began to climb hard, and finally turned into a giant of crystal armor. It reflects the bright light under the shining light. How is it possible? The whole body is hardened. The giant beast's scalp was cold, and his eyes were full of fear. Escape. Must escape. He couldn't even harden the whole body, but this person could. Rumble. Tangan rushed forward and slammed into a big truck like a Mercedes-Benz. He had a sense of sight as he ran. The whole body is full of violent aesthetics. Some of the flying stones smashed with a punch, just to make him pause, and then continue to step through the ground to chase the giant beast. Chapter 48. The plot has changed. Time went back to the moment when the giant of the beast transformed into a few minutes ago. On a large plain, you can vaguely see the wall of Maria's outer gate. The investigative corps headed by Erwin quickly approached on horseback. There are giants. While riding horses and galloping, everyone looked up in the direction of Maria's wall. The dazzling golden lightning was caused by the transformation of giants. Who would it be? Coney's face was heavy. Lena. Let Lena guess first. It's also very likely that Giantess. Even the beast giant. This direction is the outer gate of Maria's wall. It seems that they have been waiting for us a long time ago. Elman looked ugly. Their action was to block the outer door to retake the wall of Maria, and then head to the basement of Ellen's house. But looking at that direction, the enemy was already waiting. Just to my liking. Although there is still hatred in Alan's eyes, there are mixed feelings in the depths, and there are countless emotions of powerlessness, despair, regret, and expectation. The memories in his mind and the death of Mikasa made him grow a lot. Everything he was carrying made it hard for him to breathe. But even so he has to do it. Just as everyone was getting closer and closer to the wall, a second golden lightning appeared. At the same time, everyone gradually saw the situation on the wall. It's a beast giant. And the giant of armor. It's Rainer. He really wasn't dead. The situation is not right. Rainer is actually attacking the giant of beasts. They jump to the other side of the wall. Speed up, although I don't know why they are fighting, but it is good for us. Yes. Riding on the army horse, Joe Wei looked at the giant beast and giant armor with a gloomy expression. He knows the plot. If Rainer was still the giant of armor, then he would never fight the giant of beasts. There is only one possibility in this situation, that is, Rainer has been eaten, and the power of the giant of armor has also been taken away. Who will it be? The Dark One? Ellen, follow the plan and block the outer door of Maria's wall first. Elman looked at Ellen next to him with a solemn expression. Ellen didn't speak, just nodded. When everyone used the three-dimensional mobile device to fly to the wall, they thoroughly understood the specific situation. I saw the giant of armor catching up with the giant of beast on the plane in the distance, and the two were fighting each other. This is the body of a giant. Elman looked at the car power giant who was melting and smoking on the wall not far away. Now only the skeleton and the weapon device on the back are left, as well as a human lower body, but now it has been melted by the high temperature and only remains a long, bloody leg. It can be seen that it is a woman's leg, and it must be slender and perfect before it melts. This should be a giant of wisdom. The body was cut off by someone, only the lower body, not the upper body. Connie, Jean, and others are calm. They are used to such terrible and bloody pictures. Since becoming the investigative core, his companions died one after another, and he has long been numb. Erwin, Alan, and Joe Wei only glanced at the body of the Chelly giant, and then kept their eyes on the giants of armor and beasts fighting on the plain. Boom! The giant beast's hands were hardened and crossed, blocking the oncoming attack, and just for a moment, his hands hardened and spattered, and the huge body flew directly. Sweeping the giant flying beast with one foot, Tangan didn't fall into the trap for the first time, but raised his head to look at the distant wall. He did not expect the investigation corps to appear at this time. If Joe Wei was not on the wall, he would definitely kill the beast giant now, but now Tangan needs to evaluate it. He is very cautious. He can ignore all the investigative corps, including Alan, the son of Destiny, but he can't ignore Joe Wei. Because he doesn't know what hole cards this wall has. So simply, Tangan gave up on the giant beast and ran away. This is to retreat. The beast giant, who was originally a little frightened, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when Tangan gave up on him and left. Turning his head and glanced at the wall, he hesitated and left. Is it because of us? Hanji pushed his glasses and watched the giant of armor and the giant of beast retreat in two directions. Head, do you want to chase? No, the purpose of our trip is to recapture the Wall of Maria and the truth of the world. The departure of those two giants is just what we want. Erwin's eyes were deep, and there was still a trace of regret and solemnity in his heart. He didn't expect that Giant Kai would be so decisive, and even left directly. Are you afraid of snipes and clams competing for the fisherman's profit? Intuition tells Erwin that this enemy is very tricky. On the other side, Tangan could already see the forest of the giant tree, and looked back in the direction of the giant beast, long gone. Entering the forest of giant trees, Tangan came out directly from the back of his neck, and as the giant body of the armor hit the ground, the whole person stepped on the moonwalk and quickly rounded and chased the giant beast. He didn't really give up on the giant of beasts. Alan, let's start. After half an hour, when it was really determined that the giant of armor and the giant of beast would not appear, Erwin and others looked at Alan. Good. Alan jumped directly off the wall, bit his right hand in the air, and fell to the ground with golden lightning and turned into an attacking giant. He needs to use hardening to block the outer door, and only in this way can he prevent the brainless giants outside from entering the Wall of Mary, so that they can clean up the giants inside the Wall of Mary and retake the Wall of Mary. The hardened crystal kept climbing, and finally the body of the attacking giant was hardened, and numerous hardened tentacles extended to block the entire outer door. Successful. The investigators looked inside and outside the wall, and when it was determined that the entire outer door was blocked, they all cried and cheered. Leave a team of guards, and the others go to the basement of Alan's house. Although Irvine's face was calm, he was a little excited in his heart, because the truth of the world he had been looking for was right in front of him. In the original book, Erwin would die in a battle with the giant of beasts. But because of Tangan, the plot has changed. Luel and Mikasa died early, but Erwin hadn't yet. Damn, who the hell is that guy? The salty and wet sea breeze rushed towards the face, and the sound of the waves could be faintly heard in my ears. The giant beast climbed a hillside and finally came to the sea. He was about to return to the Malay Empire, and Palladia was out of control. The giants of armor and the giants of car power have been captured by the mysterious Eldia, and even the giants of Hubei, and giant females may be. The plan to regain the ancestor giant has been completely failed, and he has lost his wife and broke down, and several giants have been damaged one after another. Murray now has only one Warhammer giant and his own beast giant. And the attacking giant and the ancestor giant are in the hands of that guy. He has no control over the direction of things. Puff, puff. The sound of tearing the air came from behind. At first, the beast giant thought he had heard it wrong and thought it was the sea breeze, but as the stomping sound approached, the beast giant turned and looked at the air coming from a distance. Tang An's eyes shrank directly into needles. It was all horror. The opponent was alone and didn't have any equipment, but he bounced in the air. Chapter 49. Running very fast. Constantly stepping on the air in mid-air, Tang An's body ups and downs, coldly watching the outline of the giant beast's mouth is full of sorrow. At this moment, the giant of the beast couldn't stop the horror, and even the soul was eroded by the cold. He was scared. Fear in my heart. How can human beings fly without tools? Jike is going crazy. What's the situation of this guy, in the air like flat ground? Huh. Tang An did not speak. A dog-like knife appeared in both hands. He doesn't even bother to become a giant of armor. He still maintains a human body in terms of superiority. He can use shave and moonwalk at will. Damn. Forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, Jike hardened his right hand and attacked Tang An first. Too slow. Tang An's eyes were like electricity, and when his fist arrived, he used the shave to span a distance of 6 meters, and appeared in front of the beast giant with just 2 breaths against the beast arm. What? Jike screamed. He lost his sight? The powerful palm wind hit, and the beast giant tried to repel Tang An like a fly, but then Tang An appeared under his feet for 3 consecutive shaves? The sharp weapon easily slips off the giant's hamstrings of the beast, and the latter can't even harden it. Boom, boom boom. The huge body fell on the ground and splashed a series of rubble and sand, and the giant beast turned over cleverly and hid the back of his neck. Flying in the air, Tang An's body was stained with the blood of the beast giant, and a lot of steam was rising. Very smart. Watching the giant beast facing up to the sky and covering the back of his neck, his face was full of abuse. At this moment, the giant beast had his eyes blind, and he was recovering with a large amount of high-temperature steam, and only the sound of Tang An's high-speed movement could be heard. Sparks flew everywhere, and Tang An slashed under the arm of the giant beast, trying to abolish both hands. But this guy may be too scared to keep the entire upper body rigid. Now Jike has only one idea, and that is to wait for his sight and feet to recover, and then rush to the sea as soon as he recovers. Only in this way can he have a ray of life. Crack. Golden lightning fell from the sky, and Tang An directly became a giant of armor. He didn't have the patience to wait for the opponent to run out of energy. Think you can't do anything to keep it hard? Stepping on the 2 legs of the giant beast, Tang An roared like a demon. Raising the right fist was also hardened, and went straight to the hardened head of the giant beast. Bang! Bang! The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the head of the giant beast sank deep into the ground, and a spider web was formed around it, constantly tearing the ground's surface, and pieces of the earth's crust cocked with Tang An's attack. Hardening and hardening collide. It depends on who is harder. Obviously, the beast giant is no better than the armor giant. After all, the giant armor itself has a hard armor, and now with the hardening, it will undoubtedly increase the hardness again. A large amount of steam continued to spread. The hardening of the face of the giant beast was falling off, and there was still blood. Boom, boom. Sitting on the chest of the giant beast, Tang An's fists were densely packed like rain, and the areas where he attacked were all his eyes and throat. Tang En yelled to the sky for 5 full minutes, his hands were soaked with meat and brain steam rising, the beast giant under his head was hammered to pieces. Violence and blood were flooded around, so that the surface of the earth completely collapsed. Reaching out his hand to lift the horrified Jike from the pile of minced meat, Tang En opened his mouth wide. "Don't, let me go, let me go." Jike cried out with fear, watching the mouth that was getting closer and weaker to resist. Death is so terrible. He doesn't want to die. What? With the terrible screams and rattles, Tang En bit Jike's spine, and everything ended with a swallow. But at the moment when he swallowed Jike, Tang En seemed to have a flash of lightning flashing across his head, and he suddenly appeared in a strange place in a blink of an eye. This is a place full of sand, and there is a huge beam of light at the far end. There is no end in sight of the sky and the earth, but above the head is a dense network of roads resembling a starry sky. Tang En got up from the sand, frowning at this strange world. Did he cross again? Suddenly, Tang En saw a little girl under that huge beam of light, with long hair, her eyes empty as if there was no soul, wearing shabby clothes, and she was piling up giants with sand. "Who are you?" Tang En was tight and did not relax at all. This strange world is too weird. Faced with Tang En's question, the girl didn't speak, she still did her own way and piled up giants with sand. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Tang En approached the little girl slowly, but the other party still did not respond. But at this moment, Tang En looked at the little girl's back, but his gaze zoomed in and his face changed in shock. As far as the eye can see, all kinds of supergiants, brainless giants, and 9 giants piled up with sand are standing on the sand. Wow! The dazzling light flooded without warning, Tang En only felt a trance, and then returned to the real world. Not far away, the waves slapped on the beach, and he still kept the posture of eating Jike. What happened just now? From the back of the giant armor, Tang En knew that it was not a dream just now, he did appear in a strange place. Could that be Ymir, the original giant ancestor? Tang En connected all the known plots. In fact, for the entire attacking giant, Tang En only knows the animations of the first 3 seasons. As for the comics that follow, he also reads bullet screens or hearsays. He once saw a spoiler comment that said that the reason why giants have such terrifying regenerative and recovery abilities is all because the original ancestor giant Ymir used sand to rebuild his shape in the space of road. Only the injured parts of the giants in the real world will recover. The world that Tang En entered just now is obviously the space of road, and that girl is Ymir, the original giant ancestor. She has been in that world for 2,000 years. As long as there is a giant injured in the real world, she will rebuild her shape with sand, so that the giant in the real world will recover. Is it because I have seized the power of the 6 giants, the giantess, the giant of jaw, the giant of armor, the supergiant, the giant of car power, and the giant of beast, that's why I saw Ymir? Or does the incumbent of the beast giant have the blood of King Fritz? Tang En thought. He knew that the incumbent of the beast giant was Ellen's half-brother, and he also had royal blood. And this royal bloodline is the bloodline of King Fritz more than 2,000 years ago, and Ymir was once a slave of this guy. It is a pity that Ymir has been a slave for so long that he has lost his soul, pursuit, resistance, and so on. Otherwise, as the original ancestor giant, he can completely resist King Fritz. But she did not. Instead, she continued to obey King Fritz like a slave, and gave birth to 3 children, Maria, Rose, and Hina for King Fritz. In the end, Ishein begged for death and was ordered by King Fritz to let the 3 children eat him, and then he would live forever in the world of road to serve his descendants forever. I have to say that this is sad. The ancestor giant among the 9 giants can only be used by the orthodox royal family with the blood of King Fritz, such as manipulating other giants, modifying memories, and so on. Chapter 50 Pouring Spinal Fluid. It stands to reason that if Ymir has a sense of resistance, anyone with her blood can use the power of the ancestor giant. It is not only available to people with the blood of Orthodox King Fritz. This is the slave consciousness going deep into the soul. Even if he is dead, he thinks he is the slave of the other party and dare not resist. Tang En was wondering now whether the Ymir blood potion he drank could use the power of the ancestor giant. His bloodline medicine should be the girl just now, that is, Ymir's bloodline. If this is the case, it is not strange why Tang En appeared in that piece of road world. Throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Tang En watched the steaming giant corpse of the beast on the ground continuously melting, and stepped on the moonwalk to fly to the beach. Where there is a dam, the Murray Empire is here to inject the spinal cord of the Eldia to become a brainless giant. Sitting on the dam, Tang En opened the light curtain. Successfully hunted down the secondary villain of the attacking giant world, Jikejaeger, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your chance. Tang En looked at the explanation on the light curtain, and the Chelly giant really wasn't even a minor villain. Lazy and angry, Tang En began to throw dice. In addition, he has a chance rewarded in the 6th natural month. In addition to killing Jike this time, there are 2 chances in total. Unconsciously, he has been in this world for half a year. Natural Moon throws the dice, and the model airplane spans 5 spaces. 1 Diamond Furong King. Explanation: among the 3 high-end cigarette brands, they are highly favored by consumers. Tang En's eyes lit up when he saw what he had extracted. In his previous life, he smoked, and sometimes he didn't think about it after traveling for so long. As a result, the waste sheet was so on, and he was directly given a piece of Diamond Lotus King. He has only heard of this kind of cigarettes and never smoked it. Can't wait to open the package, close his eyes after lighting one, and after a while, smoke comes out from the tip of his nose, and Tang En's face is full of enjoyment. The familiar feeling is back. This time, the dice were thrown pretty well, but unfortunately there was only 1. Continue to throw the dice for the 2nd time, the model airplane spans 3 spaces. A string of big gold chains. Explanation: as a burst of wealth, the big gold chain is a must-have item. Only in this way can it show the temperament of bursting rich. Tang En's face was getting colder, and he turned off the light curtain with one hand pinching a cigarette, so that he could not see and be bothered. I need you to say that I am getting rich. Didn't you see Lao Zi pumping the Diamond King Furong? Also, not everyone who becomes rich will wear a big gold chain. Tang En is very skilled at bombing suit. Looking at the endless sea, the Murray Empire should be on the opposite side. Now only the Warhammer giant, the attack giant, and the ancestor giant remained. First adapt to the abilities of the car power giant and the beast giant. Tang En turned and jumped off the embankment, and stepped on the moonwalk to fly to the forest of giant trees. He remembers that the giant beast can extract his spinal fluid and mix it with alcohol to drink it, and he can activate it by roaring, so that those who drink the spinal fluid can become nonsense brain giants, and can give orders to those brainless giants. This is a very practical ability. Maybe it's time to take a look at the world inside the wall. It's not a problem to always go out and eat and sleep. Time is long. Half a month passed in a flash. For the past half month, Tang En has been in the forest of giant trees to adapt to the abilities of the car power giant and the beast giant, especially the beast giant. Coupled with practice shave, moonwalk and physical fitness, Tang En's time flies very tight. At night, the starry sky is dazzling. Tang En stood at the wall of Maria, looking at Rosa's wall and jumped down. Half a month ago, Ellen used hardening to block the outer door of Maria's wall. In the past half-month, all the investigative corps were cleaning up the brainless giants in the entire Maria wall. After all the brainless giants have been cleaned up, the wall of Maria will be successfully retaken by then. It's just that it can't be completed in a short time. After all, the wall of Maria, the wall of Rose, and the wall of Hina are the outermost walls of Maria with the largest range. 6 months is impossible. After all, the original work has been cleaned up for a full year. Tang An's goal this time is naturally Alan and Zhou Wei. It's just that he won't be so stupid to rush up, but intends to use the power of the giant beast to at least let most of the 3 corps of the investigation corps, the gendarmerie, and the garrison drink the spinal liquor, and it is best to drink it as well. It will be much easier to deal with at that time. Even with the power of the 6 giants, Tang An is still cautious as always. The next day, Tang An did a little disguise and came to the shop owner's shop. This guy was a very important part of his plan. According to Tang An's understanding, this guy's business includes drinks. Although it is not one of the best in the entire wall, there are still some of the top 10. This means that there are many people buying this guy's drinks in many high-rise, middle-level, and even the bottom-level walls. Tang An's purpose is to mix into this guy's wine cellar, and then pour the spinal fluid extracted for half a month into it at the source. Then there is waiting. Not only this guy's wine cellar, Tang An also plans to find other wine cellars, so that he can be foolproof. In order to fill the spinal fluid, Tang An drained the gas in the gas tank, and now it is all spinal fluid. The boss is away. Entering the shop, Tang An found that the guy was not there, only Yate was looking at the shop. You are not dead. Yatel was surprised to see Tang An. After all, he didn't see him for a few months and thought that Tang An was dead. Injured in the battle and retired. Tang An raised his left hand, both his thumb and index finger were broken. If he wants to, these 2 fingers can grow out quickly. This is the power of the giant's power. So this is Yatel didn't think too much, he was just a messenger. The boss went to the wine cellar 3 days ago. I heard that a new wine was developed over there. Oh. Tang An's eyelids twitched, and he could do whatever he wanted. Where is the wine cellar? West of the wall of Rosette. Yatel didn't hide it. After all, there was a large number of people hired by the boss to guard the wine cellar, and the guard was very tight. The same goes for the wine cellars of many wine merchants. They employ a large number of subordinates. The brewing base is difficult to conceal, so they generally employ a large number of subordinates as guards. Do you know where other famous wine merchants are located? I know. The southern area. The Yate people said more than a dozen places. After all, many people know these places. This gold coin is given to you, so you have not seen me. Tang An took out one of the few remaining gold coins and threw it to Yatel. No problem. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, Yatel's eyes lit up. After getting the news he wanted, Tang An didn't act immediately when he walked out of the shop, but found a place to have a good meal. To do bad things, of course, is to act at night. This has been the case since ancient times, but it is a pity that Tang An does not have night clothes. In the middle of the night, a figure quickly disappeared in the wall of rows. Tang An first came to a wine merchant's brewing base in the south. During the day, he had inquired about all the routes and planned them. This is a manor, and from time to time there are 5 or 6 people patrolling with torches, and the guards are fairly tight. But it was nothing for Tang An. He stepped on the moonwalk and flew over the manor, landed in the dark without knowing it, and then disappeared out of thin air with the shaver. Passing through the heavy guards to the center, Tang An looked at the wine pool in front of him and took out the gas tank out of thin air. Half a month ago, Tang An discovered that things packed in gas tanks can be put into the waste sheet, provided that there is a gas tank container. After pouring all the spinal fluid from a gas tank into the wine tank, Tang An left without realizing it. Next, he needs to go to the outskirts to transform into a giant of beasts, and then re-extract spinal fluid from the corpse. The task is heavy.